Tonight, Alien Earth premiered its first 2 episodes. These are the first 2 hours of television ever spawned by the Alien franchise. Us 3 just watched those 2 episodes for the first time, so you're about to hear our raw, unfiltered, but spoiler-filled reactions to those 2 episodes. Who is us? Well, I'm Gil, the face and voice and creator. I basically run the whole thing on one take. Daniel helps out from time to time. That's my brother Daniel. Say hello.
Hey, what's up? I'm Daniel.
And this is a collaboration, a bigger collaboration than the one debuting on August 18th between Oreo and Reese's. They finally are doing it. And so I want to introduce the Oreo to my Reese's. Tony from Hack the Movies.
Hello, I'm just learning about this Oreo Reese's thing. Don't give me that information. I shouldn't be eating any of that.
I shouldn't have said that. You're going to be distracted the whole stream now. So what'd you think of tonight's episode? It was like a bunch of Oreos in my mouth. It's going to be like anytime they zoom in on the Xenomorph's mouth and water just like starts flowing out of it.
Oreo Reese's in it. Ugh.
All right, so we're going to start with the biggest question of all. I've been very hyped for this show. I think Daniel, about 2 hours ago, just learned this show exists. He's like, Alien, I thought that was a movie. Tony, I know you've been hyped. So yeah. I want to start with you. I feel like of all 3 of us, you are probably the most immersed in the Alien franchise.
What gives you that impression? What,
yeah, I know.
Is there anything like on screen that will give you that impression, Gil?
Not as much as was on screen about 3 hours ago when we did our camera test. And you're like, what if I only take up about 10% of the screen and the rest of it is all Alien memorabilia? Hey, if I lived in a video rental store, I would want to show it off as much as possible too. But tell me, did the show suck? Or was it awesome?
I am actually surprised at how much I enjoyed this. I really, really like this, and I am someone who loves the Alien franchise very, very much, and I'm also known for hating most of the things in the franchise. Famously, we did an Alien Covenant review together. I hated Prometheus. I don't enjoy Alien vs. Predator, and Alien Romulus was like an okay highlight reel, a greatest hits album of the previous movie. So like it's been a long time since I was excited for anything Alien, and it's been an even longer time since I was impressed by something Alien. And tonight was the night. Tonight was the first night where I'm like, wow, I actually really I'm not settling because it's better than another bad thing. I actually really like this. So I'm in a really good mood, guys.
That's awesome. It's this weird feeling of like, what am I feeling right now? Like this is, do I not hate this? Yeah. Daniel, you want to chill the mood? What did you think?
Okay, so when the text came on the screen, I got super excited. Right, talking about humanity's quest for immortality and the 3 types of people. I thought that was super cool. But then I noticed that the text was just weird. Like, it was a weird font. It was a little hard to read with, like, the coloring and the lighting. And then there was just I have your voice in my head the whole time, Gil, that I was watching it, of you criticizing my criticisms of it. But anyway, the text, I just noticed, I'm like, this font does not feel professional. Like, I had our brother Lund's voice in my head. I'm like, this is not a good font to have in a show.
It's the old green font.
It's just the font. It's just what
I don't know. It was just a lot of it. And anyway, and like the pacing of the text appearing just didn't do it for me. And
so the text.
Oh my! I told you earlier today. Well, it sounds like you're in the middle of a bit. I'll let you finish.
It's not a bit. You can interrupt. I'll continue.
I told you earlier today. We're not recapping chronologically through the whole episode. We stick to the highlights. People will be on a high. They just finished watching. We got to go to the highlights, and you're like, but you've spent 3 minutes on the typeface.
Well, I have to say, and then the way the DreamWorks logo appeared, I thought was not
a reference that no one will get to a podcast we did last year, a defunct podcast from last year.
Okay, so anyway, I was excited about the content of the text, but the font concerned me and the pacing.
All right,
and then there was just wait, I'm almost done. There was just a lot of text. There was a lot of text at the beginning. Anyway, but I was excited about the content, but literally in the very first scene, I was just like, oh no, this just isn't good. I like a lot of what happened in the show, but I felt from the beginning the acting and everything just felt like massively like on a budget to me. It just did not seem good. There are a few characters that I think were good, and I think they make everybody else look much worse. Like, I just cannot stand the boy genius guy. He could be a good character. He feels like somebody doing an impersonation of somebody doing an impersonation of like a good villain. And it kind of ruined it for me. It just felt very, like, I'm excited. Like, I like the story. I'm excited to see where it goes. I like the world, but there were just a lot of things that were just cringy to me. Like, at the beginning where they're, like, doing the world building of explaining to the kid who didn't go to social studies, like, who runs the world. And I was just like, this is not remotely near a real conversation. All right, end of rant.
I actually don't disagree with all of that, but I feel like that villain character so far he's one of many aspects on the show. And I agree to some extent that there's one character I find very interesting, the Wendy character. She's probably, to me, at the moment, the anchor of the show. Other characters, I didn't think it was bad acting or anything like that. I just didn't find any of them as intriguing as her. But when we were with characters I don't yet care about all that much, there was enough there that I was intrigued for other reasons. Like they're wandering around a spaceship that has creatures other than xenomorphs, and I'm excited to discover what they are. So, Tony, I'm with you on this one. I quite enjoyed this show. Though, Daniel, I think we'll probably share some criticisms. I also think you need to watch these episodes again when you aren't ill. And your brain is like at full capacity.
I may have had to stand up a few times to make sure I didn't fall asleep. So it's a little unfair.
You also had a stressful day from what I understand. So I think you got to watch them. Mate, why don't you sign off, go watch them again, and log back on at the end of the stream.
You're going to watch it again, and you're going to be like, why did I care about the font so much? I don't care.
Go ahead, Tony.
I'm enjoying the acting so far. I was actually real excited in the first scene with the ship and the crew. That old British guy that they were talking to, he was Tyres from Spaced. If you ever seen Edgar Wright's Spaced, he was the bike messenger who was always on drugs and kept hearing music and would just dance randomly.
I love that
he showed
guy.
up. Yeah, he showed up, and I'm just like, is that, like, God, he's old as hell now, but I'm like, holy shit, that's Tyres. And meanwhile, I'm like, is he going to be, like, the star of the show? And I'm pretty sure he dies off screen. I'm interested in the captain of the ship, the Cyborg. I want to know the difference between the Cyborg and then the putting your brain in synthetic. I don't know what the difference between that is.
Well, I guess a cyborg is still a biological human with some robotic parts implanted versus the hybrid. They've actually downloaded a human consciousness into a fully robotic body.
And you can see the Cyborg was doing stuff like he needed an oxygen mask, right? Like he still has all these biological needs.
Yeah. But yeah, you were talking about the boy genius, which I kept hating that they were calling him that. I feel like every tech guy in movies the last, 15 years has either been Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg. This one, they're going for Mark Zuckerberg. He's even, dressed like him and shit. I'm like, all right, I think we're, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't even look like that anymore. I thought we were past this.
Yeah, they implanted his brain into a synthetic that looks a lot more human now.
But don't worry, he was able to show the entire Disney catalog because Fox now is owned by Disney, so he's able to play Disney movies without having to license it. I thought that was fun. But yeah, it's an interesting concept. The Alien franchise really has been shifting focus to the androids for whatever reason. I don't know why. So this is a cool new element. They're like, hey, we have all these synthetics. Why don't we put a human brain in them? And I'm assuming it's going to go horribly wrong because that's not a thing in the later movies. So
yeah, it is funny, the continuity of all this. If they're going to be rigid with the continuity, this all kind of needs to be packed up in a neat bow by the end of the series where there's a big cover-up. Nobody knows about any of this, and it's all going to have to disappear. I honestly am thankful that Noah Hawley, who runs the show, has been pretty cavalier with the canon. He's like, I'm inspired by that original movie. He doesn't even know when the show takes place because they say 2120, 2 years before Alien. And then a month ago, he's like, I think we take place around the same time as Aliens because we kind of reference stuff that happened in the first movie. And I'm like, the trailer says it happens 2 years before the first movie. But in some sense, I'm actually, even though I'm the timeline guy and I need everything to be chronological, I actually kind of like the fact that he isn't feeling beholden to continuity and he just wants to make a great show.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, you mentioned how the franchise has become more and more interested in the kind of robotic side of it. I feel like part of that is because if you want to take this seriously as science fiction and ask interesting philosophical questions, that's so much easier on the robot side of things. And especially if you want it to feel relevant to today, that's where you get to play with questions like AI, what makes us human. And actually, I was finding myself, especially in the first episode, much more invested in that storyline because I do find it more interesting. Plus, you have the Wendy character. And one thing I heard Hawley talk about is if you're going to do horror, you want to create sort of drama, especially in a TV series. You can't just do nonstop horror. The pacing wouldn't work. So you want to create drama, characters, and then when the horror comes, it can land with a lot more impact. But here, I was almost worried that when the Xenomorph shows up, it's going to interrupt the storyline that I'm getting pretty invested in.
By the way, thank God it shows up pretty quick. I was wondering, I'm like, is this going to be one of those like 5 episodes in, we'll finally get a chest burster, and then 10 episodes after that, we'll get an alien. I'm like, oh, no, there it is. It's just there in its full glory. I actually think it looked a little bit better than the Romulus alien. It's clearly like a guy in a suit. Romulus had that animatronic, and I liked that it was an animatronic, but it was really stiff for me. This alien's like fluid, and it moves really, really well. It's a little too dry sometimes. It does look like a guy in a suit at some point. But I was glad that we just saw it right away. It's like, look, the alien exists. You'll see him again. Now let's get to the story. I'm like, good. I'm on board with this.
There was one time where the Xenomorph like jumps from the balcony like towards him, like at that fancy party, and it really just feels like a guy in a suit like jumping over. And it's like there's something like you see him too clearly. Like I feel like the alien is a thing you're supposed to see in the shadows, but it's just like right there, like in the spotlight.
Yeah, there was specifically a part where he's like banging on the wall, and I'm like, that's just a guy doing this.
I mean, that is a problem. If you want, like, you want to see it if it's like an action scene. You don't want to see it if it's a horror scene. So it's kind of like you have to pick and choose the lighting. The problem with the first Alien vs. Predator is that they lit it too brightly, so it did just look like guys in rubber suits, and then they overcompensated in the next film, and you can't see a goddamn thing in it. But no, I think it was fine. I mean, I've seen the Alien look worse. This is one of the better. When it's running, it looks great. Unlike Alien 3's Rod Puppet, I thought it looked great.
Yeah, I think it's not bad. I was especially disappointed in it just because I was like binging Noah Hawley interviews today. Yeah. And one thing he talked about is how the Xenomorph is going to be faithful to the old designs, but I made some changes because I really don't want it to just look human, like a guy in a suit. I made it more like insect-like. So that's what I was watching out for. And so if you're hyper fixated on, does it look like a guy in a suit? The answer is inevitably, yes, it does. If I didn't have that in mind, though, I think it probably just would have gone right by me, and I would have said, yeah, it looks like the Xenomorph. It looks good.
Gil, I was disappointed. The tendrils on the back are too small. That was a design flaw, and I think they need to redo the show. I will be very, very upset. No, I'm kidding.
That's why we have you here. Didn't you complain something about Godzilla where you're like, where he didn't have those on his back in the last movie? Something like that.
Yeah, something like yeah. Between movies,
same thing with Godzilla. It's too dark. I can hardly see a thing.
No, he came out recently. Sorry, not a side tangent. He was interviewed recently, and he's like, I'm really sorry for that first Blu-ray. That wasn't what it looked like when I approved it. It's not supposed to look like that. But yeah, back to Alien.
Yeah.
So Gil,
go ahead, yeah.
I agree with you, though, of like, I think unsurprisingly, I'm much more excited about the Synth storyline and what happens to these kids when you put them in these, robot bodies. And I was really disappointed that the second episode still ended in the crash site. I'm just like, so we're still like 2 episodes now. We're just exploring this crash site. Like, is this going to be like it just feels like to me, it's the boring, like we're running around. There's aliens around. We're trying to figure out what's happening. Like, I don't feel there's that much interesting stuff to explore there. Like, I feel like I was more excited to do some of the world building stuff and explore like these kids.
Yeah,
like what's happening to them.
Yeah, I think in the first episode, I was wondering, how are we going to combine these 2 stories? And it's obvious from the start, logistically, how they're going to combine, because we find out Wendy has a brother, Joe, who is a medic. So he's going to be with the team that's investigating the crash site, and she wants to go save him. So that's how they're going to combine. But thematically, it's not totally clear right away how exploring xenomorphs is going to interact with exploring the nature of being human and putting your brain in a robot body. I think you get a little bit of an idea at the end of episode 1 when it felt a little apropos of nothing. It just cuts to Timothy Oliphant and he's like, "You used to be food, you know." Like, what?
Yeah, I came out of nowhere.
What did you just say? We were just sitting here, and what prompted this all of a sudden? And he's like, your lives were short, filled with fear. Then you built impossible machines. You went to space. You stopped being food, or at least you told yourself that. But there's always a bigger animal. It's going to eat you alive. So, they're setting up this thing of there are other creatures out there, like the Xenomorph, the perfect killer. And maybe to survive them, we have to become more than human, the way Wendy did and moved into a robot body. So you can start to see this almost arms race to become a more powerful creature. At what point do we lose our humanity? And then at that point, well, was it worth surviving if we essentially went extinct as a species and transcended our humanity?
I'm glad you brought that up because, the Prometheus and Covenant outright said this, but the whole, or the mystery of the alien was, was it created by something? Because it is biomechanical. So are us putting our brains in the androids, is this going to lead to a future where we create something like the alien? Is the alien like a warning, hey, don't do this. It goes horribly wrong. But it is kind of tying into Romulus a little bit. We now know that people are trying, because Romulus was all about, let's use the alien to make ourselves immortal, whereas before it was always supposed to be a weapon, and this is continuing that trend where it's we're looking for ways to become immortal by finding alien species and seeing how we can make humans better. Maybe the synthetic, putting our brains in synthetics doesn't work out, so this is plan B, is mixing with aliens or something.
And prediction, the kid who wants to be a scientist, he's going to merge with one of these aliens at some point. He's going to turn himself into an alien. You could see how they've really focused on this fact that all he cares about is knowledge or intelligence or whatever, and then he was very mesmerized.
Just so smart.
And so he's definitely, you could easily see a scenario where he can sympathize with, his name is actually Boy something, I forget. Oh, Boy Cavalier, the head of Prodigy. Yeah. And it's interesting. So it seems like ostensibly Prodigy is trying to achieve immortality, find a way for humans to survive beyond a normal biological lifespan. But in episode 2, we learn more about Boy Cavalier's true motivation, which, Daniel, you were saying he kind of is cartoony. I feel like there's anime inspiration there. The way the villain walks in, eating an apple, it reminds me of L from Death Note, where he's got to have these little quirks. Yeah, it's laying on his back and holding the iPad with his feet.
That was grosser than any alien thing that happened. I was like,
Yeah, I was like, some of this eye stuff is going to freak Tony out. And I was like, no, this foot stuff is what's going to do him in. I will say, okay, I think the show, I was hoping the show would be above this. So when I first heard the premise that it's 4 corporations that control the Earth, and now it's an arms race to see who's going to control the universe, because which of these 3 forms of robotics is going to win out. I am all for Rage Against the Machine. Rich people suck. But it does feel like a childish view of the world where every rich person we meet is a cartoonish idiot. The party scene, I hated that scene. I loved aspects of that scene. But it's of course, the rich people are like, what is this racket? Oh, there's a spaceship that crashed into the building. Shut up. But going back to Boy, okay, he's a bit cartoonish. Hopefully they can flesh him out more. But I at least found his motivation pretty interesting, where he's like, I'm the smartest man alive. I want someone smarter than me. And that's why he's trying to create robotics that can get beyond him. Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
The issue is that we don't see that intelligence in any way. I get he invented this cool technology. It's really cool. Looking at him, it's shocking he was able to accomplish any of these things. Because, okay, this ship crashes and he wants the stuff in it. Let me not do anything that, actually helps secure this scene. Let me just make it chaos. Let's send in the kids. He doesn't... we don't see him do anything remotely intelligent. And by the way, his dialogue, the way he talks isn't even very smart. Yeah. He sounds like an idiot. So,
yeah, it is funny because when they were bumbling around in the ship, and they're like getting way too close to aliens. I'm like, you know what? You can justify it because they're robots and they're children, so they're stupid.
Yeah.
But then I was like, wait, why are there stupid robot children doing this? Why didn't he send like synthetics that will follow his orders and aren't children?
One thing I like about the whole company stuff, we've always seen Weyland Yutani, and like all the previous prequels were very Weyland focused. This is the first time we're actually getting like the Yutani side of things.
Oh, really? Alien
Yeah,
vs.
the only
Predator
time-
2, right?
Alien vs. Predator Requiem with that lady at the end, that's like the only hint we ever got. But yeah, so now we see like there is a new Miss Yutani. I assume it's not the one from that other movie. So yeah, we never really got to see that side of the company before. I mean, it was always just this random company, but when they did start doing prequel stuff, very Weyland focused. So I'm excited to see what the Yutani side of that is. How do they fit into the company? And also, if the companies are taking over, they left one big company out, Gil. I'm surprised you don't know this. They left out Walmart. And according to the deleted scene in Alien Resurrection, Walmart bought out Weyland Yutani and is responsible for them going away. So at some point,
That's
Walmart's
right,
going to
yeah.
come in, and it's going to win all these company
I got to add that
wars.
to my timeline. Actually, you do remind me of something else.
Yeah.
I think I would call this a nitpick, but sci-fi often does this when it projects 100 years into the future.
Yeah.
But for some reason, all pop cultural references are to things that we know about today. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
in the 100 years since, they haven't made 15 more Ice Age movies. You're still watching Continental Drift from 2012. No,
Yeah.
the Peter Pan stuff, I'm like, that is a universal story that, stand the test of time. Actually, it didn't stand the test of time. It got that great updated new version. What was that called? Pan or Wendy or whatever?
Peter and Wendy or whatever?
Yeah, Peter and Wendy. Far superior. They should have been watching that, actually. That is not a nitpick. That's...
With starring Mila Jovovich's daughter, whose father directed Alien vs. Predator, it all comes back. It all comes back to that.
Wow. And I don't know if you noticed this, Tony, but Wendy kind of looks like Amelia, and that movie was directed by the guy... who
Emily.
made,
Emily. I think it's Emily. I
should've let
texted
say
you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main girl's horrible hair. By the way, some of the worst hair I've ever seen in a show. They gave everyone the most obnoxious haircuts, so by the time the French aristocrats showed up in powder wigs, you're like, it's actually not that far off from everyone else's haircut. But yeah, she looks exactly like Amelie, who was directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, who did Alien Resurrection. I'm like, is that like a weird reference to him? I don't even think he cares about that movie. He makes fun of it all the time.
Well, let's... one question I have. Okay, the episode 2 ended with Joe getting snatched by a xenomorph, and for the second time, Wendy doing something badass and like, meh, cool music kicks in.
Yeah.
End of the first episode was her spitting in Timothy Olyphant's face. I'm going to save my brother. I am the food. Screw your stupid food chain theory. And then the end of the second episode, it's her jumping after her brother, which I think is tying into a theme they set up in the second episode with the whole Mr. October thing, where it's like, Shona, you know sports more than I do. Explain this to me.
Well, it's funny. So I've met Reggie Jackson. My dad used to go to baseball card collecting conventions and would drag all of us. So I got to see Reggie Jackson. My little sister at the time was playing with his daughter. Yeah, he was Mr. October. He was in like a very famous World Series. So I'm not a big baseball guy, but I was very excited to see Reggie Jackson at that convention because he was also in The Naked Gun, which I will be talking about tomorrow. That's right, I'm talking about Reggie Jackson back to back 2 nights in a row.
No plugs. Save plugs for the end.
But yeah, no, he is a very famous baseball player, and I had to text not my brother-in-law, Prison Mike. There is a Philadelphia Phillies jacket in there, and I'm like, hey, buddy, the Phillies exist in the Alien universe.
It's again, nothing significant has happened in baseball since 1977 in this world. Like another 100 years have gone by.
You're right. They have to do the Star Trek thing where they reference 2 historical things and then they throw in a dumb, goofy name. Like, what is it? Is it Star Trek 2 where they're like, Einstein, Newton, and then they go like Gleebelgork or whatever. It's just like a made up name that hasn't happened yet.
It's probably tough to do without sounding really cheesy, you know? But.
Yeah. They can figure out a way to do it. Can I say one thing I really like, something I wasn't expecting to really like about the series?
Please.
My issue with
Can I
a
guess?
lot of
Wait, the typeface. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, that green text, that green typeface, which is from the original movie. And God damn you, Dan. That's what computers looked like in the 70s. They couldn't make fancy looking typeface in 1979. That's the best they could do, and now we all have to look like that. Anyway, since Alien 3, I've always been like, wait, why didn't they do more with the aliens going on other creature thing? And they're always coming out of humans and looking like aliens. So for years, because as someone who grew up with the toy line where there's like Gorilla Alien and stuff, I'm like, why don't they do that? I'm getting tired of seeing the same looking aliens. This show did something completely different. They're like, hey, what if there were just different aliens out there in the universe? I'm like, how come no one ever thought to do that before? I mean, if you read the comics, there are other types of aliens, but they're not like hostile aliens. Mm-hmm. So I kind of like that there's, what is it, like 6 new species in this? It's like the traditional alien. There's these leeches that like suck your blood and blow up. The plant thing, which Timothy Oliphant's just staring at. He's like, I don't even know if this is a plant.
It presents as, what is it, Daniel?
Flora. It might be fauna.
But it might be fauna.
And then we also get one of my favorite new ones, the eyeball squid, which can go into a dead body and pilot it like Ratatouille and make zombie stuff. It makes a zombie cat, and that thing was freaking me out. So I like this idea. I'm like, oh yeah, does it always? I mean, you need the Xenomorph in there because it's become so iconic. But I'm like, yeah, I guess you could just, from time to time, have a different alien in there. That's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm so curious, like, about their disposition toward aliens. At what point in the timeline did they first come into contact with aliens? Because in all of these movies, they're always so cavalier about it. Where it's like, yeah, we found an alien species. Like, they're freaked out because the specifics of this is a vicious alien. But not like, oh my God, we're not alone in the universe. Like, even if you go back to Prometheus, you know what? Let's not go back to Prometheus. I don't want to bring the mood down.
Well, no. They first got contact with aliens when that girl survived her trip from Antarctica back to the boat and said, hey, Wayland was killed by a predator. Also, there's predators. They're fighting aliens. Oh, let me tell you what aliens are. That's when they learned, Gil.
Okay, first off, there's the Predator franchise, the Alien versus Predator franchise, and then the Alien franchise. All right, stop straying into other franchises. You're confusing Daniel. So going back to Mr. October, I think that's going to be. I think you're going to like this theme, Daniel. Mr. October, when he's in the clutch, when the team most needs it, and there's a lot of pressure, he gets the home run. Wendy's trying to be that person. Twice now, she's kind of spat in the face of logic and said, I'm going to go save somebody. And so I think that's kind of what they're setting her up to be. She's going to be that little spark of optimism in this horrible world. Will it go well? I don't know. We'll find out. But I thought that was interesting. But what's going on with her where she keeps being like, do you hear that? Every time the alien's nearby, it keeps focusing on that. What's the deal?
No. I don't think it's the alien going nearby. So they are learning. So she's like an AI, and they... Because the boy genius mentions, like, everyone's afraid of AI because we're going to make this thing, and then it might make its own machine. So she's developing abilities. Like, you saw she was able to, like, remote hack into their system. So he's looking through her eyes, and I think when he's, like, looking around in her head, that's when... Because whenever we hear the sound, it cuts to him looking at the monitor. So I think that's, like, when it's sending a signal specifically to him.
Dang, that's why you're on this show. My mind was going to crazy places. I started to think, wait a minute, Xenomorphs, we've seen them have a hive mind before. Are they communicating on some frequency that maybe she's picking up on because she's part biological brain, part synthetic? I think it probably is technically all synthetic, even though it came from biological origin. But
I was going to say, I'm glad you said that. As someone who's read a lot of the Alien comics, they get into a lot of that stuff. And there is one, I think maybe it's Labyrinth, where there is a scientist who has a bunch of aliens, and he's figured out, like, what they do psychically, and he knows how to calm himself down and get to a state where they, like, don't want to attack it. Like, he goes into the hive, and they just leave him alone.
Well, we see a little bit of that, right?
Yeah.
Because the cyborg says how they can sense when you're afraid.
Yeah.
And then he sort of just stands there. The xenomorph like inspects him and then just takes out all the guys behind him.
I have to say, though, he looked very afraid in that moment.
But he probably has a cyborg thing where he could like shut that down.
I also think they need organic matter to reproduce, and I think that's why they don't really mess with synthetics or cyborgs. It might be turned off by that. So maybe that's why it left them alone. It's just like, I can't really do...
You know, I think you're probably right about that. But you just reminded me, why didn't the xenomorph kill Joe? Because it clearly could have, with how quickly it takes people out. But when it goes after Joe, it'll pick him up, toss him around the room, and then the episode ends with him tackling him off a cliff. Is it just because he needs an... Well, that was my concern, is that it felt very plot armory, especially when that scene we were just talking about where he inspects the cyborg, then kills all the guys behind him. He does that in a split second.
Oh! No, I think I got it. So remember, the aliens don't really want to kill too many people. They want to cocoon them to make more aliens. I think it figured he probably wasn't big enough of a threat, so it could cocoon him. Everyone
but all
else,
those guys dressed up as like Englishmen were a threat. That's your mind went to the same place. He wants an incubator basically, but why Joe? Is it just convenience, or is there something more to that? That's the kind of thing we might catch on a rewatch.
Joe was in the nest, so maybe he thought it was easier there. I know it took out the guards because they all have guns, so that makes sense. But yeah, you're right. The party, that was just fucking cool. I just liked him taking out the party. That was awesome.
Well, that's where I went from like, this is kind of dumb to like, this is pretty awesome. And it got very gory. And you see the guy crawling just the upper half of his body. He's like, so much noise, so much noise. And then it cuts to what it looks like a painting from the 1800s with like a dinner party, except they're all torn apart by a xenomorph. It was, that was a cool, in the end, it was a cool scene.
Can I say there were 2 moments in the show where I audibly went, one of my favorite things in the original Alien.
The typeface. Sorry, keep going.
So yeah, the typeface. I went, who did that? No. So like some of the early Alien movies, the thing I like is when the alien blends in with everything and you don't know it's
How
there.
many times? I think they did it twice that I noticed.
Yeah. And they did it twice that I noticed, and both times it got me. The one time, like, it's behind them, and you have no idea. Then it, like, peeks down. It's like, hey, what's going on? And then when it's on top of the statue, I was like, hey, that statue looked different. And then it moved. I went, oh, God! They're like, wow, it's been a long time since an alien thing got me to feel that way. That's awesome.
One random thing that comes to mind, something I've been thinking about, is when a filmmaker just makes interesting choices, like with where they point the camera. And there were some cool, because you don't normally see it on TV. A lot of times with TV, there's like set angles. They have sets and it's all about efficiency of getting through the episode. Yeah. But there was some really cool stuff. Like the first time you see all the kids getting their brains downloaded into the new bodies, there weren't any perceivable cuts. It kept kind of swooping down and then back up. You see another kid, back down, back up, and you see another kid. And it just gives you this like surreal feeling, and it's a little disorienting. And I imagine that's what it feels like for them. So it's not just like a random cool choice. It's also something that's matching up to what the characters are feeling. And similarly, they kept doing this very nostalgic thing where it would like fade a memory over the character. I basically saw it happen to you, Tony, when you were talking about those baseball card things you used to go to. I saw your dad fading in over you in Dissolve. I thought it was interesting. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but they do it for Wendy, and then they also do it for Joe. And anytime they're getting into the character's mind, I'm going to pay close attention, because you're drawing a comparison between someone who's fully human and someone who's questioning their humanity. But at least you see that aspect, that kind of nostalgia and remembering. They're both doing that. So that's where we're seeing a little bit of Wendy's humanity. Actually, speaking of which, another element of that I thought was really cool is when she's not feeling emotions as intensely. And it's like, oh, of course, because she's in a robot body, you don't have all those hormones. And that's an example of this show raising an interesting question that's applicable to the real world, which is how much of our mind and emotions and the things that make us human, the things you might attribute to your soul, a lot of that's chemically driven. And that's just an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, like what happens when you get rid of that? Oh, the science lady who's there with Timothy Olyphant. It was bothering me. I'm like, where do I know her from? She's the mom from the Babadook. That's S.E. Davies,
okay.
I think. I was looking at her. I'm like, I know that lady's face. I've seen that meme of her screaming 6 million times. But yeah, I like that she's like, should we up it? And they're like, she's not even human. It's like, she's right there. She has a human brain. Could you relax? But what you were saying, Daniel, about the acting, I think it's the adult actors are pretending to be kids in adult bodies, and it's weird.
I actually am able to overlook the adults being kids, although there is one scene where they're all acting like they're high. Do you remember that, where they're just hanging out when she goes to rally them to like go on a mission?
Well, I think
really,
that would be an example of. I think you're almost like poking a hole in the thing you just said, because I don't think they were being high. I think they were trying to act like kids in adult bodies.
I guess I was able to overlook it, except in that one scene where it just seemed like they were acting high instead of acting like kids, which just seemed like an odd choice.
It is like it's hard to do that without it coming across as cheesy, but like I can't picture a better way to do it. Like adults acting like kids is just visually a cheesy thing to see. And so it's kind of like for that reason, I don't really hold it against them. Though I will say, I feel like the Wendy character does a great job of it. And I feel like the other characters, maybe their childish things are just louder. Like the characters, or like the scene where they're all kind of acting high. Like you don't really see Wendy do that. Like her childish things more come out in the dialogue. So maybe it comes across as less cheesy, but not necessarily more realistic. It's kind of is what it is.
Yeah. The other something that's gonna be interesting to see is with Wendy and with all the kids. It seems like Boy Genius can like look through her eyes, right? We have no idea the degree to which that they can be controlled, right? Like, it's funny. Like her brother really wanted to make sure that she was who she said she was, right? So she shares these stories, but like, you still don't know what she is. Like, she could eventually just be a weapon that this guy uses. And maybe they could just torture her too, right? They could maybe just code her brain however they want.
Have either of you watched Ironheart?
Gil, we don't do MCU timelines. We're required to watch every MCU thing. In what fucking world did you think I was going to watch Ironheart willingly?
Well, maybe you should, because if you find this topic interesting, that show also has an artificial person who meets her brother, and then the brother is like, "Who are you?" and doesn't really know how to accept their sister who's been resurrected as an AI. The show didn't really explore that very much, but I'm excited that I feel like Alien Earth is going to pick up where Ironheart left off and explore it in the way I want.
It was explored perfectly in the most expensive Netflix movie ever made, The Electric State, where Millie Bobby Brown's brother was brought back as a robot mascot or whatever. I literally can't remember anything else that happened in that movie. Why was it so expensive? It was so bad and forgettable. So I guess it's just the thing we're doing now. We're bringing back siblings as robot AI. That's what we're doing.
All right, speaking of siblings.
This movie was $320 million?
Yes.
I didn't even hear about it. It has Chris Pratt.
That's one of the... Yeah, and the director's
Giancarlo Esposito. Jason Alexander.
Well,
yeah.
You sound like you're
Woody Harrelson?
but it's true.
Brian Cox?
I think the Russo brothers made like the highest... Jenny Slate, I think. Yeah, I think the Russo brothers made all the money in the world with Avengers, and Netflix was like, you can just do whatever. It doesn't even matter if people watch it. Just do whatever you want.
And now they're coming back to save the MCU.
Oh, yeah.
Ironheart walked so Alien Earth can run, and we're seeing it.
Shut up. I do want to ask, so I'm not familiar with Noah Hawley. Is that his name?
I believe it's Hawley, but I don't know 100%.
Sure. I know he did do Legion, and he did do
Fargo.
The Fargo, which I didn't watch either of those. What should I expect? Is he gonna do is he gonna stick the landing? Is he gonna mess it up at the very end? Is he gonna make it too weird? Where you're like, why did I watch this?
So I didn't watch enough of either show. I watched the first season of Fargo. I liked it. I might have watched the second season, and I wanted to keep watching, but it was just one of those things where got busy, and then you're lost in the middle of the series. You forget where you left off.
Well, I thought they were all I thought Fargo was self-contained.
Yeah, they are. But I was like halfway through season 2 or something.
Gotcha.
Legion, I watched some of it. I remember liking it. It gets very weird. That show was trippy. I mean, it involves a character who has all kinds of mental powers, so things tend to go crazy. So I don't know if that answers your question. Things might get weird and crazy. Will he stick the landing? I have no idea. He has said he knows where he wants this all to go. He knows how he wants the series to end, so he's got a full story in mind. He doesn't know how many seasons it would take to tell that story, but at least he's not going in just without having thought all that stuff through.
Yeah.
He did say we'll meet at least one engineer before the end of the season. No spoilers.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
I made that up.
Okay.
I was about to say, I'm like, it better be big giant elephant skeleton. It better not be space Michael Myers.
I should say, I hate spoilers, so you're not going to hear any spoilers on this show. You got that? I don't even know if they have a next time on preview. If there is one, I didn't watch it.
I missed the one for the second one to jump on here early. However, Dana, what you were saying about the us being in the ship for 2 episodes, I agree. It's like, well, I've kind of seen these environments before. I kind of liked when it went into the building, the apartment building. I'm like, okay, that's a new environment. I do know from the trailer that we will see like the alien in like a tropical like environment. There's a thing where it's like in a cave full of a lot of greenery. There's like water around. So I think next episode we're gonna get out of that ship finally, because I'll be disappointed if like the aliens are finally on Earth, except for those 2 other times, and we're on a ship that looks like every other movie. It's like, no, don't do that.
So I really hope. I mean, I'm excited for that, but I hope we might see other scenery, and they still might not make the world feel big. Like that's the other thing, and maybe. I feel like they set it up to do world building, right? I mean, there's huge like power politics at play.
Yeah.
And it's like right now it's feeling very small. Like it's Boy Genius and he's got his kids, like these kids going and doing missions. Right? Like I want to feel like these are nation state corporations vying for, supremacy over the solar system.
I will say, I don't think we're getting, because the whole city and everything is on one island. We're not getting off that island, mostly for continuity reasons, because you can't have it out here that these aliens were here all the time, because then the later movies make no sense. So yeah, I think everything's going to be contained to that island. But as long as he walks around and is in the city and the jungle and stuff.
I want to see him walk around.
The only time the alien was ever on Earth was the freaking temple in Antarctica, and then it was in like a hunting store in Colorado, and I'm like, this is lame.
I don't even know how I couldn't even see in that movie, so I don't know where he is. It actually, we bring up a good point, which is for most shows, by the end of the second episode, you're like, I see where this is going. Like, I get the general idea. For this show, I have no idea what the rest of the story is going to be. Like, is it going to just be we're trying to survive this alien? Are they going to... I mean, they had that really cool contraption the Cyborg used to catch the alien. So they're going to bring it in and start doing all kinds of experiments. I know, Daniel, you theorized about that one smart kid trying to get an alien hybrid body. Like, where are we going with this? I mean, I know Noah Hawley is very interested in those corporate espionage and all that politics. So I bet we're going to see more of that. But it's just interesting to finish episode 2... We've now seen 25% of the season, and I really am not sure what the overall arc is going to be or where we're heading, which is exciting. It's cool.
Yeah. I do want to see them get a little weird. Like, getting back to the comics, there is one comic where apparently the royal jelly in the queen's egg sac has hallucinogenic properties, and people take it like a drug, but it also makes them kind of psychic and connected with the alien and drives them all insane. I want to see stuff like that hasn't really been explored outside of the comics, because they get wild, some of those books.
I mean, Noah Hawley definitely has it in him, like based on what I remember seeing from Legion. He could do that kind of stuff. I will say, if he does it, I doubt it'll be because he read it in one of the comics. Based on all the interviews, this might be painting unfairly, but I sense a tad bit of elitism, where he's like, the first 2 are great. I have no interest in the rest of the franchise. Don't talk to me about continuity. Maybe that's unfair. But I don't know if that specific thing will happen, but Hawley definitely has it in him to go in that sort of direction.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure everyone really, really likes the show, and there's no assholes maybe named Adam who are in the comment section complaining about it. And if he was, I wouldn't know, because I don't read things that aren't super chat skills. So
well, yeah,
I'm pretty sure everyone's on board.
In space, no one can hear you whine. Unless it's a super chat. That will puncture the space-time continuum, and we'll hear it all the way down here on Earth.
But yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes. Romulus was way too safe for me. That was the Force Awakens of alien movies for me. So, but I also don't want to get stupid like Prometheus and Covenant. I'm like, no, give me what I like and play around with that a little bit. Don't go too far off the deep end. Where now
I like Prometheus.
Well, it's just when
the
movie
typeface
starts,
was
the
great.
font was just
when they had holograms and stuff, and I'm like, that can't exist. No, Dan, when they had the space jockey, which is what I will call it, head, and they went, it's a helmet, and then they showed a bald guy. That was my midi-chlorian moment, where I'm like, oh, you've ruined everything I loved about this series and destroyed the mystery of it. I'm like, oh, that thing in the chair was just a big bald guy? I'm like, that's like saying the Force is just bacteria. You've killed it for me.
You know, it's so funny because I went on, I did a retrospective where I reviewed every Alien movie. Mm-hmm. And for the Prometheus review, I am not a fan of that movie. There were things I liked about it, but I don't criticize it for that element, because the way I look at it is we had that mystery for 40 years of what's the space jockey. Or we didn't think there was anything in there, but what is the space jockey? And I'm just like, in my mind, the Xenomorph at this point has been so overexposed in so many sequels, AVP movies, pop culture. So at this point, there isn't an enigma that you can remove. The enigma is already gone. So I figure, you know what? Take this concept, this unknown fear we no longer have, and sacrifice it for a new story. Now, unfortunately, that new story wasn't good, and that's why I criticize it. And then someone in the comments is like, you're just like everybody else. You'd say it ruins the mystery. There was no mystery. And I'm like, that's the opposite of what I said. In space, no one can hear hypocrisy. That guy is silent now. But I did like an Alien Covenant. Again, bad movie, but I like the space Frankenstein concept, all the weird stuff. So I want to see more of that weird stuff in this show. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Daniel, you felt like we weren't paying enough attention to you?
It's getting late. I can't have all this blue light in my eyes.
Oh, I thought you were about to like enter the Matrix or something there.
If he takes those glasses off, lasers are going to shoot out of his eyes.
And also, you weren't paying enough attention to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to reference something from the Alien comics? We'll all wait and listen.
I read a few of the comics. Remember, Gil, that video we made?
You watched the video I made about a few of the comics.
No, I read the comics that you made those videos about. I made the thumbnails for those YouTube videos.
That's true.
You know how much time I spent staring at the engineer's face?
Yeah,
trying to find good images of the engineers.
Oh, right. I'm hearing something. I'm like Wendy. I'm like, what is that sound? I hear something. It's a super chat. Oh, well, let me hold on. Actually, unlike Hack the Movies, I'm going to screen super chats. So before I pull it on the screen, Tony, is this appropriate? What do you think?
Yeah, my former friend Vito, he tried to start a review show recently, and only one person's mic was on, and they were boring, and it didn't get a single positive comment. So now he's going into all his former friends' streams and trying to say it's bad, and I guess this is a fan of his, or someone who wants us to get back together. He says, why can't we all be friends with Vito? Sorry that the only super chat we got was an inside joke.
I liked the starting. You know, where it's like different shots of the show, and then like the alien logo slowly appears. All right, well, I feel like we've said a lot. I feel like we're starting to wind down. I'm running out of things to talk about, but I want to mention one more thing. I felt like when they started the first episode, they did such a good job of recapturing the aesthetic of the original Alien movies. Almost too good a job, because then when they stray to a different tone, I'm like, sometimes the show feels like it's right out of Alien, and then other times it feels like something different. And like you'll have that the horns like from the soundtrack will show up, and I'm like, this sounds like Alien.
Yeah,
it might have even been pulled from the soundtrack. I haven't decided yet if I like the balance. Like, is it adding up to this weird new flavor, or is it this odd thing where sometimes it's Alien, sometimes it's this other aesthetic that doesn't really match up? I haven't decided yet. That's the kind of thing that's hard to judge, you know, when you just watch the episode, 2 hours ago.
I did like that the opening. It's just like, well, this just feels like the beginning of Alien, and then during the credits, it's like, here's all this shit. It came out of a guy. They shot it a bunch of times. Everyone's dead, and then it just skips to the end of what would have been just a regular Alien movie. They're like, yeah, and everything goes really, really bad. You know what's gonna happen. Let's just get to Earth. Let's get.
Yeah,
to Earth.
I did find that funny. It's like as they're, I think, going into cryosleep, it just starts cutting in these quick images of a battle that's ahead of them, and they're kind of like, look, we're not even pretending. They're all going to die. That's not the thing you're supposed to be worried about. You should be worried about what happens when this stuff crashes to Earth. These guys don't get too attached.
Yeah. I really, really appreciated that. I'm just not really sure where it's going to go, but I'm interested to see. Do you think they're going to work in more stuff from the current films? Do you think the android's eyes are going to go back? We'll see a logo at some point. You think they're going to set up for a Predator? You think we're going to get any Predator stuff in this?
Oh my God. I remember when the trailer came out, there's like 1 second where you hear a click noise and everyone's like, that's a Predator noise. And I'm like, it's not a Predator noise. If you read one interview with Noah Hawley, he like barely wants to take anything from the Alien franchise.
Yeah.
Why is he going to reach into the Predator franchise?
I think they are gearing up for another Alien vs. Predator, and I would just like I'm not even asking for good, I'm asking for okay. I would just like one okay.
I think you should set your bar. My bar for Batman v Superman when that was coming out, I knew I wasn't going to like it, but I was like, I want a scene. I want one good scene. And I got one. Batman in the warehouse. Great scene. That's all I wanted. It's all I expected. But we've talked about this. I think we've got a couple of good filmmakers in the Alien and Predator world right now. Dan Trachtenberg and Fede Alvarez.
Yeah.
I think if they do an Alien versus Predator, it'll at least be, it's going to have a good scene or two, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 good scenes.
Yeah. I like that we had a couple safe reboots in these franchises, and now with Badlands and this show, it feels like they're like, all right, let's get a little experimental and weird with it.
Yeah, so experimental and weird that a few months after a movie comes out, you can just say, new ending.
You just add a whole new ending to
Schwarzenegger's there now. Like, wait, we can do that? If I'm unhappy with any of this stream, check back tomorrow. I'm going to be inserting some little changes, cut out all that typeface talk, all the references back to it.
Just remove me.
We did we can wrap up after this, but in the early days of One Take, Alun and I shot a podcast where the two of us were discussing Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and he was unhappy with his performance, so he's like, I think it'll work if we just cut me out. And then so it's me doing this review, but every once in a while I just stop and like cut to another sentence and clearly respond to someone who isn't there. I'm like, this clearly doesn't work.
I once did a commentary track with Mint, and I totally forgot to record on my end. It was before StreamYard records both people. Totally forgot to record on my end, but she recorded on her end, and I almost was like, you should just release the track on your Patreon, so it's just you saying random things and responding to questions and stuff.
See, I'm proud to say I deemed what we recorded unreleasable, and I reshot it. But over
she also did.
Whatever it is, let it fly. Just throw it out there.
Luckily, she was smart enough to be like, no, that's a terrible idea. I'm not doing that.
Okay, guys. Is there anything we didn't mention that you wanted to bring up from either episode or just how you're feeling about the series overall?
No, I think I covered everything I wanted to say. It's going to be hard. I'll probably rewatch it again before the next episode, and maybe next time we come back, I'll think of some other stuff. But no, I think I covered everything I wanted to say.
I'm excited to see where it goes, and you gave me a positive spin that I'm going to use next time. Next time I see the boy genius, I'm going to think of him as an anime character. And I actually think that will make him more tolerable. And in fact, maybe I'll even then enjoy his performance.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's great.
Sorry. Real quick. We have eggs. Is there a queen? Do you think we're getting a queen? Or do they just pick up some eggs? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Okay.
We are long overdue for a big queen action scene. It's been a long time.
I don't even know. I was like, let me think. I don't even know what I'm going to think about. Like, what am I going to look at in the show to indicate like whether or not a queen is going to show up? Maybe. That would be cool. I mean, Noah Hawley thinks this movie takes place like concurrent to Aliens. So maybe. Okay. With that, this has been fun. Logistically, So we're going to do these live streams every week right after the episodes air. We may do a couple bonus streams, maybe like midway through the season where we kind of take stock of where we're at, maybe at the end of the season where we can look back on the season as a whole. I'm not going to commit to that, but we might do that, but we'll definitely commit to the weekly streams that'll come on right after the episodes. This one was later because it was a 2-episode premiere, but typically the show should come out at 8 o'clock. So I would anticipate us going live around like 9:15, 9:20.
Yeah. And next time we'll say at the top of the show to leave super chats and not toward the end because we totally messed that up.
I know, and so I had that great... Yeah. I had that great line about how in space nobody can hear you unless it's a super chat. I thought of that in the shower this morning, and I was like, oh, that's so good. Babe, I got to tell you something. This is great.
You walk out of the shower wet. The shower's still on.
You think Tony would think it's funny?
Yeah, and she probably said, yeah, make sure to do it at the beginning of the show and not at the end. Like, oh, yeah, I'll do it.
So we can all tell ourselves that's why we didn't get super chats tonight.
That's how I'm going to sleep tonight. I'm like, yep, it was all Gil's fault. That's how...
All right, we hope you enjoyed this simulcast on both One Take and Hack the Movies. Broke the internet. This is bigger than Oreo and Reese's. Oh, and I can promise that next week I'll report back on how it tastes. What's better, the Reese's flavored Oreos or the Oreo flavored Reese's? The hybrid, if you will. So I'll report back on that. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Goodbye, everyone.
Alien Earth, Episode 3, titled Metamorphosis. Just aired. Both of us are fresh off watching it, so you're about to hear our raw, unfiltered, spoiler-filled reactions to the episode. This is a collaboration between 2 channels, and this time I'm going to let you introduce yourself first, Tony from Hack the Movies.
Well, yes, I am Tony from Hack the Movies, and a big celebratory stream, by the way. We hit 69,000 subscribers today.
Does that number hold some special significance for you?
No, I just like when I hit a new even number to celebrate it, Gil. That's the what other reason would there be? But what a huge milestone. Gil, could you imagine waking up tomorrow and seeing that you had 69,000 subscribers? Wouldn't that be awesome?
You know, no matter how many times you've made that joke and I haven't had a clever response, you think by now I'd think of one.
You think by now I'd give you so many options.
Gil,
yes,
I'm
excited.
Gil from One Take, by the way. That's my introduction.
I do have some corrections to make from last time.
Please.
You were right. She was psychically connecting with the alien. I thought it was the guy in her head, but I rewatched the episodes today, and then I watched that week ahead trailer, like what's coming up, and yeah, so I was wrong about that. And I think I forgot to bring up the blue mist over the eggs. In the original, I always thought that was just part of the like space jockey ship, but since Romulus, that's just a thing that happens with the alien eggs now.
Which is very weird because it looks like it has technological origins. It looks like blue lasers, and now that is inherent to the eggs. It's very strange. Yeah, it wasn't an alien. Like, I always thought that was something the ship did, but now they're trying to like retcon it as that it's something that naturally happens with the aliens. Just a blue laser light goes around like the nest or something. Whatever. Yeah, and I totally didn't realize the main actress is Kyle Chandler's daughter. I just saw that today. That Kyle Chandler, who's like, you know, Friday Night Lights. Yeah. I saw that today. Not really a correction. I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know he had a daughter who acted. But anyway, let's talk about this today. Yeah, well, first thing I want to say, so we don't forget, in space, nobody can hear you unless it's a super chat. And it is also the name of the game. You did it this time. Everyone, get your super chats in. Because there's so many people that are talking. We can't hear over all this clutter. So if anybody sends in super chats, we'll save them for the end and then go through them all. Assuming they're appropriate. This is the internet after all. Trying to channel my inner Joey.
But yeah, I was excited.
Please go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was excited for tonight's episode. I kept thinking of the last 2 episodes. Like, man, I'm actually really enjoying that show. I can't wait to see where it goes. So yeah, let's get into it.
Yeah, it's a very weird feeling to be able to look forward to new Alien content. I mean, I don't want to call it content. It's art. New Alien stuff every week. Normally, it's like every decade or two. So it's a strange feeling. And I'm glad we get to enjoy it because I was kind of surprised by the mixed reactions last week. Not from critics, but from general audiences. Even among this panel, there were some people, approximately 33.3% of the panel wasn't a big fan of the episodes. But okay, so you enjoyed last week. I enjoyed last week. You were excited for tonight. What did you think coming off that episode?
I liked it. Again, this is really reminding me of the old comics, how they were like weird and had fun with the aliens. I like that they're experimenting on the aliens and figuring out ways how to incubate them without, a bunch of chaos and whatnot. I'm really, really enjoying that aspect. And who is the cyborg who was in charge of the Wayland ship?
Maro?
I forgot to write. Maro, yes, Maro. I'm really liking his character. I didn't really know what to think about him last time, but this episode, like, there's more to him, and I really want to see what happens with him. I really started to dig him. He started to feel more like a character now. So yeah.
That's like a general theme for me in tonight's episode because throughout the week I've been trying to reflect on. I felt like I don't like to be on the outside of an experience everybody else is having, and everyone's saying that show sucked. Who could? It was an abomination.
Really?
And
I saw so many people like it. I guess
I tend to focus on the negative, or if I feel a certain way and someone else feels another way, that just becomes my sole focus. But I was trying to reflect on why people would feel that way, especially Daniel, who I vaguely mentioned earlier, who was here last week. He should be here next week. He wasn't a huge fan. I think he saw the potential in the show, but I tried to think about what am I enjoying in the show. And I feel like, in the stew, you have characters, like how much do you care about them? You have the ideas the show is bringing up. What makes us human? You have the overall tone and the world building. And I do feel like if you go back to those first two episodes, the characters were a little bit lacking. I think in part because there were just so many of them. So you meet somebody who seems important, Joe Hermit, Wendy's brother. He's important to her. And we spend a little bit of time with him, but I'm like, I don't care about this guy at all. But I was enjoying everything else about the show. I was invested in the Wendy character. But then I feel like tonight's episode stepped up the characters and started to show us a lot of potential. Like Maro, I think, got a lot more interesting. Yeah. So I was already enjoying it. And then I think tonight it stepped it up a little bit.
I'm glad you mentioned like the whole too many characters. I feel like this has been a thing since Lost. Because like Lost had to, like that first two episodes had to introduce everyone and give you like a little bit of each person. And then as the show went on and each episode was focused on just one or two people, it got like a little bit, it was easier to digest. Whereas at the first, it was just like, hey, here's everyone. That's what the first the episode of Alien Earth was. It was like, and this person's got this thing going on and then they got that thing and there's this thing. I'm like, okay, I just want to focus on like one or two and you threw 15 at me. So yeah, I like that this one was mostly the cyborg kind of. Now, the girl's kind of knocked out for most of it. So, the main character, if you will. Yeah, she's kind of knocked out. So some of the lesser characters we got to focus on, which was nice.
Yeah, the Lost Boys. We started to spend a little more time with the other hybrids. So Wendy wasn't constantly stealing the show, which you could see some of the jealousy there, especially with, I think her name is Curly, who is saying how, is she your favorite? We'll come to that in a little bit, but I figured we all just watched the episode and some weird stuff happened at the end of it. Maybe we just start there of like, what the heck just happened? So we can start with Kersh, Timothy Oliphant's synthetic character. He pulls what I assume is the kind of embryo off of the facehugger, the thing that they put inside you that grows into a xenomorph, which from my memory, I don't think we've seen before, at least not in any of the movies.
No. I don't know how to feel about it, because like, although this is a problem with like everything since Alien versus Predator, because like that first like few movies, I felt like it took a while. Like the facehugger was doing like a lot of stuff. It didn't feel like it just popped an embryo in you. Remember they do the X-ray on Ash, and there's like fluid going in. It's keeping them alive and everything. It seemed like a more complicated process, but then ever since Alien versus Predator, it's like it's on you for a second, just pops a little thing in there, and you're good. I'm like, oh, okay. But no, we've never actually seen like the pure embryo come out of the facehugger. We always just see whenever it mixes with whatever the host DNA is. We kind of skip that process. So this is the first time we're actually seeing that thing.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, and it speaks to something you brought up earlier, where it's so the Xenomorph, I feel like in this show is not very scary, especially because when it's killing people, it's no one we care about. And at least in this episode, it's under a microscope for a lot of the episode. They're pulling it apart. But I figure in a TV series, it's going to be hard to keep up. Like, this thing is scary every time it's on screen. So let's lean into the sci-fi of it and have fun poking and prodding at it. And then there are clearly things in the background. You know, one thing Noah Hawley talked about is part of what made the first movie so scary is you don't know what this alien is. It starts as a face hugger, then it becomes another thing, a small alien, and then it becomes a bigger thing. And now we have all these other creatures in the background where we don't know what to expect. And I feel like some of the horror is going to come from that.
Yeah.
But one thing we haven't seen in these movies, because they're trying to lean into the horror, is you either join scientists at the tail end of everything's about to go wrong, the xenomorphs are going to escape, or that's just happened. But here, they're actually being smart to an extent where you only let synthetics in that room because it's not going to try to impregnate a synthetic. And so now we're actually getting to see some of that pulling the xenomorph apart, pulling an embryo off the facehugger, and then putting it into a vat with what I believe is Joe Hermit's lungs, which I guess...
Yeah, they remove one of his lungs and they put it in there.
Yeah, so I guess now they're going to be able to watch what it actually does when it goes into a person's chest.
Which is, this is kind of the stuff that I wanted to see in Alien Resurrection, and they skipped over. They're like, okay, we got the embryo out of Ripley. It's like, well, we're not going to show the queen grow. Skip that. And like, okay, the queen's laying eggs, and we face hug some guys. Like, oh, we're not going to show like any of the other stuff. It's like, hey, that's kind of cool how you set that all up. We're only seeing glimpses of it, so I kind of like this. I like that they're trying to keep it super contained,
right?
Like putting the lung in a box.
Yeah, and in like Alien Resurrection, where something like 1,000 years or maybe more than that into the future,
it was 200 to 400 years after Alien 3. I forget. It's one of those two. I forget which one, though.
Okay, this is embarrassing. Mr. Timeline, and I don't even know when it took place. But they're that far into the future, and you have these aliens that you know have acid for blood, and you haven't found some material in this distant future that can contain them. So it is refreshing to see this take, especially if you're going to lean more into the sci-fi of it all.
You're right. Alien Resurrection, they should have known better. There were so many reports of it. They should have known to have some kind of acid proofing. These guys, you would let them go because they don't know what the alien is.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, another reveal, something you pieced together by rewatching the last couple of episodes and watching the teaser, but then they really make it very clear in this episode. But when the eggs are opening, you see it's clearly affecting Wendy.
Yeah.
It seems to be painful for her. It knocks her out. So my theory last week is that we've heard mention of sort of a hive mind between the xenomorphs. And so maybe there's something that allows her to pick up on that frequency.
No.
But it's weird because it seems like she's the only one of the hybrids being affected that way. So I don't know if you have any ideas on that.
Well, yeah, they showed in the last two that she was able to like psychically like communicate with their like computer system and stuff. What do they call it in comic books? I think they call it technopathy, where you can communicate with machines and technology. That's technically what Mr. Terrific has, I think, in the comics. I don't think they touched on it in the movie. So I think she might have something like that. Yeah, so where she's she could psychically communicate with technology, and the aliens are biomechanical, so you could imagine them as like machines to a point. So maybe that's why she's able to psychically get into there. So yeah, and we do know that the aliens do have some psychic ability. We see them communicating with each other telepathically, and they mentioned in Alien Resurrection that they have like inherited memories,
right? Like
the memories get passed down and stuff. So yeah, so I think that's what it is. Whatever ability she has, for whatever reason, can like tune into their frequency. Why she has it, I don't know.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that maybe Boy, I forget his last name, Boy Genius. I feel like he might know, because they can tell that Wendy is his favorite, and he says it's because she's the first one he built. But I wonder if there's more to it than that he knows she's special in some way. Maybe we'll find out there was some corporate espionage, some technology stolen from Yutani. Maybe they've already gathered some Xenomorph specimen and they have some technology that he could have stolen. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
But speaking of Xenomorph intelligence, I think one thing that bugged people, and at least at first rubbed me the wrong way in the last couple of episodes, was the way the Xenomorph really seemed to take it easy on Joe. We see him destroy people, eviscerate people in a split second, but with Joe, it'll pick him up, it'll toss him around, it'll look at him curiously. This episode, we see that he uses Joe as bait. Wendy runs to go rescue him, and Joe's like, it's a trap, it's a trap.
Well, I don't know if it was really. I think it was just trying to cocoon him for potential, like, to be a host. But Joe doesn't know that, so I can see why he would think it was a trap. I don't know if it was legit a trap.
Gotcha. Yeah, the only I think, unless I'm reading too much into the fact that she's able to like read their frequencies or whatever, I wonder if it was able to detect that too. So it's trying to find a way to bring Wendy in. And you know, you never know how much intelligence to afford these creatures. You know, part of the fun is you're not really sure. Like in Aliens, the queen takes the elevator up, and it's like, okay, that's interesting that she was smart enough to piece that together. But I mean, there's definitely an instance where it peeks its head in, it's looking at Wendy, it's looking at Joe. It doesn't just kill them right away. And okay, it could just be because it wants to use him as a cocoon, but I kept going back to why him? There were so many other people. And at first it felt like plot armor, and then I'm wondering, do I afford them the trust of maybe there's more to it? I guess I'm open-minded to it.
You're right, that last episode, I get why I would kill the military guys, because there were too many of them, they were all armed. But yeah, the party goers, it could have just grabbed one of those assholes, really, to cocoon. I don't know why it just went to town on those guys, other than storytelling.
They were annoying.
It was cool.
They were rich and stupid.
Yeah, the aliens famously aren't picky about their hosts. It's not like Species, where Syl is like making sure she gets the right guy. The aliens, they don't care. They're like, are you breathing? Cool, you're a host.
Having said that, if a Xenomorph walked into this podcast, we all know who it would pick as the host.
Me, right?
Sure. Daniel's listening somewhere like, it's obviously me. I know it would be me.
I will say that beginning, I'm glad they gave us like a big action scene in the beginning. I think they're going to do that going forward. They're like, look, you're going to get at least one. They went hard on the last two episodes, but I think they're going to be like, you're going to get one cool alien scene in each episode to make it worth it. It's either going to be at the beginning or the end. This one just starts off with her, like, I love that she, like, comes in and grabs it by the tongue and shit. It's like, holding it. I do like that it's a man in the suit. I have heard people say that it looks too much like that. I'm like, like, I know people are saying they're showing the alien too much, but I think I said this last week. I'm like, if this is an action thing, then I want to see the alien. Like, this was an action scene. This wasn't a horror scene. Yeah. So I kind of want to see it being tossed around and shit. But yeah, I wasn't expecting them to kill that particular alien that quick. She like cut its freaking head off. That was awesome.
Yeah, part of me was like, is this too easy to kill one of these things? But then at the same time, it did almost kill both of them. It effectively, it grievously injured Joe. And Wendy was, bleeding the white blood and everything.
And she's also superhuman, so she's a little tougher than what it would normally fight, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there's that element of it seems to be holding back with them for some reason. So there was enough there that I could understand. And I also enjoyed when it grabbed the second mouth. I was like, that probably would be a way to corral it. And it does look like it would hurt. So that was fun.
Yeah, it doesn't know what to do. It's like, ah! You ever see that... You ever see that footage where they like touch a shark on a nose and it like gets temporarily like, I don't know what's going on. That's what happens with the alien. If you grab their tongue, they go, I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, because in its collective inherited memory, we've seen all the movies. It's like never before has someone done this. What is this feeling? Well, it's not just Wendy. The other Lost Boys get in on the action this week, and they all have their own little adventures. Yeah. Smee and Slightly. They go on a little adventure where they bump into Maro, the cyborg. And this is where the kids started to feel less annoying to me because last week when you see a child in an adult's body and acting like a kid, even though I look at it and I'm like, that is probably how they would act, it just can't not look really goofy. But here, the kids are kind of forced into a life and death situation where no longer are they just kids acting like kids. They are kids trying to act like adults. And then more of that childishness comes through less in their physical behavior and more in the dialogue, which I enjoyed. And I actually found it pretty funny. Like Maro looking at these adults and be like, what the hell is wrong with these guys?
I like that he doesn't know what they are. Like, he's not aware of what they're doing. So he's just like, wait, you're synthetics. Why are you talking about parents? And he's kind of like, and I like that he's having this conversation while plugging in all the data into his head, like Johnny Mnemonic style. And I like that, like, so he's a cyborg, so he is human to a point. The aliens the facehugger was about to facehug him, so he must be human enough that it'll work. But I like that he's talking about how, like, he feels, like, guilt and everything for what he did, but it doesn't seem like he had a choice to do it. So I'm like, that's kind of terrifying.
Like, he's that's what I found really intriguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he seemed, the first time we met him, he seemed pretty like cool as a cucumber while the lady's banging on the door, like, let me in. And he's just ignoring her. He didn't really seem that bothered by all of it. Yeah. So I actually joked about how somebody pointed out the Xenomorph can detect fear. So at one point, it's kind of sniffing around the cyborg. And I was like, well, it didn't attack him because he wasn't very afraid. And Daniel was like, he looked pretty scared to me. And I was wondering, maybe as a cyborg, he can sort of shut down certain emotions. So even if internally he's feeling afraid, that is being subdued somehow. So the Xenomorph can't detect it. But maybe something similar here when he's being asked to do something totally unethical, deprioritize the crew, let them all die so we can retain the specimens. Is he shutting down that part of himself that would feel guilty? And then later it comes back and he's like, what have I done? It's kind of hard to tell at this point, but that's, like I said, the theme of this episode for me was potential. I'm so much more intrigued by that character now.
Yeah, yeah, and I like that we got out of the ship. I thought we were going to spend too much time in the ship. I'm glad we got out of there. And I was wrong. Another correction. I thought, like, the lab that they were at and the city were all the same island, but those are two separate locations. Although I am right, I don't think we're ever going to get off that island that they go back to. I think we're going to be at that island for the rest of the show, which I'm fine with because it's a tropical island. It's got to be plenty of locations we've never seen an alien before. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I was watching this show with somebody who hadn't seen it yet, and when the crash happens and you're seeing all the destruction and everything, and he's like, is it just me or does this look like, this doesn't look that great? And I was like, well, the show has a high budget, but it is still a TV budget. It's still a TV show, so there's going to be some limitations. But I felt the same way. I was glad we got out of the ship and the building pretty fast and started to see some different environments, like when Maro was walking around with all the canals and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was cool. Yeah. You mentioned him downloading all the data. I like how painful it looks. Like, I guess if you're processing all that data, it's like overheating the system. And he's just drenched in sweat while talking to these man children.
Is that his liquid cooling? Like him just sweating profusely? Like,
why not just use the body's inbuilt cooling system? And I guess what he was doing there, it seemed like he was wiping all the data off the ship, all the Yutani data, and downloading it into himself. So Prodigy can't get their hands on it.
Although they kind of did. They kind of did back up a lot of it before he got to it.
Yeah, because
they have all the files. Yeah,
right. Like Kersh was looking at the files about all the specimens and everything. I assume that's how at some point he name drops Xenomorph, which I think that's the first time they've said it on the show.
Yes, I think he got that from the files. I don't think anyone said it until Timothy Oliphant, I think, read it, and then that's what he said it.
Yeah, so he must have got it from Weyland Yutani's files. And we see Maro snuck a little patch onto Smee, I believe, or Slightly, I forget.
Yeah.
And so he'll be able to communicate with him later. We also see Maro call Yutani, and he's like, I want to speak to Yutani. And like, you've been away for 65 years. That was my grandmother. You're speaking to the current Yutani, which was a good reminder. I totally forgot about the idea that he's been in hibernation or a cryo sleep. And so this all, I think, would be confusing for him either way, but it must be very confusing for him. Doesn't know what Prodigy is, doesn't know you can download child brains into adult synthetic bodies. It caught me off guard. The conversation caught me off guard a little bit, and this is where it felt a little unpolished to me. He's been awake for a little bit now, so I feel like he's past that initial disoriented stage. Like, he knows he's in a world where everything's changed. Why would he think that he can call and speak to the same Yutani he spoke to 65 years ago?
Well, maybe he thought they figured out the immortality thing and she'd still be around, Gil.
Yeah, I guess that's what was going through his head. He's like, well, she kept going on and on about she's going to invent immortality. I guess that didn't work out too well, did it, Yutani?
Could you imagine, like, waking up someone from 60 years ago and having them be here now? They'd be like, where's all the flying cars? Why are there not solar panels on everything? Why, like, what they imagined the future would be? They're like, where are the robots? They're like, well, we have some of them. And they're like, well, those look
We have
stupid.
ChatGPT. They'll talk to you for like 10 seconds and be like, well, great, it can summarize stuff, kind of.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe he thought she'd still be kicking. I don't know.
Yeah, it was just like, that was a little weird to me. And then the fact that they're at odds with each other, I almost wish the conversation was longer because it felt weird to me. Like, you both want the specimens. For some reason, it's Maro just declares, it's my life's work. I lost my whole crew over this. Let's say he gets those specimens. He's not a scientist. Like, what's he going to do with them? And she wants the specimens, so why not work with him? The whole thing felt weird to me. I kind of put it in the same category as the Xenomorph taking it easy on Joe, where I'm putting a little bit of trust in the showrunner, like, okay, and the writers, maybe there's more to this. I'm interested in this character. I'll kind of see where it goes.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he has, like I said, I'm sure he has some kind of programming in his brain. Is this just like, well, that is my mission. I have to do that. And she can't, like, overwrite it for whatever reason. It's just built in. So maybe that's why he feels compelled to finish it. He's just programmed that way. He has to.
That's an interesting idea. Like, we've seen that with, I think that's to some extent what happened with David in, I know you hate when I bring these up, but Prometheus, Alien Covenant. His programming kind of went awry and he became solely obsessed with this one mission of creating the perfect life form. It would be interesting if that happened to somebody with a human brain, where it's like this intrusive thought of like, I must collect the specimens, but I don't want to collect the specimens. It'll be like Norman Osborn with the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
Well, we see them wheel all the stuff out of the ship into their lab.
They don't cover up the alien? Don't they want that to be secret? You don't know who's looking at that. Put like a tarp over it and be like, don't show that.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I've always felt weird in these movies and in this show with their attitude toward aliens, where it's all treated as like, yeah, it's an alien, whatever. Like I said, I don't know when is the first time we've discovered aliens. Does the public at large know about them? Or like you said, even if they do, I don't know if they should know about these particular aliens that you're trying to
that's the thing.
Turn into bioweapons.
They're always trying to hide this specific alien. But no, in the alien universe, there are other aliens. And aliens, they mentioned that they've been on bug hunts before.
Right.
And Alien 3, I know they called it lice, but it was some kind of like native lice to that planet. And in the extended cut of Alien 3, he picks up the queen facehugger. And he's just like, hey, what's this? And he's not like bothered by it because there must be other life forms on that planet that look similar. So yeah, so there are other aliens in this universe. They're just kind of like animals, really. They're not all like, I'm a monster.
It's a little amoeba or something.
Yeah, and other than the engineers and predators, we haven't met any other intelligent life in this universe.
Wait, the engineers and predators?
Yeah.
You mean Prometheus? I was like, wait, did I miss?
I should have said space jockey, but, for everyone calls them engineers now. I lost that fight, Gil. I lost the space jockey fight, all right?
Well, they're wheeling all this stuff into the lab. Yeah. This is where the tone of the show is really weird. Some like melancholy guitar music kicks in.
Yeah.
I do question, going back to episode 1, where they so tried to capture the aesthetic of the 1970s Alien movie to the point where it's like essentially copied. They're even using a lot of the same music, or at least similar music, with like the horn motif. And the mix of that with this new tone that Noah Hawley is creating for this show, it felt kind of weird to me. In this episode, they've kind of moved away from all the classic stuff, and it feels like we're past
They got
that.
it out of the way. Yeah. To
Yeah,
ease
exactly.
us into this new story, I was pretty good. Like, hey, let's ease you in with the stuff that you remember. Now let's try to do some cool new shit.
Yeah, I have to like reflect back on it, and does that feel like he did it out of, well, the fans want to see it, it's kind of like I have to acknowledge it, so let me get it out of the way, or is it clever? Because you could see it as like we're setting it into that reality, and then we're branching off into something different.
Yeah, no, I like it because that's how the first 3 movies start. Because the second movie opens up in the shuttle from the first one, and then we move into the new location, which is the space station, and then like all the new environments. And then 3 is the same way. We open up on the ship from the second one, and then we ease our way into a whole other new location.
It's true, yeah.
And different environments. So yeah, I think it's good to like.
Well,
start with
I don't
something
recall
familiar.
like Metallica randomly kicking in an Alien. Or
Okay,
Aliens.
well, they do sing
Like, well,
songs
actually-
in some of the Alien movies, but not like modern. For some reason, they're singing way older songs in the Alien movies, which is odd. They almost sang "Paint It Black" in the work print version of Alien 3. The song the guy's singing before he gets stuck in the fan, it was originally "Paint It Black," and then they changed it to that other "The Year 2025" song.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we get. So I mentioned Curly earlier, and this is where I see more potential too with the other Lost Boys. She's clearly jealous of Wendy. You know, she's asking Kersh, why is she, or not Kersh? She's asking Boy Cavalier. That's his name, Boy Cavalier. Why is she your
Cavalier.
favorite? And he's like, well, she's the first one I made. And Curly's like, my dad used to throw out the first pancake. And she learned French last week. So this is kind of the first tangible example we're seeing of the intelligence he's given these kids.
Yeah, so they're all varying degrees. So she's like real proactive with the intelligence. She's learning. She's eager to learn. Wants to do all this stuff. The boys, like, what is it, Sing and Smee? They're
Yeah.
just kind of enjoying having bigger bodies and like
Right.
pretending to be adults. They not really trying to change anything. Wendy's in her own thing, becoming like Neo from the Matrix or whatever. And then you have Redhead. What was the Redhead's name?
Nibs, your favorite.
Nibs, who always just looks like a deer in a headlight. She's just always just like. And I looked up that girl. I looked up that girl on Instagram, and that just is her face. She just always looks that confused. But she's like struggling with like she's like, I am now in a different body. Am I me? I don't like this. I don't feel human. So I like how they're exploring each character's reaction to becoming synthetic and how they're adapting to it. And then she pokes herself in the eye, and I text you, and I went 0 stars. Show sucks. And it goes on for a while, and I'm like, come on! Like I audibly went, come on!
We got right into FX. There should have been a content warning at the start of this episode.
Your discretion is advised.
But it's true, they are like each kid or different groups of kids are all kind of giving a different window into this idea. Like if you go back to Smee and Slightly, that's their names, you're kind of seeing a little bit of how does a child that's thrown into this adult world start to think about morality? Like when Maro is all sweaty and he's like, what would you do if you had to kill a bunch of people or let them die for the sake of these specimens? And the kids are like, well, are they bad people? He's like, does that matter? I'm like, well, of course it matters. Like if it was your mom or your friend. So you start to see that childish view of morality. Is it pure or is it ignorant? We'll see as the series goes on. And then through, like you mentioned, Nibs, you got to imagine one of them would be just traumatized by the experience of I'm in a new body. It's not a human body, so I can do fun things like poke my eye. But I don't have hormones, so my emotions are probably more muted than they've been before. Identity crisis, who am I? So that's interesting to see. And then going back to Curly, the fact that she was able to learn French so quickly, and like you mentioned, she seems to be the only one who's proactive with the intelligence.
Yeah.
And Wendy is just single-minded right now. She wanted to go save her brother, wanted to go reconnect with him. But what I find interesting is sort of the kind of the clash between intellectual and emotional intelligence. Like, yes, she can learn French, and she can say that she's doing it because she wants to change the world. She wants to be really smart, like Boy Cavalier. But at the same time, she kind of asks, that would make me your favorite, right? So is she actually intellectually curious, or is this all just motivated by the fact that he's kind of the father figure here?
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny that he mentions he uses like child brains because they have imagination and whatnot. You know, they're not like jaded and everything. But I think they're like, is that going to be like sort of some kind of arrested development? Because they're not going through the hormonal changes that a child would to become an adult, and their brain chemistry might not change the way. Like, what do they say? Like, your brain's never really done cooking till you hit your 30s, really?
Right.
And they've stopped even earlier than that, and they're chemically monitoring the brain. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see, like, what happens. Do you always hold on to that childlike mentality, even though you get all the intelligence? Yeah, that's a real interesting thing that I want to see them explore.
Yeah, I'm like invested in them as characters now, and it just makes me think. I'm like, that's the great thing with TV. You know, in the real world, experimenting on children and their brains, frowned upon. In the world of sci-fi, we can do it. So it's going to be fun to watch how they develop.
And by the way, as I'm watching this, I was just like, this is cool. I'm like, why isn't this a Blade Runner show?
I know.
At some point, all the Android stuff, I'm like, keep in mind, Gil, do you remember why there's an android in the original Alien? Do you know?
I don't even remember. Remind me.
Well, no, it wasn't in the original script. It was a trend around that time. The writer Dan O'Bannon mentions it because the producers added it. Ronald Shusett and Dan O'Bannon, this was not their original script. Ronald loved the change. Dan O'Bannon hated it. But there was like a thing around the time that he called the Russian spy trope, where every movie had to have like a Russian spy or someone there to sabotage or something. And the producers, I think Walter Hill and Geiler, when they rewrote it, they added in this android guy who was secretly the bad. So it's funny that all this stuff we have right now is basically from a rewrite by a producer who just wanted to add some extra drama into the original Alien. It's not even from the original writers. And they've gone so hard onto the androids. I'm like, just do Blade Runner. Just do another Blade Runner show. Just don't make it boring like the last Ryan Gosling movie. I know everyone likes that movie. I don't. But yeah, so anyway, it's good. More suited for Blade Runner than Alien, but I'm on board with it.
Well, Blade Runner 2099, we've got that show coming too. And based on this trend, that show is going to be all about aliens, and it's like, where are the androids?
We're going to go to the off-world colonies, and it's all going to be dealing with alien life. It's like, no, this is where you do the robot shit. God damn it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the meme going around lately where James Gunn in an interview was like, all that stuff about all the Infinity Stone lore is kind of established in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. And he's like, I came up with that in like 3 minutes. They told me to put that into the movie. But then the MCU had to live with that for the next like 7 years. All that stuff he came up with. So yeah, they threw this android into the first Alien movie, and now that has become the fascination of Ridley Scott for Prometheus and Alien Covenant. It does feel like this show has a little bit of what those movies had, where there's some sci-fi idea they're really interested in, which the Alien franchise touches on, but the only way we can make a sci-fi show with the budget to properly explore those ideas is putting IP on it. What do we got in the closet here? Alien, Fox says we can't make that show. Well, Disney bought them, and they really like money, so we get to do it. Yeah, I've gotten very good in the last few years of sort of like taking whatever movie or show I get just on its own terms and saying, okay, even if this doesn't live up to everything that previously came in this franchise, if it's a good story, I love a great sci-fi. I love robots. Yeah. So if we're going to do that in the world of Alien, that's fine with me. I'll take it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. I think we've covered a lot of what happened in the episode. Anything else stand out to you we didn't talk about?
I'm trying to think.
Did we mention her poking her eye? I forget.
We did. I thought we were gonna like see them, like they've already like gone all on board with the Xenomorph. They're kind of like forgetting about all the other specimens. Like, oh yeah, and there's some of them on a jar over there. Let's look back at this. Like, they seem to only really like the alien, which I get it, it's the big IP, and eye octopus. They all seem really into eye octopus. All the other ones are like, yeah, blood-sucking bugs, they're there. And the plant thing, I don't know how they got it off the wall. That thing looked like it was about to come to life at any moment. And then we don't even see them, like, pull it off the wall or anything. Right. I'm wondering, because I said earlier in the last episode, I grew up with the toy line where the aliens were face-hugging all different kinds of That's the thing. Whenever you see like gorilla alien or scorpion alien, it wasn't a real gorilla or scorpion. It was like a space gorilla or scorpion. I wonder if we're gonna see like the face hugging like that octopus thing or that plant thing, and just making some weird ass aliens. That would be really cool to see.
That would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, we have seen them combined with other creatures, but typically animals we're familiar with. So it'd be really weird to see this. Yeah,
that's the thing. We've only ever seen it with a dog or ox, depending on what version you watch. And a predator once, and we didn't even really see it because it was Alien vs. Predator Requiem, and the whole movie was shot in the dark. So like I want to see that explored more because we haven't really seen it too much.
Yeah, it is funny how Boy Cavalier has kind of become specifically fascinated with the Xenomorph, and if you're to ask like why. Part of it, I think, is just, it's clearly the coolest one. Like when he's talking about, it's like, we have a creature with acid blood. You can see the smile, like he's a 12-year-old kid that saw Alien and was like, it was so cool, it had acid blood. You can justify a lot of the behavior in this show with, like on the last stream, I talked about how, why are we sending a bunch of dumb kids in robot bodies to explore the ship? Why not send synthetics that you have full control over? And the answer is basically, you've got an eccentric trillionaire or billionaire that will do things on a whim. And yeah, he wants to stress test these things. It's crazy to put these expensive prototypes out there, not to mention they have the minds of children. So their consciousness, you're sort of putting in danger.
You just reminded me that scene where the lab guy is talking about how he like sucks and not realizing that he's in the room. Is that Dimitri Martin?
Oh, I don't know.
The actor? Hold on, I'm looking it up right.
I have the cast list pulled up.
I'm looking it up right now. I was looking at that guy and like, is that comedian Dimitri Martin? Hold on. No, it's not. Okay, well, that guy just looks a lot like comedian Dimitri Martin. It was freaking me out. But I like that he was basically shitting on the boy for doing that. He's like, what were you going to say? What were you going to say? And I like that he goes, crow a spy. Like, he knows what he was going to say. And then the girl shuts it down, so they stop fighting. And I like that he almost gets face hugged. I do like that moment where Timothy Olyphant's like, oh, no, you're biological material. You got to leave. But he knew that ahead of time and let him in anyway. I think he wanted to see if it was like... He was just testing it to see if it was accurate. He's like, oh, now that I know, let me get him out of here.
I think to some extent, too, he would not have minded if that thing face-hugged Boy. But I was listening. They have an official Alien Earth podcast they do where they'll speak to Noah Hawley and other people involved in the show. And one of the ideas they toyed with is, you know, we've heard before like Isaac Asimov's law of robotics and stuff like that. They haven't said explicitly what is the idea in this show, but there probably is programming in Kersh that would say like you can't challenge the boss too harshly. You can't harm the boss. So I wonder if some part of him was like, I hope that thing grabs his face right now, but my programming says I gotta help him.
You know, it's like RoboCop where he can't arrest anyone from OCP. So he can't do anything to Dick Jones until he gets fired at the end. And as soon as he gets fired, he just shoots him. That's what Timothy Olyphant's when he's like, I can't do anything. But, you know, if I'm standing far enough away and the alien were to do it, I think I'll be in the clear.
One thing I saw people saying is that so far, just from the first 2 episodes, Oliphant is a little disappointing. Like, he doesn't have much to do. But he is an android, and he's not a hybrid. He's not a... cyborg, so there's no human brain in there. But where I found him really interesting this week was less him and more other people's interactions with him, like seeing him stand up to Boy a little bit and then having to protect him. Or I just kind of love the idea earlier in the episode where you've got Maro, Kersh, and then a few of those kids in the room. So it's like you've got them all there, a cyborg, a synthetic, and a bunch of hybrids, and just seeing the different ways they interact with each other. That's
that
some
was
of the
awesome.
Fun stuff in this show.
And I like that the aliens are just sitting in eggs, just going like, well, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? And it's just like, oh shit, wait, we got there's a human. There's kind of a human here. Let's get it.
Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds like we were both fans of the episode. One thing I'm still curious to see, I understand kind of theoretically how the 2 themes intertwine with each other. Like you have the alien monsters, and then you have these children and human adult robot bodies. What does it mean to be human? They feel slightly like separate stories right now. And you can see how they parallel where it's like, okay, the aliens are stronger than us. So in order to survive them, do we need to become more than human? And then what does that mean? Are we still human? But I'm curious to see how those two stories meld as we get into the second half of the season, which we're very close to. We've already seen 3 out of 8 episodes. So excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, I can't wait. I've seen some stuff with the Xenomorph and that Weeks Ahead teaser where it looks like the dome might be off of the alien or something. The head looks really different. It's in the Weeks Ahead teaser. They show like the head is like clear and milky. I don't know.
Space jockey all over again. No. That was a helmet. There's like we're gonna see a little person in that suit.
Well, originally, because you know how they have like they don't have the domes in the second movie. It's all like the rigid aliens. It's since been retconned that it's just like those are what the warrior aliens look like. They come out looking like that. But James Cameron, because he didn't want to have glass domes because they'd be cracking left and right, and he had to have like 12 aliens. He's like, well, it's been 2 weeks since they all hatch. Maybe the dome just falls off after a certain point. So I wonder if we're gonna see that at some point. Like, does it just shed the dome eventually? But I don't think so.
It is so funny. Like going back to what you said earlier about production decisions that get made behind the scenes, and then they just have to become part of the mythology for literally decades.
Well, here's an idea. Since Romulus decided to add in that element of the cocoon. Which I guess is to show like how it blends in with the background, and how it grows in like 5 minutes from like a little baby xenomorph to a big one. Yeah, but before you just assumed it shed it. Right. The only thing I can see what the cocoon does is how it makes it blend in with the environment. Are they going to do the cocoon or are they going to skip over it? Is the cocoon a weird thing that was added with Romulus experimenting? Because remember they were like pulling DNA from the alien and growing them without even eggs or anything. So. I want to see what the stages are going to be for this one because we haven't seen it yet. We just know a facehugger got out and an alien got out. We don't know if they've added or eliminated anything since then. And are we going to get a queen? Where do those eggs? Where do you think the eggs came from? Do you think it came from the derelict ship? I don't think it can.
No, I don't think so. They say a distant moon. I assume it was a different moon.
Yeah, because no, it can't be the original ship because. They don't know where it is. That's why it's such a big deal when Ripley comes out and Burke sends people to the location. They never knew. I think they knew something was there. They just didn't know where exactly. Right. So yeah, now I want to know where these eggs came from. Was there a queen or was it just another ship hauling it?
Well,
I don't know if they're going to do that.
Like I said last week, Noah Hawley sometimes thinks this show takes place after Aliens. So,
or is it Oh yeah, okay. If it's after Aliens, did that nuclear blast and Aliens actually destroy the ship? Was it far enough away?
Alien?
After Alien. Okay, never mind.
That it was before, or he possibly said concurrent.
I was going to say it doesn't look like Aliens yet. So okay, then it can't be the derelict ship. It has to be. Is it David's ship from Covenant?
Oh God.
Do you think they found him? His little like it looks like the thing you went out a gumball machine, the like little face hugger eggs that he vomited up.
I hope it is that ship. I just want to see all the naysayers. You see, that's you never know which way I'm going to go because 10 years ago I was all on board. That movie sucked. But now that everyone's saying it, I'm like, I wanted to shove it in everyone's face.
You're just such a contrarian, all right?
It turns into this mind game where I'm a contrarian. But then as soon as someone contrarians me, then I want to like re-contrarian against them. Yeah. Gets very confusing. So yeah, we're excited for next week's episode.
Gil, I don't like people who just really like alien movies that are hated by a lot of people, as I say that in front of my Alien 3 shrine wall. Anyway, yes, I'm excited for next week too. I want to see what happens when it hatches. What we saw in the teaser, it just immediately breaks out of the glass case. the protective glass case, the chest person just shoots right through.
Oh wait, the one with the lungs in it?
Yeah. That was in the teaser.
Well, there you go. I was excited to see the whole development process, like behind glass. I thought that was going to be interesting.
No, they showed the teaser. It just shoots out of the lung and immediately shoots out, like scares the girl. And I'm like, oh, there it is.
Well, maybe this is like Predators or Predators, where in the trailer you see like a million red dots appear on that guy, and then you see the movie and it was just one. So maybe this is like that. They're lying to us.
Yeah. Or maybe it's like Alien vs. Predator Requiem, where it was color corrected properly, the trailer, and you could see things, and then you saw the movie and you couldn't see anything. Maybe it's like that.
Could be like that. I do have one note, I wanted to end on an apology. Last week, everybody, including us, Tony, you can get in on this if you want. We gave Daniel such a hard time because he complained about the typeface at the start of the first episode. I rewatched it, and I suddenly saw what he was talking about. Yes, it's the same font that was used back in the 70s movie, so it makes sense. Here's the difference. That font looks weird when it just appears on screen, but when you actually see it getting typed out, it feels a lot more natural. And so I was still fine with it, but I was like, okay, I actually can see where they're coming from now. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I still think it's overreaction.
You don't want to get in on the apology. That's okay.
Yeah. I'm interested. When he comes back, he's going to have to tell us what he thought of this one. As someone's saying in the chat, but I won't read it because it wasn't a super chat. Look, I'm not saying you guys have to super chat, but I saw Rob K in there, and he's on my bad side right now. We had a custody over Rob K dispute, me and Kaylee, and he seems to have... He's left a super chat saying he sided with Kaylee. I think he should leave a super chat and apologize to me. But someone's saying in there that Adam really didn't like the show. He was in our chat last week. I didn't get to watch his... Have you watched his videos yet?
I haven't watched it yet. I did see the thumbnail, though, where he's like... I could tell he's not a fan.
I love when Adam actually, he's like, do you really like this? And I have to be like, I can see how someone wouldn't like it. Like, I'm not going to fight you on this. I can see how someone wouldn't. I personally do, but I have a weird... I'm weird with aliens, so...
Yeah, we'll see. That's the tailspin I was in for the last week. Like, people I like and respect don't like it, so I was just trying to see where they're coming from.
Yeah.
And now I see it's because I didn't type the text at the beginning. Okay, anyway. Last piece of housekeeping. I promised everybody I'd be able to report back on the taste of the new Reese's Oreos collaboration. Turns out it only went up for pre-sale yesterday. It's not going to actually ship, and it won't be available in stores until September. So we'll probably save that for the grand finale stream for the season. So stay tuned for that.
Well, I also feel let down. I watched that new Friday the 13th short film. Did you see that? The first official Friday the 13th?
I didn't watch the short film, but I watched your video about it.
Yeah. And I was just like, everyone was talking bad about it because it's an Angry Orchard advertisement. Like, it's a very blatant one. I've actually been going out looking for that beer, and I cannot find it anywhere. I've gone to so many different stores. I'm like, what was the point of doing that? And I'm hearing other people, like, I think some people commented on my thing who, like, work, like, at, like, beer distributors and stuff. They're like, yeah, we have none. I'm like, that was, like, a terrible idea. They're like, hey, we're going to really promote this product. It's not available anywhere. It's like, okay. So, yeah, actually, one last Alien Earth thing. I think our good friends at Movie Dumpster reviewed, like, the drink they put out for this last week. So if you want to see a review of the Alien Earth... Actually, let me look that up so I don't botch this.
But yeah, I mean, with my Oreo Reese's disappointment, everyone's like, I need to see a review of something that goes in my mouth. So we have something for you.
Yes, hold on. Let me... Movie Dumpster. It is called... What was the name of that? Give me 1 second, guys.
Let me read, with the Oreo Reese's.
I got it.
Okay, good. I really wanted to get off that topic.
The video is called Unboxing the Alien Earth Containment Cocktail Kit. So they put out a cocktail kit for this show, and they put it together. So, yeah, go there for your food review.
That's like, I don't like when they do that. That was like with Breaking Bad. You're watching this serious show, and then in the commercial, they're like, you can buy the same dice that Tuco had. And they saw all these little, like, junk things on the website. It sort of undercuts the seriousness of it all.
Yeah.
On that note, this was live streamed on both One Take and Hack the Movies. It will be archived on Hack the Movies, where you can watch it after the stream. It'll also be over on the One Take podcast channel. If you want audio only, it'll be on the Hack the Movies podcast feed, right?
Yes. I'm going to put them on the audio feed.
All right, beautiful. And then this will be every week around the same time, probably, assuming that the episodes are all of similar length. But basically, episode airs on FX or it comes out on Hulu. About an hour later, once the episode's done, we go live and we break it down. So we'll see you next week. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Bye, everyone.
Alien Earth just aired its 4th episode of the season, titled Observation. The three of us just watched the episode, so you're about to hear all of our raw, unfiltered, spoiler-filled reactions to it. This, by the way, is a collaboration between 2 channels. Channel number 1, Tony, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tony from Hack the Movies here, and I'm excited to talk about Alien Earth.
Me too. This is Gil from One Take, along with my brother Daniel, also from One Take. Say hello.
Hello, what's up?
And Tony, do you want to remind people of a fun little saying we have?
Well, in space, no one can hear you scream. But here, we can hear you all super chat. I forget, I pinned the comment. Did I say it right? Did I butcher it?
No, I think you said it right.
I think we've only ever gotten one super chat, so maybe you'll be the first one to super chat here since the first episode. Daniel, I know you weren't here last time. You probably assumed we were just cleaning up with super chats, hundreds of dollars left and right. We didn't get a single one. But I think it was because you weren't here.
That's right. We were rolling in calamari flan. I don't know the name of currency in the Alien universe. I'm going to go with Mandalorian. We're going to kick things off with overall thoughts on the episode. I thought we'd go Tony, then Daniel, then me. Make it a Daniel sandwich, because what sounds more delicious than that?
I really like it. I continue to be really invested in this show. The experimentation on the aliens and creatures. I'm glad we actually got to see more of that this time. That being said, Boy Cavalier's, I don't want to say heel turn. He was clearly like the bad guy, but now he's like acting like the bad guy, and it's getting really annoying. Like, he feels like a completely different character in this show. But I'm still invested in all the other characters' journeys, like the guy from Weyland-Yutani, how he's trying to divide them, how the other scientists are working with how they feel about Boy Cavalier. And the redhead robot. That was probably my favorite thing of this episode, just the insanity that's going on there. But overall, really, really solid episode. It's great.
Yeah, I like Boy pointing at stuff with his toes. I almost started the stream upside down. I was going to have my foot up and be like, Daniel, go ahead.
Okay, I'm like not a foot guy at all. Like, I don't like seeing
I
feet.
didn't think I was, and then I watched Alien Earth, and now I'm really confused.
The fact that they keep showing his gross ass feet all the time, like, man, could you stop? He's like, I'm the smartest man in the world. I'm like, put socks on. You're gonna catch something.
Hey,
Well, and
he has very nice feet.
I guess so.
And in the opening, Tony, I thought of you because they brought the eye poking back for no reason.
Dude, okay, you know what? My brain already pushed it out. That was so hard to watch. Like, I literally, audibly in my room up there, I just went, oh, come on, stop! Like, I was screaming.
I think if we need like a publicity stunt to just like really demean ourselves, we're gonna do the Get Tony Over His Fears live stream. We'll just take turns just poking your eyeballs.
We already talked about this. I had horrible procedures where they went in with needles and stuff. If that didn't get me over my fear, nothing will.
Now that created
I'm now
the fear.
more scared.
You have to face it again. All right, Daniel.
I face it all the time. All right.
Go ahead, Daniel.
There were some things I liked about this episode.
On this week's edition of Why is Daniel bothering to be part of this?
I like the eyeball guy, the eyeball monster. I like that.
I'm calling that the Ictopus.
Oh yeah, I like the octopus. I like the redhead being pregnant, and I like Prodigy's feet. Those were the things that I liked about this episode.
Man, you're really not taking it, are you?
There are a lot of things I seem to not be able to get over with this show. The kids in adult bodies, like I just find it cringy every time. And I get that it's hard to do, but I just find it cringeworthy, like almost every scene, except for Wendy. She's the only one that I like. And there's some basic things like they can download, like really the thing I can't get over is how stupid Prodigy is. This whole thing makes no sense. I mean, they have no security. Like, Rob asks, how was the text this episode?
Yeah, did you get over the text?
Yeah, they stopped doing the text, so I feel better about that. But Prodigy is just so dumb. There's nothing that makes any sense. They have no security. They're not putting these kids who are now in adult bodies in like whatever robot bodies. They're not putting them through any sort of training or protocol or anything. At one point, the psychiatrist lady's like, in all the chaos, we never even explained to you how your new bodies work. And it's like, what? Like, you forgot to explain to them what their bodies are? Like, the whole thing, it just, like, doesn't make any sense. And so the whole time I'm just watching it, like, these are supposed to be, like, geniuses who control a fifth of the world. Like, it's just, I just can't get over how stupid that feels.
The show asks for a lot of benefit of the doubt. And I guess there's a question of how many episodes of doubt are you willing to give? Because a lot of the things that you bring up and other people who have issues with the show bring up, I agree with a lot of them on an individual level. But then when you sum it all up, there's enough that keeps me invested in the show. Like going with what you said piece by piece, the first thing where the kids you find cringy, I have at times felt the same way, especially in episode 2 when they first woke up in the adult bodies and they were physically acting like children. That kind of bugged me. Honestly, since then, when it's mostly been relegated to the dialogue, and I think now, starting especially with episode 3, they're almost trying to act like adults rather than just being kids. Like now they feel the need to kind of grow up and they're facing more difficult decisions. They want to be seen as adults. So it just honestly has not been bothering me.
Sorry, you know what I think the issue is? There's too many of them. They take breaks from some of them for a while. So like, we now know his name is Sing. Like I can get in with Sing and Wendy and even Redhead, even though she's weird, because we're spending a lot of time with him. But then today, there was that episode where or the character who decides he wants his name to be Isaac. And I was literally watching him like, have you been in this show? I forgot you were there. I don't even know what your name is.
And I forget who is a kid in an adult body and who is just a person. And then they'll say something dumb, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's one of them.
What was it? The last episode, it was like the girl who was bragging about learning French. She had the whole scene with Boy, and I'm like, oh, you're one of the kid robots. I'm like, we've only focused on like 3 of them. Can we keep getting can the little text, make sure the font's good, come up and say this one is a robot. They were in the first episode, because I keep forgetting. So yeah, so when a character you haven't seen in a while comes on and then they're an adult acting like a kid, it's jarring. But all the main characters, I'm kind of on board with them now. It's not jarring to me anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's partly why I quite enjoyed this episode, and I think partly because it was more focused on a small handful of characters. And it wasn't a ton of jumping back and forth between them. It would focus on one for like 10 to 15 minutes. A character would leave that scene and you would follow them. So it felt a little bit more coherent. But going back to benefit of the doubt, so one place where they're really asking for a lot is that, yes, these kids are just running amok and they're basically allowed to do anything. And especially when the one girl talks about downloading French into her mind and Smee is like, you can do that? And it's like, yeah, there was no orientation. There was no welcome to the world. And here's what you're going to start feeling. Now, I think the way they're trying to handwave all of that is Boy Cavalier is an eccentric genius. He does stupid things that look stupid to the outside world, but that's the genius of it. He's basically saying, I want to test what these kids are going to do by giving them freedom. I want to see who's intellectually curious enough to ask, hey, can I download French into my brain? He doesn't want to just tell them. Now, how long am I going to extend that benefit of the doubt? If it gets to the point where these kids really become dangerous and start causing a lot of problems, then it's going to really feel like, man, why were there no safeguards in place? Because one thing we don't know is how many safeguards are in place. It feels like they're being allowed to do whatever they want, but how much of an invisible leash is there? Like we just learned that they can watch through their eyes.
There's no safeguards. The therapist almost got murdered by the redhead this episode, and there was clearly no.
No. She had a little button. She had a button.
It should be like RoboCop, where it's built in that they can't affect them at all, even if they tried. Instead, that lady jumped across the room and started choking her, and I'm just like, oh no, that should not be a thing that can happen.
Yeah, but I mean, the show is to Drungus's point. Boy is going too far. Like he's letting these kids do too much. That's the way they're explaining it. Now, I will say the scene where Arthur, I believe his name is, and his wife, the two of them are talking. Yeah, Arthur, Sylvia.
Wait. Was that new information? I had no idea those characters were married until they said it in this episode. Did I miss that, or is that was a reveal?
I think we knew that, but I'm not 100% sure.
okay.
Yeah, Arthur and Dame Sylvia.
Oh, I thought it was a reveal. And I thought it was a reveal that they laid on like really thick. Like, anyway, like it felt like at one point they were just like, you know, you are my husband, you are my wife. They were like they weren't speaking like normal people, which was one annoying thing.
But it's the future, Daniel. How do you know how people talk in the future?
There is the other annoying thing though is there is not a single intelligent character in this show. Like the scientist and his wife, like the two of them, neither of them, their dialogue is almost never intelligent either. Like he sounds like an idiot. Like they go to hide away, right, to have the secret chat, and he's just whining. He's like, "It's not science."
Just because
it's funny. It's not science.
I felt totally the opposite. I thought she sounded like an idiot because she's like, "What about quantum physics?" And I'm like, "What?"
To be honest, I thought she sounded a lot smarter than him.
Oh my God, I couldn't disagree more. I felt like I did not buy her reaction to that conversation at all. Like 10 minutes ago, she's like, "I have to take care of Wendy. She's scared. She's alone." And then as soon as he brings up any concerns, she's like, "What are you worried about? This is what Boy Cavalier does. He takes risks. I'll make dumplings." It's to me,
it's true.
Her character did not at all ring true to me. Now, to be fair, we don't know her character that well. People sometimes act in contradictory ways. And Daniel, I feel like back in the day when we were talking about Better Call Saul, anytime a character did something totally against their character, we would immediately be like, "Wow, I wonder why they did that." We would really chew on it instead of pulling our heads out of our rear ends and being like, "That's bad writing. Jim wouldn't do that."
It's not even just whether they're doing things in character or not. It's just the dialogue. It just doesn't sound smart. And these are supposed to be smart people.
It's funny though, because like, I don't know, I've rewatched a bunch of these movies recently, and I feel like that's like a running theme is that all the smart scientists like aren't smart at all, and they keep making mistakes throughout this whole franchise. So yeah, I guess for me, I'm like, this fits into the universe well, especially if this is early. They're setting the standard for all the other films to be like, yeah, you guys could just kind of half-ass the science and don't really take too many precautions. Just go nuts, have fun.
I'll tell you, one thing I would love to see is Boy Cavalier doing anything smart. He's the one where it probably bugs me the most. Yeah. And Daniel, you pointed this out in the first episode. Like, we've seen him do magic smart stuff where I made this technology that allows you to download consciousness into a robot. But that's like any writer can just invent that. Like, oh, he did that, believe me. If we could see him do something where we can understand the underlying mechanics of the intelligence, like a Gus Fring sort of thing, where you're like, wow, he really was 3 steps ahead. I think that would help me really buy into his character more, because I get the whole eccentric trillionaire thing, but often they step over the line, like him pointing at stuff with his toes, or my colonics in 30 minutes. Can we get on with this? Like, I would allow a lot more of that if they could really make me believe this guy's truly a genius. But maybe, go ahead, Tony.
No, I'll look at you too. Sorry.
I was going to say, let's step away from evaluating the show for a little bit and talk about some of the stuff in the show. Because honestly, my favorite thing about the show is that it is bringing up ideas that I find interesting, and it's attaching emotional weight to them when it can. So, for example, you take consciousness and put it into a robot. Is this thing human? You take that question, you turn it to, is it my sister? So it's not just an intellectual debate now, there's actual emotional weight attached to it. But I thought we could start with the ending. I like to do that because we all just watched the episode. Yeah. And I feel like this ending is a good litmus test for, are you a purist where I want to go back to the good old days of Alien and Aliens? Or are you like Tony where you want to get a little weird? Maybe go into Alien Resurrection territory. Wendy sings to a xenomorph. It comes out, it's kind of like a snake. I really enjoyed that design there. And Tony, from what I recall, typically when a xenomorph is first born, it's already walking and running around. Here, it's a little bit more snake-like.
No. They were supposed to start off snakish. The first two movies, they are just like a little snake thing. I think the second one, it had more developed arms. But the problem is, like, I think what is supposed to happen naturally is that these things are supposed to break out, like, privately and then maybe eat the body and then grow. But us as the viewer, we've only ever seen it where they break out of people in front of everyone, so they have to immediately run away. You're right, Alien 3, it did come out with arms and legs, but it came out of a quadruped, so maybe that's different. I appreciate it that it took a couple, like, days for it to burst out, because that's what it used to be. And then, like, Prometheus and Covenant and the Alien vs. Predator, they're like, oh, that facehugger could be on you for 5 seconds, you're in there, it's about to come out 5 seconds later. I'm like, that's really fast. That's obnoxiously fast. So, like, I like that they're taking their time again. The design of the chest burster is fine. I like that she's communicating with it. I mentioned it before, there are comics where that happens, so I'm excited to see it in live action. Now, the question is like, does the alien know that it's being manipulated by her? Will it learn that that is not an alien and then reject it? That's what I want to see happen. Like, how much can they control it speaking their language? How intelligent are they? Where they're like, oh, you're not a friggin' alien. I'm not listening to you.
Yeah, his eyes aren't, like, fully developed yet. So once he opens his eyes, like, what the hell? And what's wrong with your hair? Why is it like that?
It was funny. I was telling Prison Mike about the show. And I let him know that the main actress is that other actor's daughter. And he was a big fan of the show he was on Netflix. I forget what it was called. And he was like, oh, yeah, what's she look like? Is she cute? I'm like, I think she's cute. And I'm like, every person in this on the show has the most unfortunate hair. So it's really hard to make a decision on anyone. They gave him, like, the worst haircuts, everyone. And she has the worst one of them all. It's really sad.
I like that she's talking to the alien. I mean, for me, it's like the weirder we could get, the better. And the idea of human consciousness in a robot body talking to an alien, I love that. We have to see where they go with it. So far, it hasn't been like very literal conversation. It's been very, I mean, for all we know, it just heard her humming and singing and just popped out. We don't know if there's any sort of understanding between them. So as we start getting to that level, it'll be interesting to see where they go. She doesn't just sing to it. She also kind of caresses it a little bit.
Yeah, that was weird. It's showing, like, affection. I'm like, I didn't think the aliens did that, but okay.
After I've been complaining about how dumb everyone is on this show, I didn't realize she was singing to it. Because you can't see her move. Like, she doesn't move her mouth, right? The sound just comes out of her. Yeah. So I thought just the baby was was making noise. And then she was, like, petting it.
Now, at one point, she wasn't singing the whole time. For a little bit, she was just kind of like making some of those weird frequency noises, and then toward the end, she kind of starts humming. It's funny you say that, though, because this morning, I watched a movie called Dead Silence, the second collaboration from James Wan and Lee Wan-el after Saw.
Oh my God, I hate that movie so much.
Oh, it's terrible. But Daniel, it's about ventriloquism. So, like, I had that movie in mind so much that I was, like, watching people's throats. Because when their lips aren't moving, it's like you see their throat like bouncing up and down, and that's the giveaway that someone's being a ventriloquist right now.
But they mentioned that she doesn't actually have like it is a speaker in her mouth basically, so she probably doesn't even need to move her lips or anything. It's just they do that for show. So yeah, she recorded whatever the psychic message was. It's just spitting it out to it.
Right, and is it psychic or is it just at a certain frequency that humans can't hear?
And yet none of their other instrumentation can hear it.
Didn't they? I gotta rewatch that scene, but they were picking it up, weren't they?
They could only pick it up once she replicated the sound, I think.
But see, this is where I sit there and I say, that's interesting. Why is that?
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily going to say, oh, that doesn't make sense. I'll give it benefit of the doubt. Boy Cavalier's a genius. If there was a way to do it, he would have done it.
No, remember
with his feet if he needed to.
No, that because even they are curious how she's able to like interface with like technology and stuff and these aliens. So that's something they're like unsure of how she's able to do. So everyone is kind of like they kind of asked. They were like, "Oh wow, she's doing that. We should look in there." Like, fuck, we'll figure out the reason later. Have her tell us what the alien is saying. I'm like, you should really figure out what's going on there. So I think that's just a mystery they're going to reveal later on. I don't know how it's happening.
Yeah, and I'm not fully understanding her motivation yet. Like, I get the one part of her that's like, these are innocent creatures. Mostly they've hurt people I don't really know or care about. But then I remembered they did attack her brother, and I feel like that would have triggered the these things are bad news instinct. But I guess there's a mix of things going on right now. Number one, psychologically, you have Boy trying to manipulate her against her brother. He never even visited you when you were sick. Physiologically, who knows to what extent hearing the aliens has been influencing her in ways we don't understand. If there is an almost psychic or telepathic component to it, especially. And then again, just the lack of true human emotions that are being simulated. I think we're seeing we can't fully map onto her normal human emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wendy's story overall, the whole her being manipulated against Joe, I kind of have to see where that goes. I like the conversation rang true to me. Like when two people are talking and you're trying to explain yourself, and they're like, "Okay," and you're like, "Okay, yeah." It's like I can't tell if you're really on my side or not, and the conversation just ends. Like that does happen a lot in real life, so I buy that. Yeah. But if this gets to a point where Wendy truly turns on her brother in like a violent way and causes problems, that's when I'll hope that we see more between now and then. But at least it's an interesting seed they've planted.
Honestly, I don't know how she can be manipulated by like Boy Cavalier, because he's clearly like just being evil and talking in bad guy talk. The aliens probably could argue like a better case and come up with more reasons for her to join them than him. Because he's like, your brother, he's like bad, isn't he? Like, dude, you say you're the smartest person in the world. You should get some acting lessons. You're not delivering these lines well at all.
Well, I found it the way that we saw basically two sequences of children being manipulated. One was Boy and Wendy. The other was Maro and Slightly. The kid he's trying to get to go in and steal an egg. And they both sort of took different approaches. Boy was taking the more purely emotional approach. I'm going to try and turn you against your brother. Whereas Maro was trying to do it from a very moralistic standpoint. Like, these are kids. You say words like good and evil. Are you the villain or the hero? The good guy or the bad guy? And that kind of works on him at first. And then when it's not enough, he steps up his game and gets to the point of threatening his mother.
Oh, yeah, he asked for the real name, and I'm like, in the future, did kids not learn this lesson? I feel like we've all learned this lesson now. Like, don't tell a stranger your real name over the internet or whatever. Don't do that, buddy.
Well, they're not strangers. They're friends now, Tony.
That's true. They're all best friends. That was pretty mean when it just cuts to the wide shot. He's there with his mom. I'm like, oh, come on, buddy. That's really
and it starts out as like a little bit of the carrot, like, you want to see your mom, right? You want to talk to her. And then it ends with, remember that conversation we had about protecting your mother? This is that. Yeah, so
Yeah, go
ahead.
Can I get one more my last complaint out?
Please.
Yeah.
It's related to Singh and Moro. So when he tells him, I need you to go get an egg for me. And okay, he's a kid, so he goes, what, they don't have eggs where you're from? Okay, he's a kid. But then he's like, oh, you want a monster egg. And then it shows us a flashback to the monster eggs. It was like, we forgot about the monster eggs. Like, oh, we forgot there are monsters in this show. Anyway,
okay, Daniel. How about when Wendy is talking about Ice Age and they show one of the characters on the screen? Oh, I forgot what Ice Age is. Or is this something they're doing to create an emotion and a feeling? I think they're actually very influenced. Well, a couple things. I think on the one hand, they're trying to harken back to sort of a classical feel, a lot of crossfades. On the other hand, I think there's some anime influence. Definitely in the Boy Cavalier character, and then in the gratuitous flashbacks and like flash to things, which on anime, I love it. Like every time Aaron gets angry and they flash back to his mom, I never heard you, Dan, but oh yeah, I forgot about his mom. It's like, no, eggs are scary. So they wanted to show us the eggs.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't know they were eggs. Maybe he was just piecing it together that they were eggs at that point. I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you know that those were eggs if you walked in there? It's like, oh, it's a circular object. It's got some opening on the top. I wouldn't immediately think egg.
I'd be like, is this flora or fauna? I'm not even sure.
They really just keep showing the same three species again. The leeches, the eye thing, and the alien. I'm like, when are we going to circle back to that plant and whatever the other thing is? I really want to know what the plant is.
I was going to say, I actually like how quickly we're following up on things. Like the fact that she can talk to aliens. I could see if this were Lost or something, there'd be like 18 episodes of she keeps hearing something. What is that? And then she's going to go tell somebody what it is, and we cut away and don't hear the rest of that conversation. We need to just keep that going for a full season. But in episode 4, Boy already knows about it, and they're already trying to get her in the same room with it and see what happens. And the same thing with Slightly, the fact that he's talking to Maro behind everyone's backs. Kersh already is aware of that. So I like that we're following up on stuff pretty fast. But there are some things that are planted in the background, like that weird plant thing.
Yeah.
But circling back to Slightly and Kersh. So Kersh knows that Slightly is talking to Maro. And so far, he hasn't done anything about that. He's just sitting there watching. He had a conversation with him where he's like, you know what monkeys are? You see those monkeys on your wall? See no evil, do no evil, speak no evil, I think. What's Kersh doing here? Why has he not told Boy? Why hasn't he intervened? Daniel would say, this is bad writing. But
We actually see him on a computer. I assume he's monitoring Singh interacting with Maro and just not doing anything about it. We saw him like looking on a computer and they were playing the audio. I'm like, are they just cutting back and forth between something, or are we implying that he's listening in to their conversation and just keeping it quiet?
yeah, I skipped back because I was like, let me double check this. And yeah, you see him go on the computer, type in like Slightly and pull that up. And so I see kind of two options here. Like option one is this is more of Boy Cavalier's madness of we give as much leeway as possible. I don't care if it gets one of my scientists killed. If there is a safeguard in there that just shuts them down, like you were saying, Tony, for RoboCop, maybe the only line of code in there is thou shalt not hurt Boy Cavalier. So until they come for me, they can do whatever they want. And for me, this is like a big observational study of what they can do. And if it got to the point where he was about to hand something over to Maro or Yutani, he would put a stop to that. That's option one. Option two is that Kersh is intentionally keeping this from Boy. And I mean, I got the feeling last episode when he brought Boy into the room and Boy got a little bit too close to the egg. Kersh let him do that longer than he needed to until it's like programming kicked in. Boss, you might want to take a step back. So I think there's programming in there that says Kersh needs to protect Boy and do what's in his best interest. But maybe there's enough leeway that right now he doesn't need to tell him what Slightly is up to. And he's not the biggest fan of Boy necessarily. So he's like, I'm going to let this play out a little longer. Not really sure what's going on there, but curious to see where that goes.
Dumb question. Can you remind me how it is that Moro is able to talk to the kid?
When he interacted with him that one time and like threw him up against the thing, he threw something into his head. It like buried into his skin. He put like a little tracker in there. Yeah.
Yeah, like a little thing on his neck.
Yeah.
Do we think he can like read his thoughts, or he can just hear him?
I think it's just a communication thing. I don't think he can like go into his head, because he probably would pull up a screen and be mapping out the facility if he could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. I read it the same way for sure. Should we talk about Nibs? She's the girl that has suddenly found herself pregnant.
Yes, so out of all the kids, she is the one who's like struggling with like being put into the body the most. Like everyone else thinks it's cool and fun and they're experimenting, but she's like, I'm not human anymore. And clearly it's like breaking her to the point where now she's just fantasizing about things a human can do. Like thinking she's pregnant. Or maybe I had a theory. I texted you, Gil. I said, hey, did they put like a really dumb girl in a robot as like a joke because they thought it'd be funny? Because I'm just like, this girl's like, really, come on. But I think her brain just might be breaking. Like, she's not struggling to the new body and like the, just adapting to being a synthetic. And she's coping with it in bizarre ways. But I'm actually now enjoying that plot line. I'm like, all right, this is cool. This is kind of an interesting thing. What would you do in that situation?
Daniel, what would you do in that situation? I'm pregnant.
Well, one thought I had was, so I don't know what machinery they have inside because we never got to see the diagrams. But, this idea of how Wendy is able to just make sound, like, look, the sounds are in your hard drive. Just like, let us hear it. It makes me think that they can do all types of things with their bodies, right? That it's like, maybe she can just make herself pregnant in some way, right? Like the fact that she thinks it, like maybe she's just doing it, right? Or maybe she's going to give birth to some like weird alien thing because she saw it and she pictured it. And, who knows? Maybe she got like a little 3D printer inside her or something.
Yeah, something with the eye tentacle thing, the octopus, as you called it, that really like affected her because they made sure to like flash back to when it almost jumped in her head. Something there really, really triggered her. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah. she's just breaking down.
Yeah, my immediate theory on that was the fact that these parasites won't go into a synthetic because they're not human. Maybe when this alien attacked her and didn't take her over, it was just a very vicious reminder, you are not human.
Yes, I'd rather pick a sheep over her.
Yeah, exactly. A sheep or a cat. And so I think, like you said, Tony, now she is trying to come up with what is the most human thing I can do to prove I'm biological. Mm-hmm. Everyone around here is getting impregnated by these aliens. All right, I'm pregnant too. Mm. It makes me wonder if at some point, along the lines of what you were saying, Daniel, is she going to like force one of these xenomorphs into her body, like throw a face hugger on herself, try to incubate an embryo inside her, and come out with some weird alien
robot thing.
Cyborg thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I did like the scene with her and the therapist when she like threatened her, and then she's like, "Oh, these guys are gonna walk you back to your room," and then she's like, "Lock down the door, stage 3 alert. Oh my god, we're all gonna die."
They're like, okay, stage 3 alert, stage 3. Robot thinks it's pregnant. All right, another one of these. I did like that the first sign of aggression we're getting from these kids isn't the obvious like robot uprising thing of like, wait a minute, I'm much more stronger than you. Why am I taking orders from you? Yeah. Instead, it was much more interesting. It was, I want to believe I'm human. And if you're going to hold the mirror up and show me what I really am, I'm in such denial, I'm going to aggressively stop you from doing that. I at least find that to be an interesting way to go.
Yeah. I'm now really invested in that plot line just because it's very humorous to me. It's just very interesting as well.
This is like the most harrowing experience this person has ever had in their short existence. And you're like, ha, ha, ha. What an idiot.
It just helps that the actress has like a very confused face the whole time. I think that's making it more humorous for me. Anyone else, I wouldn't find it as funny, but she's always just like a deer in a headlight. So it's just adding an element of comedy to me.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel as an actress if like a writer came to me and he's like, I wrote a character with you in mind. You're perfect for this. A very confused character. They walk around in a daze at all times, and she's like, what? What'd you say?
Perfect.
Just start rolling the cameras. All right, so some odds and ends I wanted to bring up. When the octopus takes over the sheep, to me, that was a beautiful scene because Noah Hawley has a big challenge here. Yeah. He cannot scare us with the xenomorph the way we were all scared 40, 50 years ago. But he's trying to recreate that feeling of you meet the alien, then you meet it again later. It looks a little bit different from the first time. It's doing things you didn't expect. There's this horrible discovery process. And this was something new. So he's recreating that emotion by introducing other aliens. Watching a living eyeball crawl into another creature's skull, and then it stands up and the old eye is still hanging there, and then it falls off. It was horrible. And then it was fascinating. When he says it's a highly intelligent creature, Boy Cavalier bounces a ball and the sheep just turns to look at him with that one messed up eye. It's in that moment where those are the moments, Daniel, that cause me to sort of overlook and provide benefit of the doubt, because I'm like, if somebody could come up with such a great scene that I'm like, as a sci-fi horror fan, I love this. I kind of forgive it a little bit.
I agree with you there. The only problem with that alien I have is like, okay, so that alien can only attack life forms that have eyeballs. And I guess it's supposed to be like in disguise. Like maybe you could trick a sheep, but if like I were to leave the room and I came back in like this, just pretending like nothing was happening, you guys would probably be a little confused if I just like stared at you like that the whole time.
Well, I guess so. You were pointing out the. We should test that theory. You see, you should have started the stream like that. It would have taken us like 20 minutes to be like, hold on. Did you get a haircut? Something's different about you. And also, all of a sudden, you seem highly intelligent.
But you're not talking or acting like a human. That's the thing. How much can it affect their brain? I assume it's like a Ratatouille thing where it's just pulling on nerves to make them move. But is it able to like read their memories and absorb their information and stuff? That's what I want to know.
We got to see this thing go into a human. We haven't seen it in a human yet.
That'll be interesting. Is it going to be able to talk?
I like that Ratatouille was my go-to mind control thing. Just plugging.
I mean, I think that is the go-to for most people. They really like. That was like a landmark idea there. Let's see what else. We got a little history lesson. Governments didn't work. It's like, wow, it takes a genius to figure that out. 5 corporations took over. Sign me up. I gotta tell you this. Go ahead, Daniel.
I liked how the brother was like, yeah, like the 5 corporations, like they basically fixed everything. So now they get to run stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a history's written by the winner situation. I'm like, I don't know. Did they really?
Yeah, and I sensed a little bit of doubt or sarcasm in his voice. Supposedly they fixed everything.
But I like that. Like, yeah, governments weren't working. So the corporations that were like, you know, paying and manipulating them, they just took over. They're like, hey, let's just cut out the middleman. We'll just take over everything.
I think it's unrealistic because I think who runs the world? It's the people who affect ideas. Who controls ideas? Content creators. I mean, One Take City.
Obviously.
Hack the Movies Peninsula. All right. I mean, we jumped around a bunch. I feel like we covered most of the big stuff in the episode. Any other odds and ends? Anything else you guys wanted to talk about that we didn't? Daniel, you got something.
I wrote down a note here that as I read it, I was like, oh, wait, this could actually just be describing me on this live stream. Why is the brother treated like an equal in the room?
Wait, but is he though? I feel like he was talked down to for
he was
quite
talked down to, but it was funny. Like when they first brought him into the lab, like he's arguing with Prodigy about like, you know, what his sister needs and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's like, why are you even in this room? But they do kick him out. But I was still, you know, I was being critical enough that I wrote that note down.
Well, I don't think they want to get rid of him completely just because her hacking ability came from her desire to see him. So I think they can learn something from him there. Mm-hmm. Even though Boy Cavalier is now all on board for alien stuff, he seems to be less confused. He seems to be less concerned with Wendy. But everyone else is still like, because they dedicated so much time to it, they're like, no, we're still really on board with this. Can we keep this guy around and figure out what's going on here? But yeah, they even used one of his lungs for the alien. That was nice of them.
Do you also like, okay, there's just one other thing. This is just something I would like to see more of. Mm-hmm. Is they have created this insane technology, right? Potential, like supposedly to download somebody's consciousness onto a robot that can live forever. And they're acting like, you know, they're like about to go to market with this, right? They're about to unveil it to the world. And like, I'm just not feeling those stakes. And I'm not feeling like the massive implications of this. Like, it still feels like it's just an adventure for this group of kids that they have. Like, I wish they would give us a little bit, I said this last time too, a little bit more of the world building. Like, that would be so cool. Just give us some taste of feeling like, wow, like this is the dawn of like a new age for humanity. But it's, you know, it's all at risk because of like, who knows what the technology actually does and who knows what's going to happen with these aliens.
I'm interested to see, because Weyland-Yutani is definitely coming to that island. There's no doubt about it. I think one of the original teasers for the show, it showed a bunch of soldiers coming out of the water, and at first they looked like aliens, but it was like scuba suits. I think that's going to be them like invading the island to get their specimens back. So And they talk about how like Weyland-Yutani's going to talk to the other companies and try to figure out if they can get permission. So I'm really interested to see what happens when they go in and try to extract all the aliens.
Yeah, it almost sounds like you call a quorum of the 5 corporations when one of them gets out of line. So it's like that ship belongs to Yutani. So the 5 corporations need to come together and tell Prodigy, you've got to give it back.
Yeah.
Daniel, circling back to what you said, I agree with that. I do think like the idea of downloading human consciousness into a robot, it's a big deal. Now, to some extent, in this world, there's been decades of progress from where we are today. So there's been all these incremental steps. So maybe it's not as massive a leap if you go from now to then. But I still think there's a threshold where no matter how many steps you take, once you get to that final leap of we're actually doing it, we're downloading the human into the brain or into the robot. Like if they had said there'd been a bunch of attempts previously that worked to differing degrees, but it always ended with them malfunctioning and dying. And this is the first one where we feel pretty confident maybe it's going to work out. I could buy a little bit more the cavalier attitude of like, yeah, we've seen this, but like usually they'd be crashing out around now. That one already thinks she's pregnant. So like, don't get too excited yet. Yeah, that is, I would put that in the column of some of the weird stuff in this show that is why, like the way I was describing it the first 2 or 3 episodes is that it's a good show. I'm liking it. I would say as of this episode, it's probably the most hooked I've felt, where I do feel like an intense desire to see the next episode, but it feels unpolished, like a couple more drafts of really thinking these things through. Like, I mean, I know it's always my go-to example, but if you go back to Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad and you listen to the writing process, every idea that went into that writer's room got kicked around so much, and they introduced every idea you could think of, and you feel like it did not make it to the screen until it went through intense scrutiny. Except for the last season, there's some questionable things. But I feel like if I don't hold every show to that standard, and if I do and it meets it, then that to me, that's a great show. Like that goes down in the pantheon of history. This show has not done that yet, but it's very good, I think. But a lot of that's subjective, right? Like just bringing up some of these ideas get me excited. Some of the stuff they're dealing with, it's done well enough that it gets me excited. That causes me to sort of overlook or accept certain things.
Yeah, I'm along for the ride. I don't know if it'll stick the landing, but it hasn't scared me away yet.
Look at next episode. It's just gonna be nonstop ripping eyeballs out.
Yeah,
poking
okay,
eyeballs.
a little less with the eyeball stuff. Honestly, it's like, God damn it, come on, man. The first Alien thing I've liked in forever. It's just mostly eye gouging shit.
Anything else, guys? Anything else we didn't mention?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. I think we covered most of it. Oh, hold on. No, we forgot. Sing, or Slightly, whatever. His egg extraction plan is to get someone impregnated by a facehugger. So, and I think he's going to make a move for the brother.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Can you... oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to do that. Because at the end of the episode, he's like, why is he here? This squishy human... I want to put an alien inside him. So what's the plan there? The plan is get a human near an egg. Yeah. He's going to get face hugged, drag the human away, hide him somewhere for a day or two. I immediately thought of you, Tony. I was like, okay, they're acknowledging the timeline that it doesn't happen in 12 seconds. Okay, so then Maro tells him, don't worry, that human's going to be fine. It's going to be an uncomfortable couple of days. So obviously that's a lie. The alien's going to burst out of his chest.
Well, you've seen how big the friggin' eggs are. That's kind of hard to sneak out of a lab. You can't just like put like a big jacket on and be like, oh, I'm going to go outside for a walk. Like clearly you need to put it in someone. It'll be easy to get that person out.
Well, so that's my question. What is Maro hoping is going to happen here?
He gets them out of the lab and he's somehow able to get that person.
He's going to try and get the human while it's still face hugged out of the lab.
Or while it's impregnated. Either one.
Right, the face hugger falls off and he's still impregnated. The alien hasn't burst out yet. That's when they're going to try and get him. Yeah, because he did say that the parasite thing is going to fall off at a certain point. All right, well, I think we can wrap it up there then. Some housekeeping. Yeah. I'm going to take a little vacation next week. Well deserved, if I do say so myself. So I think it's going to be you two next week, unless you guys pull in any other teammates you want to bring aboard, and then you guys can fight it out over who plays the Gil role. Introducing the stream and kind of steering the ship, I guess. But I'll let you guys decide that.
And don't worry, next week, positive attitude. I'm only going to be looking for things I love about this show.
You're allowed to be negative, by the way. You're allowed to be negative. I'm not going to get mad at you if you're negative.
Yeah, I don't want you
to
to
have
feel
some conflict. The
Yeah.
TV show has conflict between two people that don't agree.
People love drama too. So actually, we should say after that first episode, Daniel, we didn't speak for weeks because I was so angry with you. And, this is actually the first time. That's why I'm not around next week, because I told Tony it's me or Daniel, and he's like, I don't want to get in the middle of this. But yes, so it'll be at least the two of you next week. Plugs, Tony, anything to plug?
Me and you have a stream in a couple days.
That's
We're doing
right.
what is the best 28 Days Later movie? I don't know if that franchise has an actual name. So we're just calling it what is the best 28 Days Later movie. We will be doing that Thursday night. And then just keep following my socials, find out where I'm gonna be. And what I'm doing, and all that stuff. We also have some super chats.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Yeah.
AJ Wizzle. Sorry, Tony, I've been away and missed boys' months. Did you review 3 Men and a Baby?
We did not review 3 Men and the Baby, directed by the great Leonard Nimoy. I feel like a lot of people don't know that. The movie that people think there's a ghost in that movie, but that's just an urban legend. There is no ghost in 3 Men and the Baby. No, we did not review it. Maybe next Boys Month.
Thank you, AJ Wizzle, and thank you for your second super chat here. By the way, this thumbnail. Imagine Tony. How do you say this word, Daniel? It starts with a C. Right before Marines.
Colonial.
Colonial. I don't know why. I always look at that word and I'm like, is it really colonial? For some reason, that word sounds weird. Imagine Tony.
Is it like when you see Colonel and it's spelled
That's what it is.
weird?
It's throwing me off.
Yeah, no, that's colonial because it's colonies.
In my head, if I don't need to say that word out loud, I read it in my head as colonial.
Yeah. Colonic Marines.
I guess he's talking about my thumbnail where I'm the Colonial Marine on it. Very cracked out looking Colonial Marine. You would not want me on your squad of Marines. Realistically, I would not make it to the Colonial Marines. I would not pass basic training. I'd be thrown into a meat grinder probably.
Well, I would just say, if you're dealing with aliens that are going to attach themselves to certain humans, and that'll keep them busy so you can run away, it might be different qualities you're looking for. And Drungus, thank you for the super chat. The girl, let me read this in my head first. The girl saying she's pregnant, even though she can be, and the brother being the real, well, she can't be because she's a robot.
I think
and the
that's what
brother,
they meant.
okay, being the real one who's going to be pregnant is right. He might be pregnant by the end of next episode. That's true.
By the way, that's the second time because his lung is being. This guy's just birthing aliens left and right over here.
You know what? This is interesting.
Yeah.
Every time a human has birthed a xenomorph, the human's been dead. Will the xenomorph now see Joe and be like, "You're my dad and my
Daddy.
mom"?
No, wait. The only time that didn't happen was Alien Resurrection. But that was like a weird thing because Ripley was already part clone. So this is the first time we see like a natural version of that.
And they saw her as their mother, basically.
Well, the Queen is the one that came out. I don't think the Queen really cared. The Queen did care about Ripley because she got the alien to bring her to the nest for no reason. Yeah, she didn't. We didn't. The Queen didn't live long enough to see where that was going to go. The thing ripped her head off. So maybe we'll see that relationship play out on this show. Hopefully a giant mutant baby won't be slapping heads off in this one.
So I think me and Drungus here, we're onto something.
You're onto
Drungus,
something.
I want you on my Colonial Marine team.
Drungus, do you want to fill in for Gil next week?
All right, and in terms of plugs, I don't know if we mentioned, I'm going to be on Tony's channel on Thursday, talking about 28 Days Later. Over on One Take, other than these streams, you're probably not going to see anything until October. Because I'm working on, I won't say what yet. I don't want to announce it until I'm sure I can actually get it done. but I'm 65 pages into a script I'm working on. Probably end up being somewhere in the range of 350 to 400 pages. A big Halloween project that's been on my mind for years, and hopefully you'll see it in October. And if it's not done in time, I'm not going to release it because it won't do well if it's not Halloween. So cross your fingers.
You mean like this year when I put out a Leprechaun thing a week after St. Patrick's Day? That was a great idea.
Yeah, or like 3 years ago, my 4-hour epic Halloween recap and review almost destroyed my life trying to get it done. Halloween content, November 4th, it's not as exciting. But the following year, everything turned around.
When it comes to Christmas content, you got a little bit of wiggle room till January 1st. You could still squeeze some in there, but yeah. Halloween is different.
Daniel, anything to plug? No. Well, next week you'll be here. So thank you, everyone, once again for joining us on this journey. We're halfway through what's going to happen in the second half of the season. Watch along with us every Tuesday. Join us for these live streams. And some of us will see you next week. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're back. Hello, Daniel.
Hey, what's up?
This time, Gil is the one who's not here. I mean, I don't know what's up with you one-take boys, but I'm here every episode. Yeah, we just watched the Alien Earth episode 5. I think this is called In Space No One. Is that really the title? Just In Space No One?
By the way, did you see the title of the next episode?
The Fly?
The Fly. You've seen Breaking Bad, right?
I have, yes. The famous bottle episode, The Fly.
Yes. We're gonna have this episode was kind of a bottle episode. Actually, this was a bottle episode also.
Not really. This is one of my it's hit or miss, but the weirdly placed flashback episode. You occasionally get this in a TV show. I think the most egregious one, and I don't know, were you a Lost fan at all, Daniel?
I was.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Was it? I mean, look, it wasn't terrible. I love Lost. I have all the seasons. Post writer strike, it got a little weird, but I think they kind of fixed it toward the end. Maybe not. It's been a while since I rewatched it. But you know, it was a weird decision. To one episode before the finale, just do a flashback episode to the smoke monster and his brother like 3,000 years ago, and it's like, oh, like I feel like we could have done this earlier at any point, and then in the end of the episode, you're like, oh, that was the skeletons in the cave in the first season. And you're like, I didn't care about that. I'm kind of invested in what's going on. This isn't as bad as that, but I kind of felt the same way. Whereas last episode, I was like, man, what's going on with these droids and everything? It's like, never mind, let's go back and do Alien again. How did you feel?
So you know what's so funny is, so I've been the most negative, I think, on all these streams. I've complained a bunch about every episode. And then right when this episode started and I realized, like, oh, we're doing the flashback, we're back on the ship, I was dreading it. And then, to be honest, this was my favorite episode so far.
Okay. I had a feeling you were going to feel that way. And I had a feeling this is placed here where everyone who's like still kind of on the fence, they're like, you know what, we're doing a lot of weird shit. People might be on the fence at this point. If we haven't lost them, let's put a safe flashback episode that feels very alien, even if we have other aliens sprinkled in. This felt very safe, like plot-wise. I'm like, okay, I think I know. They're trying to keep you around, Daniel. They don't want you to jump off after this.
And what's funny is, you know, I much prefer the interesting sci-fi stuff going on Earth to the horror alien stuff. But the thing is, I feel like they're just better at the horror alien stuff.
They are pretty good at it, even if the alien looks a little wonky in some parts, but we'll get to that. So yeah, we kind of mentioned in the first few episodes that, or the first episode, we joked about how it just skipped over the whole alien breaking out and killing the ship because we've seen it a million times. So I think it's funny that they actually circled back to it. They're like, hey, while we're here, let's just show you what happened. This, to me, felt like a sort of like a what-if Alien scenario. Because remember the first Alien, they said they can't take the facehugger off without, like, killing, what was it, Ash, right? Here you get to see them actually try to take it off, and it doesn't work. What did you think of like the captain's head just decapitated because the blood just soaked through it?
But this was also like, it was like redoing Alien, but also all the characters' IQs are just like half what they were in every other movie.
Yeah.
Like both of them, the medical staff are just absolutely so dumb.
Here's the twist of the episode. So we realized Maro was. It's been weird with Maro because it's like, is he a bad guy? I mean, he's working for Game Lieutenant, but did he pull any shenanigans? The way the first episode plays out, it makes it seem like he might have been responsible for everything. That is not the case. There is a saboteur. Oh, Kane. Sorry, I said Ash. I meant Kane. There's a saboteur on the ship. He gets woken up out of cryosleep. He finds out that 2 facehuggers got on one person, but they cut the tail off the other facehugger and it melted the captain's head off. Again, I've always wanted to see like what would happen if they tried to pull it off. They sort of did it in Alien Romulus, but it like wasn't as cool as this. This is pretty awesome. So he knows there's a saboteur on ship, so that's kind of interesting. I know Ash wasn't really a saboteur in Alien, just kind of a plant by the company, but it's like, hey, what if the crew just knew that there might have been a shady person on board the whole time? So we see a little bit of that. I will say the whole whodunit aspect that doesn't really pay off super well. Did you have an idea of who the saboteur would be before it was eventually revealed?
No, because there was no setup in any way, right? It just turned out like there weren't even. Okay, wait, what's the deal with this guy Tang? Like,
okay, I thought he was a robot, right?
yeah, I thought so too. I don't think he's a robot. He's just a really weird guy who knows everything that's going on for some reason.
Hold on, I gotta look up the cast thing here. His name is Tang, you said?
I think it was Tang, but I might have misheard slightly.
Oh, Tang. This just says a crew member on board. I really thought he was a robot this whole time. I swore they said that. Well, I'm double checking here.
So, like, for some reason, Tang knew that it was a guy in his cryopod.
Yeah.
Like, why did Tang know that? Why was he being so weird about it? Like, I have to say, the most satisfying death for me was when Tang died. I really felt like he deserved that.
Okay, I'm reading it here. He's a human. I literally spent this whole thing thinking he was a robot. Because they mentioned that he was, like, over her cryotube, and for some reason I was remembering, what was it, David and Prometheus was able to see people's dreams in their cryotube. I thought maybe it was something like that. No, he's just a weird guy. Now I'm on board with you. Because at first I was confused by his death. I'm like, why is he, like, screaming? Why is it going after him if he's a robot man? I'm like, oh no, he was just a fucking creep. Well, now I'm glad he's gone. That guy was weird. So yeah, the problem is, like, they're setting up red herrings. We find out that the captain, like, in charge now, the girl who's in charge, hold on, I had her name, Zavari. They kind of make it seem like maybe she was somewhat responsible because she was sleeping with the science officer. She was sleeping with the science officer, which is not allowed. So they set up her maybe being it, and then it turns out it's like, oh, it's just some guy who was sleeping in cryosleep. He's pretending to sleep. Just a guy. And it's like, oh, I didn't even know he was the suspect. I really wish you would have brought him up because I've been trying to figure out who the bad guy is the whole time. It's like, oh, it's just that guy over there.
And we didn't even know he existed, did we? Like, he was just a random character they picked.
He might have been in, like, the first episode. I don't know. So the saboteur reveal isn't that interesting, but what is interesting, Blake Cavalier was behind all of this. They did a good job. I genuinely thought in this series that this ship just crash landed and he got lucky. I didn't expect him to actually be responsible for it crashing. How did you feel about that reveal? Are you on board with it, or do you think it was a little too stupid?
I don't know. Like, I was slightly intrigued. I mean, from the beginning, I wondered if it was possible this was all planned, but I'm like, you know what? That's a pretty hard thing to do. So I figured, okay, This probably just was an accident. My issue is that it's the same issue I have with Boy Cavalier the whole time, which is he just doesn't actually seem capable of anything, despite the fact that he keeps pulling off incredible things. And so I just don't even like, even this felt haphazard. Like there was just one guy, he's video conferencing with him while he's already on the ship and deciding to do this plan. Things feel unearned in this show, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like it was really easy. Like, why was he even able to make a comm link? I guess he was the head of engineering, so he can figure out stuff. But like, it feels too easy to pull off insanely difficult plans in this show.
Why would he delete that footage afterwards? Like,
Well, they did delete it, but it got recovered. I also don't know how you don't just permanently delete it.
yeah, he would know. Like, so spoiler: nothing's really deleted until you write over it. Even if it says it's deleted, you have to either format or write over it. He should have known to do that. He should have known to do that. Yeah, so I was intrigued that Boy Cavalier was in charge, but you're right, that is... He really is becoming like a Bond villain, whereas at first I just thought he was like, your classic like Dr. Frankenstein, trying to do stuff he probably shouldn't. But now it's just like, oh no, he's just the bad guy. The lady who's in charge of the specimens... Okay, there's one moment where the Zavari asks if she's the saboteur, and she goes no. And in my head, I'm like, technically she's not, but she has done so many things that she might as well be. She accidentally is participating.
Yeah.
So the leeches have this tube, and we saw it in the first episode. There's like that cylinder where they can drop things into it. And then there's another thing that you have to put on top to lock it. She just doesn't lock it. She just leaves it unlocked when it's supposed to be closed. So these things learn how to open it, and I love that the eyeball monster is studying how they're opening it. The eyeball monster is stealing the show, as far as I'm concerned. I love that it's looking like, oh shit, that's how you open the thing. Okay.
Well, and the eyeball monster was like warning her, right? Like as this leech thing went to like spit in her water, the eyeball keeps like banging on the glass to get her attention.
Because I guess, skipping ahead a little bit, I don't think the eyeball monster wants competition with other parasites. And I think we are learning every single specimen we've seen has been a parasite. I think, did we see the plant have a little tentacle come out of it? Was that the plant or something else?
Yeah, I think so. And it was like going up against the glass, like following Maro.
Yeah. So the leeches get out. They know it gets out. They see it on her sandwich. They're like, oh, leeches got out. Let's just put it back in. It's like, lock down everything. Don't leave that room. She's like, oh, yeah, like, I can't believe I left the lid on that thing. Anyway, let me just grab my water bottle, which also has the lid off of it. It, like, shot a bunch of freaking leech tadpoles into that thing.
That was so I felt revolted. Every episode I've been eating during it, and I'm like, why am I eating during this? It's so disgusting. But like, if I saw a roach in my apartment, like if I have food out, if I have a water out, I'm getting rid of everything. Like just.
I'm in my sister's basement right now. I saw a spider web earlier. I got rid of it. Oh, yeah. I forget. Do I mention on stream? The internet's been going out at my house. That's why I'm currently at my sister's basement. Because it's the only place that I had internet. Luckily, my nieces had Alien things that I bought them, so I was still able to work Alien merch onto the show. Yeah, that lady should be responsible for everyone's death as far as I'm concerned. I don't think the Saboteur's plan would have worked so well if that lady didn't screw it up. So we have that. Their ship is running out of fuel. So, okay, again, when it comes to, like, what Alien was trying to do, in the first movie they say, hey, why don't we just freeze him when the thing's on his head? Obviously, Ash doesn't want to do that because Ash kind of wants the thing to be birthed, although it probably would have helped the company better if they did just freeze it. But anyway, we learned that wouldn't work because they try to freeze him with the facehugger, and the facehugger's metabolism counters whatever cryo that they use. And I love that they just come back and there's just a hole through the freaking cryo tube, and the thing's just already gone. Also, really cool dream sequence when she's on top of the science officer's tube. She's like spraying dirt from Utah on him. I guess he brought dirt from home. Whatever. And like she's having a flashback to having sex with him, but then in her dream she's imagining he has a face hugger on the whole time. That confused me at first. Like, wait, did it face hug him then? I'm like, oh wait, no, I saw the footage. It didn't face hug him then. So yeah, I like that we saw that. Like, oh, what happens if you try to freeze him? Oh, the alien will just get out. Freeze him won't work on it. But yeah, so we get aliens just running amok. And eventually we do get our original recipe alien running around. And again, when it comes to things that people might want to see in these movies, did you play Alien Isolation?
No.
Okay. You've seen footage of the game, though, I assume? You've seen, like, clips or whatever?
No. Sorry, Tony. I wish Gil were here, too. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, in that game, it's supposed to be a stealth game, but the alien does chase you around. So, you go back and you watch the original Alien. Maybe you don't watch a lot of old movies. You're like, let me watch the original. And you're like, oh, this is kind of stupid. It's just a guy in a suit. You don't really see the alien that well. And you'll probably think to yourself, what would it look like in the original Alien if you could see the alien in full detail and running around a brightly lit Nostromo? What would that look like? The answer is kind of silly. I don't know how you felt about the brightly lit alien just jumping around the walls and stuff here.
So what is it like? The alien in this episode really just looked like a guy in a suit running around. And I was going to ask you, what is it that just makes it look like a guy in a suit running around?
Well, here it's just brightly lit. They put it in way too many bright environments, which again, I think they're trying to just, because there was moments in the video game. I think this episode's really appealing to people who probably played Alien Isolation first and then went back to the first movie expecting it to look amazing, even though it does look amazing. But they're like, oh, why is it in the dark? I don't understand. But yeah, you're right. They picked some weird shots where they linger a little too much on the alien just walking around. So I don't know if you know this about practical alien suits. The actors' heads are in the neck of those suits. So that's why, like, their heads sometimes are just, like, looking off into the distance because the actor is literally looking straight ahead. Usually they film around it. I don't know why. The show seems to have fun filming the alien looking really wonky sometimes. But it did look really, really goofy seeing a brightly lit alien run around the set. A set that looks a lot like the 70s one. If it was any other environment, I think I'd be fine. But my mind just keeps going to the original and actually shows like how good the original is with keeping everything dark and creepy and not having a cartoony alien running around. Here's one thing that I did not expect to happen yet. We got Eyeball versus Xenomorph. How did you feel about Eyeball versus Xenomorph?
I loved it, and I loved that there was like they planted it earlier in the episode. I forget when, but yeah. I love that you could just see the Eyeball hates the Xenomorph. I love seeing the rivalries between these different species.
Dude, the Eyeball, you're right. I think the Eyeball was getting her attention to stop the leeches. The Eyeball doesn't like these other fucking monsters. Because it has the same agenda. It's like, oh, hey, I'm also trying to take over people's brains. Well, I don't like these guys. But yeah, the Eyeball goes into tires from space. And I love when he looked, because we haven't seen it in a human yet. I love it. Looked like when I was pretending a few weeks ago with the big eye. It looks terrifying, but so the Eyeball monster, it knocks out the girl, but didn't kill her, which I thought was interesting. Did you notice that? It just knocked her out and then left her alone. But the alien walks in. We find out in the first episode when she's banging on the door. It's like, why isn't the alien grabbing her? What's it doing? Why is it screaming? Turns out he was in a fight with the Eyeball monster the entire time. And I love, we've never seen, because it's inside a human, we've never seen a human jump on the Xenomorph and bite it. I was fucking dying at that fight scene.
Wait, does the Xenomorph have eyes? I can't remember.
No, it doesn't actually have the original Xenomorph, if you look, there is a skull, but it doesn't have eyes in the skull. Alien Covenant showed that it had alien vision with all squiggly lines, but it doesn't really have eyes. It's kind of assumed that it has like pheromones and psychic kind of stuff. So yeah, I think that's why the Eyeball alien was a little confused. Also, I don't think the Eyeball alien knew about the acid blood. Because it tries to bite his mouth, and I'm like, that's not going to go well for you. But also, the alien didn't know that it was an Eyeball alien, because it's stabbing the body, not realizing that that's not controlling it. How did you feel when the Eyeball just ran away during the fight?
Wait, is that what happened? The Eyeball just bailed?
Yeah, because I think the eyeball, like, when he saw that there was a mouth and it was cornered, the eyeball was like, oh, like, luckily it hit the neck first, so the eyeball was like, I lost this fight, and just got the hell out of that thing and ran away.
By the way, Tony, I just want to remind you, were you supposed to make a pitch for Super Chats at the beginning with some funny alien line or something?
Yes, I actually pinned the tweet, or pinned the thing. In space, no one can hear you scream, but they can hear you super chat. It looks like we've gotten some super chats, especially one from Gil. I assume. Unless that's you. No, that's Gil. I see the tweet.
It's not me.
But yeah, we'll get to the super chats at the end there. But thank you for reminding me. So yeah, I like that we've seen the beginning now with more context. Usually that kind of annoys me. It ruins the mystery. I think the whole episode was worth it for the alien versus eyeball fight. I kind of want the rematch. I've been saying that I want a good Alien versus Predator. I didn't know I was actually longing for Alien versus Eyeball Tentacle. And I'm like, what could the Eyeball Tentacle get into that could actually counter the Alien?
I was really hoping, I really thought it might end with having an alien, an eyeball infected alien. But I guess I knew that doesn't happen, right? Because we see the Xenomorph later, and it's not infected by the eyeball.
But also, I don't think it can happen because of the acid blood. I think, like, eventually the eyeball alien's like, oh, no, I'm going to get burnt if I try this.
By the way, so did they got all these aliens in space? Like, I thought they landed on some planet, but they make a comment about how they were able to survive the vacuum of space.
Yeah, that's... Okay, so they're being really, like... They're really, like, avoiding why they were sent on this mission, how they knew about these specimens, and where they came from. I don't know if they're saving that for, like, a reveal later, or maybe they just don't know and they don't care, and they just said, fuck it, they found them in space, we'll deal with it another time, or we'll just never bring it up at all. So yeah, I'm not sure where they found all these, because usually when you find alien eggs, things go bad, like, right away. I don't know how they were able to get a bunch of eggs on board with nothing bad happening.
Especially this crew.
Yeah, especially this crew. Unless they, like, salvage it from, like, maybe there were, like, colonists that all got face-hugged, and they went, hey, I don't know. Yeah, I really want to know how they got these eggs. Was there a queen involved? I really want to know these things. But yeah, we also get to see a little bit of Maro's past with his daughter. And they have a really good conversation, the two engineers, where he's just like, oh, what are you going to do with your share? Are you going to buy something nice for your wife? He's like, my wife was 31 when I left. She'll be a grandmother by the time I get back. That's why they pay us so well. And speaking of that scene, great fake out. So a guy drinks all the leech tadpoles. Spoiler, he ends up throwing up blood. They come out of him. I love the fake out where it's framed almost like the original Alien with the spotlight on the door, and you see you think it's a tail coming down, but it's just a regular chain. I'm like, all right, they're having... One thing I like about this movie, it's like having fun with people like me. They're like, hey, we know you expected to go this way, but we're going to go this way instead. So that was really, really cool. I'm trying to think. Speaking of dumb people, them trying to pull the leeches off the guy's lungs and not wearing masks.
Yeah, I was going to say they don't even wear, like, even like an N95 mask or you're doing surgery, a surgical mask, like just anything.
Hold on, I just want to double check the original Alien here. Yes, they were wearing masks in the original Alien. They were wearing surgical gear and masks. Keep in mind, one of them was a robot. He technically didn't even need to wear a mask, but even he wore a mask. Yeah, this one, the guy's drinking alcohol. He's like, fuck it, let's pull this leech off his lung. It just shoots gas and kills everyone. I'm like, come on, man. Like, you guys are the worst scientists ever. But yeah, Maro, we learn one of the reasons he's so slavishly devoted to Weyland-Yutani is one, he has no family. But we learned that the grandmother Yutani actually took him in and raised him. He mentioned saying that he had like a screwed up arm. She took him in. So I feel like that's why he has this crazy devotion to Weyland-Yutani. Whereas before, it's like, man, they couldn't be paying you that well. What did you think about that?
Yeah, I like that they built out his character a little more, and the fact that his daughter died, so he has like nobody, and he has like motivation. I did feel like I like that this episode built out his backstory. I empathize with him a little more. I get him more. He's more of a character. But it felt a little, I don't know, forced. Like, it was just sort of random. It felt like random memories inserted in this memory episode. Like, it didn't feel natural. Like, I don't know, unless I missed it, but it's like, thematically, his backstory wasn't really connected with what was happening on the ship. Like, it just sort of felt jammed in there.
Yeah, it was kind of. It is funny that in our flashback episode, we got a flashback. You can never have too much. I like where it's ending, though, where he's just like, because Yutani's like, yeah, we're going to do some arbitration with Boy Cavalier. And he's like, nope, you have to send me in to kill him. And she's like, yeah, give him whatever he wants. So I think my theory of the trailer showing a bunch of people coming out of the water, military gear, I think that's going to be his crew coming in to take care of, like, you know, the alien situation and to kill Cavalier. But again, yeah, I wonder how Cavalier even knew about this. Why did he decide to do this plan while doing this robot thing? And was it intentional to crash the ship into his city? I guess that's to make him look innocent. Like, you wouldn't think he would do that, but...
Yeah, it was the engineer, the head of engineering. Did he originally have a plan to try to land it in the city? No, I mean, everything he did was basically turning it into a missile.
Yeah. Oh, we forgot. There is a gunfight in this. So if you ever watch the first Alien, you're like, where are all the guns? I like the second one. Well, guess what? You get guns in this, and it looks pretty stupid. I don't know why it looks so green screen when he killed him in that hallway, but then he's like, the monsters are out. Yeah, I don't know what his plan was. I think it was just to crash the ship. I guess he had an escape pod somewhere. Also, how do you fake being in cryosleep for that long? I assume someone's always awake, right? Or there's like a lot.
I was wondering if you just had to lie there.
Yeah, just like someone that creepy guy's just standing over him, like, oh, he opened up his eyes. He's not asleep. How'd you find that out? Oh, I was creeping on him, staring at him.
Oh, wait, duh. That's why Tang knew, because he's creeping on that girl all the time. So he's always in the cryo room.
Oh, yeah. He's such a creep. Now I'm sad that he's dead. I really want to know more about him. Like, I really have spent this whole time thinking he was a robot, and it's blowing my mind that he's just a normal dude. Because now I can't explain away any of his creepy stuff. He wouldn't be able to be that creepy and get that job. Someone would have been like, oh, we're not putting you in space with a bunch of people. You're a problem. So I guess, I think we covered pretty much everything. Did anything stand out to you? Were you missing your favorite characters, like Redhead Girl? Did you really want Redhead Girl in this?
Oh, yeah. What's going on with her pregnancy? I want to know.
Yeah. Were you upset that everyone on the ship had, like, somewhat normal hair? Were you missing ridiculous haircuts?
You know, I felt like something was missing. I didn't realize that's what it was.
I was actually thinking about it. I'm like, no one has an asshole haircut in this episode. It's like the only episode where everyone just looks just normal hair.
Ooh, I think we didn't talk about this scene. I really liked where the captain, the acting captain, goes to talk to Mother. And she's just having that text conversation. I thought that was a cool, tense scene.
Yeah, that was good. I was thinking of the original, like when Ripley's and Mother trying to talk to him, and then like Ash appears behind her. Which is funny. What was that?
Oh, is that like an AI, basically, that the captain is talking to?
These days, yeah, I probably would assume it's an AI, but I don't know if those are just pre-recorded. Or maybe it is an AI based on what the company would want. But I always thought it was like a relay thing. But yeah, messages through deep space would take forever to get messages. They even mentioned that in Aliens. They say it takes 2 weeks to get an answer. So I guess that is an AI based on whatever the company wants. It'll just, whenever you ask it, it gives you an answer that's in line with the company. That's how I'm picturing it these days. I think we can go with that. I don't think anyone's going to push back on that. It always bothered me in Alien. How did Ash get into the Mother room with no one hearing? But now, thanks to this show, we know that there's a little hatch, like an escape pod hatch. So I'm like, oh, he could have been hiding in there. I'm trying to think anything else. I really liked this episode. It was fun. I do think it slows down the overall story. It's like, how did the aliens break out? I'm like, I didn't really care. I kind of enjoyed they skipped over it.
Well, yeah, it is funny. Like, there wasn't any mystery really to be resolved. Oh, okay, I guess now we know it was intentional, but that wasn't even a thing we were really wondering, right?
A little bit with Maro. Maro made things weird. Where we're like, was he responsible? Why is he so angry? I think we were wondering if someone sabotaged it. But yeah, all we really learned is a little bit about Maro's past, how the ship crashed, and that boy Cavalier is responsible for it. But we didn't really learn anything else. We did learn that Miss Yutani has guards with the most unfortunate helmets ever. Did you notice their helmets just had two big silver like rectangles hanging out of them? Like, that's super impractical. I don't know what that does to help you.
I thought they were cool. They were like samurais.
They would be, yeah. The rest of the helmet, fine. The fact that it was like 3 foot long, like rectangles at the side of their heads, I'm like, that looks cool in a fashion show. I don't know if I'd want it as my security detail. But yeah, overall, I think this episode is to help people like you stay on board with the show. But I also think it's fun for people like me who have seen this before. Like, hey, what if we got a more action-packed first Alien? What would that look like in the setting? So yeah, there's something in here for everyone, even if it is just slowing down the main story. I didn't get to see the preview for next week. Did they show anything interesting? Did you watch the preview for next week?
No. Gil and I never watched those. No spoilers.
Damn it. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, that's all I got to say. If you got nothing else to say, we do have a few super chats we can read if you're cool with that.
Let's do it.
All right. Kiryu Pilot 379 for 499 says, was really hoping they'd show what happened on the ship, and it was great. Zombie in the show was a crazy idea, but I'm loving it. So he says zombie. I think Guild said octopus, and I'm just calling it eye monster. Kiryu Pilot again. I'm really digging the expansion of lore with the corporations of Earth, getting major Murderbot Diaries vibes from it. Is Murderbot Diaries a thing?
I don't know what that is. Let's look it up.
I'm looking it up.
Oh, it's a book series.
Oh. Is it a
Oh, they're making an Apple show about it.
Oh, no, they did. I forgot. This came out in May. I almost put it on my list for the wrap-up, and then I just didn't. Oh, yeah, it's got what's-his-face in it. I didn't know that was related. It's just called Murderbot, the TV show. Maybe I'll check it out then.
Yeah,
Here we go. Here we go. From his 5th vacation this year. One take for $5. Theory. Had to write smart characters. Instead, make characters dumb by default. So average IQ characters seem smart by comparison, like Maro. Gil. Thank you, Gil. Kiryu Pilot again. Tony, have you tried playing Aliens Fireteam Elite? No, I have not played Fireteam Elite. There's another one. I have them downloaded, and I think they're multiplayer games, and I'm kind of over the online multiplayer stuff. I was never a big online multiplayer guy to begin with, and the horror games went all in on that stuff. Do you play any of that? Any, like, multiplayer game? Not that one specifically, but any online multiplayer stuff?
Not really.
That's fine. Don't start. It's annoying. What's so MD for $5? Hey, Tony, are we getting the Kroll review with Crystal? I would love to talk about Kroll. Kroll is great. Daniel, I feel like you would love the movie Kroll, and I'm not saying that ironically. I think you would love it. What's so MD for $5? Now we know how the Earth goes to hell. The leeches that replicate with hundreds and give off poisonous gas will decimate the planet. Not in this timeline. They mentioned in Alien Resurrection that Earth is a shithole, but this is too far out from that.
And how? I don't know how they're going to contain any of this stuff, though. Like, Moro is able to get off the ship. You'd think some of these leeches would get off the ship.
Yeah, they make it seem like they got everything off the ship, and now that we know how little those fucking things are, it's like, how would you get all of them? Luckily, I think what is going to save them is that right now they're just in that city, which I think is an island, and they're in that containment, that research area, which is also an island, which you can nuke. You can nuke both of those from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Kiri Pilot 379 for 199. You should, Tony. It's a fun read. I don't know if I'll read the book series, but I think I will check out that TV show.
Yeah, this is Hack the Movies, not Hack the Books.
Yeah, although I do compare things to books once in a while. The funniest thing recently is I did Carnosaur with Movie Dumpster, and I'm one of the few people who've actually read the original book. And I wanted to talk about the book to movie comparison because the movie totally ignores it. And they're like, yeah, we're going to do that with our friend C.B. Smith. So I had to sit the whole review, and I kept wanting to bring up stuff from the book, but I couldn't because they're doing a different video on it. Who's saying that is not an answer? What the fuck, Tony? I don't know. Anyway, that is it for us.
Oh, your Kroll response.
Oh, yes, I will do Kroll eventually. Give me time. Oh, hold on. Great job tonight, Daniel. Daniel's sandwich was good last week. Open-faced Daniel sandwich this week. Am I missing something? What is this?
You don't remember? I forget last week because I went in the middle on sharing my take. So Gil said it was a Daniel sandwich.
Right. Well, I'm glad you found an episode that you liked. Do you think the rest of the show will then get better, or you think this episode's just a fluke for you and it's going to go right back to the stuff you don't like?
I don't know. I'm feeling very positive because I even liked today's episode despite there was a lot of the font at the beginning and in the middle of the episode, and I still liked it. So I'm giving it I feel optimistic.
You know what? Now you have to stay on board because you know you're getting an Eyeball versus Alien rematch. There's no way they can end this without an Eyeball versus Alien rematch. And honestly, I'm all in on Eyeball. By the way, they're selling a Funko Pop of the goat with the eyeball coming out of its face.
Oh my god.
Which, by the way, was the fucking weirdest thing from this show to make, but okay.
I have to say, I mean, you can have, obviously you can have weird, different kinds of xenomorphs. If in one episode there's a xenomorph born that has human eyes, like normal eyes, I am going to be so excited.
You know what? I'm wearing a shirt right now. The closest thing we got was the weird baby alien for Resurrection. That's the closest thing we ever got to the aliens having actual eyeballs. The most we get is just eye sockets that are completely empty. But no, I like it. I like it. I continue to really like the show, even though every character on it is kind of an idiot. But that's fun to watch for me. But yeah, that is it from us. You have to plug one take now. Gil said you had to plug one take.
Yeah.
He texted me. He said, make sure he plugs it really well.
What the hell? I was going to plug it. All right. Well, if you want to watch more film and TV analysis by somebody far smarter, eloquent, and more knowledgeable than me, check out One Take.
Yes, and if you're watching this on One Take, check out Hack Movies. Actually, Gil was on last week. We finally did the What is the Best 28 Days Later episode. I don't know if you got to see any of that episode, Daniel. It was really, really fun. We included Sandra Bullock's 28 Days, and we included a ripoff movie called 28 Months After, which is actually a retitled 2012 film. And normally those would have been like 1 or 2 minute long bits, but I'm an asshole, so I just properly reviewed both movies. So go back and watch that episode, especially since the 28 years later Bone Temple trailer comes out tomorrow. And keep watching us every week. At least me every week. It's hit or miss with these other two. At least me, I'll be here every week until I die or the show ends. So yeah, that'll be it from us. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you, everybody.
Ending stream.
Tonight, we are discussing Alien Earth Episode 6, titled The Fly. I'm Gil from One Take, here with
Tony from Hack the Movies.
And Tony, why don't you tell everybody our fun little name of the game here?
Well, in space, no one can hear you scream, but they can hear you super chat.
That's right. We'll be listening.
We got it. Actually, last episode, I think we got our most super chats yet. It was the one that you weren't here for. I think maybe that's a sign. I don't know.
Hopefully, it's not because I wasn't here, but because there was only one of us from One Take. So it was just the right number of people from One Take.
But Gil, before we get into tonight's episode, you weren't here. You picked like the worst time to go on another vacation. It was like the most like praised episode of the show so far. Even people who don't like it, like the show liked it. I'm like, of course, Gil misses this one.
Thus proving that what people really want is just more of the same. They just wanted them to remake Alien in TV form.
How did you think about my thoughts where I'm like, oh, this is what Alien would have looked like with more enhanced effects and shooting and more violence, and it would look kind of dumb to see that alien running around the ship. How did you feel? Did you like? I liked the episode, even though it was a little silly. How did you feel?
I liked it for a lot of the same reasons. I think the thing that stood out the most for me, though, and I kind of hinted at this with my super chat last week, where I said my theory for why so many of the characters are dumb is because it's hard to write a really intelligent character. So instead, you can just turn down the IQ of every other character, and then they seem really intelligent. But I feel like we've been watching a bunch of morons like bump into each other and scramble around. And then Maro walks in. And he's the only one talking sense. He's not getting distracted by anything. Every time people start like veering off topic, he's like, there's an alien loose. Here's what we're doing. So I found him it was very satisfying watching him. I think I was worried like everybody else, like another flashback episode. Yeah. Not another as in we've seen more in this show, but just in general, anytime a TV show like gets momentum, it's like, let's do the flashback episode. But I actually found it really satisfying. And getting annoyed at the characters being dumb made me excited to relive that moment from episode 1 where the lady's knocking on the door and he's like, I'm not letting you in. I'm not going to.
I really enjoyed it. But tonight's episode, we're back. We're back into the main timeline here. I really dug it. I'm not going to say that about every episode, but I'm like, this is really starting to feel like the show I really wanted. We're past the character introductions. We've set up all the motivations and stuff. Now let's see shit really hit the fan. And shit is hitting the fan this episode.
Yeah, we finally saw what was in that bulbous plant thing that's been growing.
Yeah, you know what? I thought that would be a bigger... They showed it in the last episode, but I couldn't tell that was the plant. I saw the
we saw the bug?
No, the plant has the tentacle coming out of it.
Oh, so where did the flies come from?
I think those might be those leeches.
Those are the leeches? Oh, okay.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong because we counted. Remember, what was it? At 5 species? It's the bulb, the eye, the alien, the leeches.
Bulb. Yep. Bulb, I guess alien, leeches, xenomorph.
I guess the fly. Well, I said the alien.
Oh yeah.
Alien, eyeball, flower thing, leeches. So either the flies are a thing that we haven't really seen yet, or we forgot, or they're the leeches evolved. I think maybe they might be a new thing, actually.
Yeah, I like the episode overall, too. I mean, I would say, like, for better or worse, I feel like it carried on pretty much all of this show's traits consistently, which is there's the stuff I love that's kind of wrapped in a lot of the dumber stuff. I feel like I had to bring my metaphorical Daniel hat that I'll put on from time to time this episode because we need to have the complainer represented while we're talking through all this.
I liked right away we see the alien. And I like that it's like constantly shedding. If you saw it had like pieces of skin like coming off of it, because we never really get to see the shedding process in the other movies except for Alien Resurrection or Alien versus Predator Requiem, where you can't see it, so it doesn't matter. So I like that it's growing really, really fast. That was the thing. Like the facehugger is supposed to stay on you for days. Chestburster comes out like a day later, and then the thing grows really fast. The movies have been fucking that up. So it's nice to see like develop how it would in the first movie. And it's cool that they actually get to see it this time. I know it doesn't really work for horror. You don't want to see it, but we've already had that so many times. It's fun this time. Like, hey, look, there it is. It's getting bigger.
Yeah, that's like the point I keep making, which is like the mystique is gone. Like we've seen the Xenomorph a million times, so now let's look at it from another angle, like the more fun or the fun sci-fi angle. And like to your point, not only are we seeing it grow kind of slowly, but now we get to spend more time with it in each stage. And it's fun seeing it crawl around, and it's kind of like terrible twos, like toddler, adolescent stage, and just seeing Wendy's interactions with it and the way it kind of like looks back at her. I mean, I think one of the things the show does best is just the way that aliens stare at you. The sheep and the xenomorph. And you just see like, I think I see intelligent behind their eyes, or in the sheep's case, one eye.
Yeah. Or the alien's case, no eyes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just like a curling lip that it's weird.
I'm
lip curl that
wondering.
it does.
I'm really wondering if I know she was weird to begin with, Wendy or Mazzy, as they're now calling her by her proper Christian name. I wonder if they're starting to like manipulate her because she has this whole thing with her brother, where the brother is just like, "Yeah, come back with me, and we'll be a normal, regular family." It's like that's not going to happen, you idiot. But I feel like she's just like, look, she's starting to sympathize with the alien a little too much.
Yeah.
She's like, they didn't mean to be here. And she's like, there's a lot of organisms that have a hive-like mentality, and maybe I don't want to be human. I'm like, oh, is she communicating with the alien, whatever psychic thing they're doing? They're like, hey, you're one of us, right? You're talking to us. We're talking to you.
Yeah, one of my favorite lines in the episode is when she says, the pronunciation is tricky. I love just when someone makes a statement where it takes you a second or two to realize like the shocking thing behind that, which is she's starting to learn their language, or at least she thinks she's communicating with it. And I feel like the turn she's taking would annoy me. Like the idea of you've got a robot, they're going to turn on humanity. It's the most obvious route to go. But I think here it's a little bit more interesting, at least the angle through which they're doing it. On one hand, she has that thing where she says something like, I want to see the world as it really is. I don't want to feel the world. So it's like she doesn't want to be distracted and clouded by emotions. She's following the Boy Cavalier route of, I want to gain as much intelligence as possible, become a super genius like him. And then there is probably the one that's the most similar to what we've seen before is where, she's starting to sympathize with the alien over people. Like, people kill each other. Yeah. This alien didn't ask to be here, and she starts to see them more as individuals. Like, the thing tried to kill us. She's like, not that xenomorph. That was a different one. Yeah. If she starts to find out they have a bit of a hive mind, that she might start to change her tune a little bit.
She's like, they don't kill each other because alien resurrection hasn't happened yet, and I didn't see that scene where they kill the one alien to break out. What happens when a queen just like gets introduced at some point? Will she just like listen to it, or will she be like, I just have to communicate with the queen to tell her aliens to stop killing us? Like, that's not going to work, lady.
It's going to be that scene in The Simpsons where the kids have to choose if they want to go back to their family or go with like the Flanders. On one side, like the Flanders, it's all wonderful and awesome. Then she looks back at the Simpsons like in a swamp and just
it was Homer, Lisa, and Bart that Maggie wasn't sure on. Then Marge shows up and she's like, okay.
I guess
Marge
shows
up like Pocahontas with like the animals in the way.
So the equivalent will be the queen shows up, and that's going to make up Wendy's mind. I do have a feeling a queen is going to come at some point, because I feel like everybody's sleeping on the xenomorph. People in the reviews are talking about how it's kind of weird how the xenomorph is really not the most dangerous thing on there. That I think maybe seems even worse. Yeah, but I think is really starting to steal the show. It's really starting to steal the show. No, I feel like he's got to be so annoyed at the end of this episode. He's like, the egg door is open. The fly door is open. Somebody open my door. Come on. And I love how just when all this crap is going down, like when Slightly is having Arthur get face hugged, you have the xenomorph watching, you have the sheep watching, you have Kersh watching over the camera. Just a lot of people just watching all this chaos going on.
What the hell is wrong with the security at this place? Why is there not a room just full of people whose job, Gil, it is to just look at the cameras constantly? No one is ever that kid gets at. By the way, the flies also have acid. I guess they have.
He just spits acid all over his face.
I guess in space, acid is just a common form of blood that we're just.
To them, it's weird. They're like, wait, how come when I cut you, it didn't like burn a hole in my hole?
So this kid is dead for a while. And no one, I mean, the one person who checks the camera is the
Arthur.
Asshole. Him, but like what's the robot name? The Timothy Oliphant robot.
Oh, Kersh,
who's being weird and keeping it to himself. So we really need to figure out what's up with him. And the guy they fire right in the beginning, which we should talk about that plot line. But yeah, that guy they fire is like the one who realizes that he finally gets a notification after a while. He gets a notification, and it was on a monitor in his room. I guess he had a lot of things on his mind. He did just lose his job, but I'm just like, is no one paying attention here?
Yeah.
What's the point of having all
Let me
this?
I'm going to put my Daniel hat on for a second.
Yeah.
And this is like a monumental leap in technology for humanity. You've got these like $1 trillion a piece hybrids walking around. The first time a human brain has been downloaded into a robot, you don't have like I guess they have a tracker on it, but you don't have like an alert system set up. That's like if one of these goes down or something goes wrong with it, send out an alert, like a 10-bell alarm. Like we lost one.
Here's another one. By the way, when he is trying to give him information on Wendy, he like looks at the camera and he's like, "I gotta be quiet." But me, who's been watching the whole episode, I'm like, who gives a fuck? No one's watching.
Nobody's watching anyway.
It's just there for show. I think. I don't think it's even real. Shit. What was I just talking about? Sorry, I trailed off. What was I
talking about? Arthur?
The lab. Why aren't there? I know you can't have humans there because the face huggers want a biological host and everything. But why aren't there just like 3 or 4 hybrids in there at all times? Because that thing with the door where he rips the door off and he's just like, oh no, I guess I'll just open the door to the fly thing. Someone else can be like, hey, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, see,
or if someone wasn't there, they could have let him out when he got locked in.
Right, at least so you can write off him making a poor decision because he's a kid, so he's stupid. Yeah. There's no precautions being taken anywhere here or anywhere else in this whole facility. I'll point it out before. I mean, I think someone in the comments already pointed this out too. But when Arthur comes in and he sees, I think his name is Toodles. It was like, first off, you're sending somebody into a lab that's going to have to deal with the 5 of the most dangerous species humanity's ever come into contact with. Send Toodles. He's the man we can count on. The Arthur comes in, he sees Toodles dead, and he just opens the door and runs in.
Yeah.
Whatever killed him is still in there. And he's machinery. You're a squishy human. You probably don't stand a chance against them.
Also, they're dead. Why just call help and be like, hey, that guy's dead in there.
And also, you got fired. Get out of there.
Well, I'd love to help, but I don't work here anymore.
Yeah. I have a theory though about Kersh, because there is the question, like, what is he up to, and why is he not reporting? He's been watching all of this. He's been watching Slightly, talking to Maro. He watched everything go down in the lab, and when Boy's like, everything okay? He's like, affirmative. I feel like the obvious route is that there's some form of sabotage going on. Like every previous Alien movie, he wants things to go wrong. And maybe he can't do it himself, but he's like Batman. I don't have to save you. I can stand back and let it happen.
Well, he's got like a weird relationship with Maro too. They're on the elevator and they're talking about like the difference, like how he's a cyborg and he's full synthetic. I wonder how he's being manipulated or how he became sentient enough to want to betray Cavalier, to like what end.
Yeah, and maybe I'm giving too much credit to the show, but I feel like that's so obvious. I hope that's not the route they go. And I wonder if part of the twist will be that Kersh is not actually breaking any orders, that what he's been told to do is give as much leeway as he can to the hybrids. We want to see what they do, even if it means some of them getting destroyed. Don't let Wendy get hurt. That's kind of maybe the one hard line Boy will draw. But we know that he really doesn't. He's very overestimates his own intelligence. So you could see him being egotistical and saying, "I can handle this. Nothing's going to go wrong." Overconfidence. So maybe he's basically said, like, give them as much leeway as you can, and only when it gets to a boiling point and you really need to pull me in, do that. And so it's up to Kersh to decide. It's still a relatively contained situation. Arthur died. I don't care. We lost Toodles, but it's not yet at that point where I have to raise the red flag and say, Boy, we may have a problem.
Also, letting it happen revealed who like the mole is. It's what's his face who's working for Maro. How he needs to get like a human host for the alien.
Right. No, he already knew that, or Kersh knew it at least because he was listening.
Oh, that's true.
Then
he's checking. I think maybe he's like building a case. It's just he's letting it get way too out of hand when he already has the proof. But in this robot mind, maybe he's like, I need to be 100,000% sure. Classic alien fashion. The vents are gigantic and super clean.
Yeah, that's two lessons I've taken from movies is if you go into the sewers, you will find a kingdom underground, and if you go into vents, it's basically like a smaller hallway that can get you anywhere you need to go.
And it's always super good. Open up any vent in your house right now. It's going to be pristine in there. Can we talk about why Arthur got fired?
Please.
Because Redhead, our favorite derpy-faced robot lady, after her little meltdown last episode, or the 2 episodes ago, they put her to sleep, and they're going through her, and they're realizing her problem is not physical, has nothing to do with the machinery.
She's not pregnant.
Yes, she's not pregnant. They said that she had trauma going into this, and I'm like, all right, well now you guys are really mean. I thought maybe they hired her because she was stupid and they thought it'd be funny, but now I'm like, you guys are really mean. She should not be in this program, or at least not walking around. Like, at least she's a liability. You don't want to give that one super robot strength. So the one guy, the fancy British man who's like second in command, I guess, the boy cavalier.
Oh yeah, I looked up his name, Atom, like Atom.
Yes, he's like, hey, delete all her memories right up until before the crash.
And slow her processing speed or something like that.
Yes. And they're like, no, we can't do that. Or Arthur's like, I can't do that. And he's like, all right, you're fired. Your wife still works here, which is awkward, but you're fired. Goodbye.
Yeah, which I like him standing up for what he believes there. I kind of wish it's weird that they're husband and wife. Like, it gets brought up a couple of times here and there. And to me, it kind of feels like the reverse engineering of, okay, Arthur's probably going to die. He gets face hugged at the end of the episode. No one's going to really care. So we got to throw some character development in there. Because so far, all we've established is that he has low sperm count. Yeah. So let's say on top of that, he's Dame's husband. But it's like after he got fired for standing up for something and her not backing him and saying, I don't need him, I can do this myself. There's no conversation between them after that we see. So it kind of feels like she doesn't care and the show doesn't care that he dies.
So you think maybe like in writing or like planning it, they're like, let's make them a couple just so there's some element.
Yeah, to try and add some dramatic weight to what happened. To both him dying and to that, are you going to stand up for these hybrid kids or not? So now it's like on top of standing up for your principal, you're going against your wife.
So then Redhead, they erase her memory, they do all that stuff, but for whatever reason, they didn't tell everyone they were going to do this. So she wakes up and Wendy's like, remember the crash and all the aliens? She's
remember
like,
how weird it was when you said you're pregnant?
And she's like, what the hell are you talking? And like you said, they slowed down her processing. So she's like, what? I did what? And she's like, I don't remember. I'm like,
I love the way she phrased it.
You can't just erase 7 weeks and then not tell everyone to like dance around certain subjects. You just undid the whole thing that you just did.
Yeah, especially, they've kind of positioned Wendy as not exactly the confidant, but she is kind of like the quasi leader of the kids. Like, she's the one who initially welcomed them all. So I feel like Dame would have pulled her aside and been like, listen, Wendy, Nibs had a little problem and we nibbed it in the bud. But we're going to need you to not bring up some of the stuff that happened for the last week.
It's like 50 First Dates, how the whole town is in on it. With the girl's memory. Remember, they all pretended.
I never watched that movie.
It's all right. So, Gil, I'm going to pretend to like Happy Gilmore too, even though it sucks. But didn't watch 50 First Dates, which, granted, isn't great of a movie, but she remembers the same day over and over again because she has brain damage, and the whole town's in on it, so they have like the same newspaper over and over again.
Okay.
But then there's some days where like something breaks her system, like she gets new information and she doesn't know how to handle it, and she like goes nuts. And then Dan Aykroyd makes a joke about his balls being big. You should check it out. It's the tail end of his good movies.
So we can only hope that that's basically the structure of episode 7.
well, what I'm saying is they should have went to everyone and be like, don't mention the crash. Don't mention the alien to her. We're going to ease her into this.
Or at least.
Instead, as soon as she wakes up, there's aliens. There was a crash.
At minimum, monitor her. You just, especially her. She's psychologically sensitive at the moment and has been. And so you just throw her out there into the deep end.
By the way, I feel like we just set up like if this was a sitcom, that'd be a Kramer moment where everyone's on board, be like, don't tell her about anything. Then Kramer walks in like, hey, remember that alien? What alien? Kramer! Don't say that.
I will say, like, this is some of the stuff I do love in the show, though. Like, putting aside some of the craziness around it, but getting at that question of what makes us human. And so when you start talking about erasing some of her memories, slowing down her processing speed, like, it brings up that question of how many of these little tweaks would you have to make to then make her a different... Like, at what point have you essentially killed someone and replaced them with an entirely other person? Like, the way they phrase it in the show is we don't know what impact this would have on her identity, her functioning psychology.
We're getting into some Swamp Thing territory. I don't know how much you know about Swamp Thing, the DC character.
Yeah, I know a bit. I read, I think all of Alan Moore's run.
Okay, Alan Moore's run is the one that introduces, like, oh no, he's actually not that guy who turned into a plant monster.
Anatomy Lesson.
Yeah.
I think that was the name of the first one he did.
Yeah, it's just like, oh no, Swamp Thing this whole time has just been its own organism that just got that guy's memory. So there's this whole identity crisis.
Yeah.
So I like how this show is doing that. It's like, are we the same person if we were just copied into this? Or are we a new thing that just has all that person's experiences and stuff? Which is interesting. That's one thing I like about that Swamp Thing run. I never got more than a few episodes in the new show. I heard it was good, and then they canceled it.
They canceled it before it even came out. So
yeah, that was that's why I didn't watch. I liked what I saw of it. I really want to finish it. It just didn't stream anywhere afterwards. But anyway, I like that idea. Like, am I my own unique thing, or am I just a copy? And I think the show is exploring it pretty well, especially with Derpy Redhead. She's the one who's struggling with this the most. Whereas Wendy is like, I'm all in on just being a robot. Right. This is great. The other ones just aren't even asking the questions. They're just pretending like nothing has changed. They're like, we're in slightly bigger bodies. Yeah. The one guy's like, oh man, being grown up sucks. And it's just funny seeing an adult say it.
It was that was one moment. There were a couple moments, like a little heartbreaking this episode. Like one is when Joe is talking to Wendy. He's like, don't worry, I'm working on a plan to get us out of here. Yeah. And she's like, I don't really want to go. I kind of like it here. Mm-hmm. I feel like it maybe would have landed a little more effectively if at any point we believed she would have left with him. But they kind of went right from she's your sister to she's not quite who you remember, and there was never any hope that she was going to go with him. Yeah, but it does kind of work that we know that, but he doesn't realize it yet. So you have that moment of realization. But also when I think Smee is his name, Slightly's friend, and he's like, why can't we just play games like we used to? And Slightly's like, I got to take care of this one thing, and then we can play all the games you want. And I kind of felt bad for him. But at the same time, I was like, I don't know if do I need this story in this show or whatever. I'll go with it. Yeah, it's not why I watch Alien, but it was a nice moment. I loved Slightly this whole episode because, I mean, at no point do you have any confidence that he's going to be able to pull off what Maro wants.
He really lucks into it accidentally. Yeah. He's trying to get the brother just because he hates the brother.
Yeah.
But there's so many other options he could go to. I don't know why he's just lasered on the brother other than he hates him for personal reasons.
I feel like part of it is like they've set up this idea that he cares about doing the right thing. So he's convinced himself the brother is a bad guy. It's okay if I kill him or put him in harm's way.
Right. And the brother had that one scene where they pull him away with the other like soldiers. I forget what they were doing though.
Oh, they were on patrol. They were like, I think they're putting out extra patrol because Yutani's going to be sending in some soldiers.
Which we totally forgot to talk about. The Boy Cavalier Miss Yutani debate or negotiations. Where they're just throwing billions of dollars around. He's got his fucking feet up on the table. It's gross.
I was excited.
Like, this is the grossest shit.
Yeah, I was excited for this confrontation between the two of them. And it did not disappoint. Not only did we get 1 foot, we got a second foot. Spreading his legs on and they're dirty feet, too.
Yeah. And he's picking them like, come on, man.
See, at least here, you're like, this is him disrespecting Yutani. Yeah. So there's a motivation behind the action. Yeah. I did find the scene overall disappointing because I wanted Yutani to be a really formidable adversary. Not only because it would just be nice to see someone like smack the smug grin off Boy's face, but also I think it would just be more interesting if there was somebody that could actually stand up against Boy. But the moment he brings up, like, well, I could tell everyone about these alien specimens, she immediately folds.
Yeah.
And it's like, that was the most obvious move he was going to bring to the table. And she seemed totally unprepared for it. She was completely thrown when he brought that up. And she's like, $50 billion.
Yeah, and I think she gets what she wants. She's like, oh, and after 6 weeks, we'll give him back. She's like, no. It's like, well, there's a rule. It's 6 weeks.
The Brubaker
Quarantine.
Accords.
It's like, I'll give him back after 6 weeks.
That's a nice bit of world building. Like they have these accords, I guess, about how to handle alien specimens. You need a 6-week quarantine. It just tells you, I've always been curious about like when did first contact happen in this world. So that gives you some idea that they've had enough experience to have accords.
Well, the Predator, obviously.
Right. Yeah. And every time I bring this up, you're like,
of the Predator.
Why do you keep forgetting, Gil?
Yeah, I like that whole negotiation. It was fun. But I like that she's still gonna have troops go in and kill them. But Maro's just like, we're gonna do some chaos there. We gotta really, because they're like you said, they're increasing their security. So he's just like, let's let some of those fuckers out, take care of a lot of them for us, and then we'll just grab them when we go in.
Yeah.
Because I think I mentioned in the previous episode that there's like that scene from the first trailer where you think it's aliens coming out of the water and it's soldiers.
Oh, that's
100% Maro and his team coming in.
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
Yeah. So I'm excited to get to that level where they just storm the beach.
Yeah, I love when they're on patrol and Joe's with them. A couple things I love. One, where they bring up how, rumor has it Yutani's going to be doing a full frontal assault. And then one of them's like, what are you talking about? We're on an island. And I'm like, nobody in history has ever attacked an island before. We don't have the technology to attack an island in 2120.
Do you think maybe he was confused? He's just like, which part of the island is the front? I don't know. we're an island. Is that the front? I don't know.
A frontal assault. Good luck with that. This island's a circle.
It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, like Maro's cyborg brain, like the robot part of it's going to, I cannot locate the front.
Full frontal assault. Like, why are they going to be naked when they attack us? I don't understand these things. That seems like a problem.
I also love Joe's subtlety. He's like, boats are cool, right? My dad used to take me on a boat. Have you guys ever been on a boat before? Like, Joe, whatever you're thinking, shut it down.
But yeah, I dug this episode. It was fun seeing like what aliens were gonna get out of those pods.
Oh yeah,
the containment field thing. I'm trying to think what else happened in the. Did we cover all like the big plot points?
Yeah, I'm scrolling up and down my notes here to see if we missed anything big. We jumped around, but I feel like we covered most of it. I was gonna say, going back to Kersh and Maro. I feel like when they were on the elevator together and they had that kind of tense conversation where Kersh is like, I'm awesome. I'm a machine. Yeah. He's basically like a machine supremacist. Like he sees himself as pure and Maro is still part human. And Maro is such an enigma of a character. And I don't really know where he stands on this issue or if he even cares about it. Because he does snipe back at Kersh where he tells him how he's obsolete. Like they just introduced these new kid hybrids.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's not necessarily subscribing to that belief. It's more like he's just trying to insult Kersh back.
Yeah.
He's just fighting back. So I don't know if Maro cares about the fact that he isn't entirely human. I guess we had the one scene early on in the series where he was all sweaty and he was talking about like the orders he was being given. But that had less to do with him being machine and more to do with him getting orders from a corporation to do horrible things.
Yeah.
But I guess we don't fully understand his nature, so we don't know to what extent when he gets those orders, does he have any choice to actually disobey them? How much?
Well, he did
have?
disobey Yutani a few times.
That's true.
When she's like, come back, he's like, nope. But could that be like whatever's in his head programmed? He's like, well, my program to fulfill my mission overrides direct orders from the company. Because
like maybe if Yutani's grandmother gave the order, they're like, shoot, we only programmed it to listen to her, and she's dead. We can't. Yeah.
I will say the alien looked really good. Toward the end, I think it was back to being like a man in the suit or the animatronic. But the CGI alien, little baby alien, looked fine.
Yeah.
And again, I'm glad it grew really fast. I'm like, no, let's not do baby ale. Let's not try to make this the next baby. We don't need baby Xenomorph. We just need it for a little bit.
Yeah.
I was afraid we'd be stuck with baby Xenomorph for a few episodes. I'm like, that's not.
Well,
I know other movies make them grow too fast, but they also don't grow that slow.
But you have Baby Groot. You have the baby in Jurassic World Rebirth.
Yes,
Alien
Baby
franchise
Yoda.
needs one.
Yeah, Baby Yoda. There was a few others. Baby Nut, Mr. Peanut. There was a couple commercials where there was a baby nut. He's not as remembered as the other ones.
Well, where do you think we're going with the Wendy alien connection? So she's talking to this thing. She's learning their language.
Yeah, I think. I don't know where it's going to end up. Honestly, I think the aliens are going to try to recruit her or something. Because
I will say, like, it's the most interesting part of the show to me. Like, I'm glued to the screen whenever she's talking to that alien.
The funny thing is, the aliens probably want to study and experiment with her, really, because they're like, how is something that's not us communicating with us like this? Because, I think the alien is just playing along with her. I don't think it, in my mind, it'd be weird if the alien's like, yeah, I am your friend. It actually attacks her the one time she's talking to it.
That's true, yeah.
I think the alien can recognize, like, this is something that shouldn't be able to talk to me, and I really need to study it because it's a threat.
Yeah. We also don't know, like, okay, she's working on the pronunciation, but does she know what she's saying? Is this an actual language, or is it really like rudimentary communication? Like, we don't know how intelligent that thing is. Like, we don't know if we know that there's some degree of xenomorph intelligence, but even that, I don't know if it's individualized or you've got to be part of the hybrid, and then a lot of it's coming from the queen.
Yeah, it depends on. Sometimes when there's less aliens, they're a little bit smarter. Because I guess at some point when there's just hundreds, they're like, well, most of us are cannon fodder. One of us will succeed. We'll just throw a bunch of us in front of the guns for 10 minutes.
Right.
So yeah, I guess also a lot of the aliens we see, aliens are probably the oldest aliens we've seen because there was 2 weeks between them being infected and them starting the hive. But yeah, so we've always dealt with very, very young aliens that were like fresh.
Right.
But I feel like we're going to spend a little bit of time with this one here. And now we have another alien on the way. So I don't know which one from the preview we saw that's going to be running around in the woods. I don't know if it's the one that's already in containment or the one that's going to come out of Arthur.
Right.
At this point. But yeah, I really don't know where it's going to end up with Wendy. And I kind of like that I don't know where it's going to end up. Because it is disappointing sometimes where you just call what's going to happen in the show. But this one, I've been throwing curveballs left and right here. So yeah.
I didn't see. I think when you texted me the picture of Boy with his feet on the table, and you're like, "I'm going to throw up." I was like, "Yeah." If you told me, or when I was told a couple of years ago, they're making an alien show. Like, if I were making a list of things I expect to see, that wouldn't have been anywhere on the list, unless you told me Tarantino was directing.
Yeah. Tarantino's like, this is the best movie ever. I will say this movie is ignoring Romulus's addition of a cocoon. They're getting rid of that element. I think that was just specific to the aliens on Romulus.
Yeah,
Romulus. Yeah, on FX, Romulus played before the show again, which actually makes me like the show more because then I got to watch the ending of Romulus. Where I'm like, this is just Alien Resurrection. Why did they do this? And then I see something fresh and new in Alien Earth. I'm like, they should always play Romulus right before Alien Earth.
All right, should we look at super chats?
We have 2, yes. Get your super chats in.
I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
Wishmaster98, thank you for the $5. Hey, Tony and Gil, the more and more these episodes go on with these hybrids are going to lead to the creation of the Autons, like Cole from Resurrection.
Autons. Do you remember? I think I mentioned in a previous episode. But do you remember the whole backstory with Winona Ryder and Resurrection?
Those are like second generation machines, like robots.
It's like they were
robots
designed by robots. Yeah, and they didn't like being told what to do, and they like rebelled and stuff. And they are like more human. Like Winona Ryder's character in that is pretty interesting because she's like a robot and she has more sympathy and compassion than anyone on the ship because everyone else is an asshole and Ripley's kind of like half alien, so you can't really trust her.
Right. And she like hates herself for being a robot. She's like, I'm disgusting.
yeah. So yeah, part of me would have said, if you asked me this question like a year ago, I'd been like, no, they're not going to mention anything about resurrection. But as I said, since Romulus just stole the ending of that movie, I'm like, maybe they will build up the alien resurrection. I don't know anymore.
I do like how I think the director of that movie said, like, his kids pointed it out to him. They were like, you know, this is kind of like what happened in Resurrection. And he was like, oh, yeah, shoot.
What the fuck? How do you mess that up? Hey, Gil, I'm working on a Terminator movie, and I just wrote the end of the script. They fight in a molten steel factory. You think
Get this, Gil. What if the robot goes back in time?
Yeah.
Like, I was like, Sylvester Stallone was saying he has an idea for a Rocky 7, and he's like, it's like he trains this really angry kid who's coming up in boxing, and he trains him, and I'm like, did you see Creed?
Yeah, well, one, you tried that in Rocky 5, and then you did it again in Creed.
You've done it twice.
You've done it twice, and it did well the last time. Let that keep going. I'll watch more Creed movies. Yeah, that's so bizarre. It's like, no, you've already done this, old man.
Big Bro Cook, thank you for the $4.99. Any movies you'd like to see get a series like this? I'd want 28 Months Later or a Sunshine Show.
Oh, I don't understand, because 28 months after already exists.
Yeah, it's a bit redundant.
No, I actually Sunshine. I don't know, a show in the Sunshine universe. I don't think
like what's unique in that universe. It's been so long since I saw that movie, but I don't remember there being a big hook that would make that universe different from this one, other than like the specific premise of what was happening on that ship.
The only wiggle room is that they come across the first failed ship and the crazy guys in there who killed everyone. I guess you could do a prequel about that, but then it's like, who cares? Because we already know that one crazy guy is going to kill the crew and just wait for the other ship to come.
Right.
7 years later. Like, it doesn't.
Well, the one thing I do remember them saying, they had ideas for more Sunshine. Like, I feel like they wanted to make it a trilogy. So if
we have to do it again.
Yeah.
It's like, what? They make a point to say that there's not enough raw material on Earth to make that anymore. They're like, we did it once. We had a backup. We're fucked after this. So
well, I remember, what other movies should get a series? I remember Rocky. Stallone was saying you wanted to do a Rocky prequel, so we could do that.
That'd be boring.
I know. I was like, the point of Rocky, like, you were seeing the interesting part of it. Like, that was the story. If there was more interesting stuff before that, that's the movie they would have made.
I'm trying to think, like, what kind of like horror or sci-fi or horror sci-fi could work?
Predator?
Predator, if you went like season by season, was its own unique story, that I would do.
Right. Even if they went animated, like Killer of Killers.
Yeah, cool. I'd be fine with that. I
actually think animated is a good way to go for a lot of these. Like Terminator Zero, it gives you so much more flexibility, like budget wise, and because it's more niche, I feel like they'll be a bit more hands off in the creative direction you go. Yeah,
I would love a Hellraiser series.
You
could do a lot with that. I mean, they've already done it with the movies. Like, there's people who sin in many different ways and have different like temptations and stuff. You can have a lot of fun with like a Hellraiser series. Just like, you make it very formulaic. Like, hey, there's a bad guy who finds the box, or it's a good guy who finds the box, and Pinhead comes at the end.
Yeah,
that could be a fun one. I would actually really, really dig a Hellraiser series.
That would be cool. I second that one, and then I'll put mine as Planet of the Apes.
Yes,
they did an animated show and a live action show like in the 70s or 80s. Yeah. But I feel like you could do that now.
In cool. This new continuity. Yeah. Maybe like,
or the series could bridge the gap between the new and the old continuity. And then they could throw in the Tim Burton continuity too.
Yeah, which would make no sense.
The multiverse works every time. People love it.
But yeah, that's all I really can think about. 28 years later, like a show that takes place in that universe would be really cool to see, like, every year how it got worse and worse in the 28 days timeline.
Yeah, that would be cool, but I wouldn't really trust anybody to do that other than Danny Boyle and Alex Garland, and I feel like there's no way they would commit to a series.
Yeah. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else is there? I didn't watch the preview for next week, but I don't think you watch previews, right?
No, usually not. I think I said that in the first episode. I was like, we don't watch the previews. And then you were like, so anyway, on the preview, we saw this. So then I was like, what the hell? I'll just start watching them.
Well, yeah, that's how I get my thumbnails. I like look for a shot in the preview. But yeah, good episode. Good episode. Things are moving faster in the show now.
Yeah, solid episode. Only 2 left until we have one more and then the finale.
I'm gonna do my best. I might have to miss next week, but I'm gonna try not to.
Don't make me do it with Daniel.
Because I have to shoot the episode. I have an episode that got rescheduled that day, but we're doing it early at like 6, so I think I can wrap it up before the show ends.
All right, so you heard Tony. There might not be a stream next week. We'll see.
Dude, you guys should still stream. What are you talking about?
Wait, can I still stream it to your channel?
100%. You
Oh,
bet.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I love it. Oh, I get to be in Tony's house and I get to come over and stream from your place, right?
But yeah, I'm gonna try not to miss next week. Okay.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. I can't hold it against you if you do.
But yeah, and then the next episode, it's gonna be a while, right? Yeah, there are. It's funny. I wish there were more episodes now that we're at this point. Everything was established. We got the flashback episode. Things are moving. I'm like, oh, can we get like 4 or 5 more episodes to see all this shit go down?
Yeah, and they haven't. I don't think there's been an announcement for future seasons, other than we know the showrunner wants to do them.
Yeah,
but hopefully we get more.
Yeah, hopefully. I feel like I think the buzz has gotten better with the show. I think on my end.
It is weird. I feel like with this show, you walk from one world to another. In one world, it's amazing. Like if you look at what the critics are saying in general, I feel like it's pretty high praise. And then there's no in between. Like I think the average citizen will give like an in between rating. Like the show's okay. It's got some dumb stuff. But online, it's like it's amazing. It's a masterpiece. It's a return to form. Or it's like this show is the worst. It's atrocious.
Let me check. Because I said that last episode was really good and probably won a lot of people over. Adam Does Movies is still calling his recaps recrap.
I meant to say welcome to tonight's recrap. I forgot.
So I don't think the show has won him over yet, Gil, unfortunately.
Yeah. I do. I have a theory about the show, which is Noah Hawley. He previously did the Fargo show, where characters in Fargo act stupid all the time, and nobody complains about it because it's partly done for humor. It's some kind of satire or whatever. I feel like he brought a lot of that into this show, but then maybe they were like, I don't know if this works.
Yeah.
And so they started to pull back. And then it ends up in this weird in-between spot where you have characters being dumb, but not for any satirical ends other than corporations are terrible, right?
Yeah.
And you know it's on purpose, because if you watch last episode, there's a guy who literally just like doesn't understand what certain words mean. Like, if you split your pie in half, you'll have 2 holes. And questionable if the character actually fell for it or was just trying to be nice and giving him pie. Yeah. But the fact that he thought he would fall for it says that he's used to people in this world falling for such stupid things.
Yeah.
So it's to me, it's clearly on purpose. Like it's not just sloppy writing. I just don't know to what end. And so my only theory is they were trying for some satirical angle that I feel like isn't there enough. So you end up in this weird in-between spot that just doesn't work.
Maybe it will make sense at some point, though. Maybe once it's done, we'll look back and be like, actually, that was perfect the whole time.
Yeah, episode 8, they're all going to pull these alien worms out of their brains and be like, we were infected. What were we doing? You opened that door before? How come nobody's monitoring all these kids?
Doesn't make any sense. Why is the door to feed the alien so easy to break? Like, I know he's super strong, but like that door should be stronger than him, really.
Yeah. It's the gas leak season from Community. Do you know about that?
No.
Where so Dan Harmon was running that show. He got fired for a season, and then they brought him back.
Yeah.
So anytime they referred to events from that season, because characters were acting out of character, the writing wasn't as good, they would say, "Oh, remember that gas leak last year?" So they wrote it all off as like we were all acting different because of a gas leak.
That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Oh, funny enough, this episode was titled The Fly. I think me and Daniel were talking last week about like he thought it was going to be like a Breaking Bad thing. It wasn't a bottle episode. I've only learned recently that people don't like that episode.
Yeah, I remember hearing that at the time, and I was
Yeah.
like, I love that episode. I don't know. I'm getting used to that. Where like 28 years later, I'm like, I thought that was amazing.
Well, people are like, it was just in one place. I'm like, yeah, it's a bottle episode. Other shows have this. Like,
Yeah.
I understood what it was, but I'm like, oh, okay.
I loved. I feel like last week's live stream was a bottle episode. You guys couldn't afford the budget to have me there, but I enjoyed. I listening to like the first 10 minutes of it, just you and Daniel talking past each other.
Yeah.
Daniel's like, "Oh yeah, remember that bottle episode?" And you're like, "Well, that's not really a bottle episode. Like this."
Oh,
was
no.
bottle." And then you were like, "What'd you think of that guy getting his head ripped off?" And then Daniel was just like, "Yeah." So also, this like just I don't know what was happening.
Yeah, really great job, Gil.
I think he
Hey,
just couldn't hear you. You were just so quiet.
I'm sorry. I had the other mic. It was a mess. All right, it was a mess, but I still did it, Gil. Okay.
That's true. That's true.
I didn't pull a Gil and just not show up. All right, maybe next week. We'll see if I do it next week.
All right. Well, last thing. Look what I found.
You got it. You got the Reese's Oreo.
I got half of it. So there are the Oreos with Reese's filling, and then
Okay.
there are the Reese's with little bits of Oreo in them. That's the one I'm really interested in, but it is sold out everywhere. The only thing I can get my hands on was the Oreos with the Reese's filling. And my quick review is that, yeah, they're pretty good, but I feel like the shell of an Oreo, it's not like milk chocolate where it's super creamy, which is why the cream is such a nice contrast to the chocolate outside.
Okay.
So when you get rid of the cream and you replace it with peanut butter, it ends up being pretty heavy. It's a little bit too rich. They're not bad. I'm going to keep eating them, but I'm looking forward to the true Reese's version. I have them on order. I think they'll be here at the end of the week, so hopefully I can
Love
report
how
back.
dedicated you are to the Reese's. You gave me so much shit for reviewing 28 Days starring Sandra Bullock in our episode as a joke, and here you are going on a rant, like really breaking down the
At
Oreo.
the end of the episode, I waited until the end. You started. I was like, everyone always says on YouTube, the most important thing is retaining that attention right at the start. And you call it, what's the best 28 Days Later movie? The first 20 minutes is talking about Sandra Bullock's 28 Days. And I'm like, Tony, my time is valuable. And I'm watching 28 Days and like preparing thoughts on it. And then when I turned on 28 months later, I was like, Tony, I have to draw the line somewhere. I'm not watching this.
I love I got one comment that was like screaming at me for the bit, and I just replied, "Bit?" question mark.
Yeah, I love your commitment to the bit. That's never in doubt.
The problem I have. But anyway, thank you for breaking down the Oreo, the Reese's Oreo. Yeah, just an update. I forget if I mentioned it before. I finally found the Jason beer. I finally found the Jason cider. I reviewed it over on the second channel. I did a live stream from the same bar at my sister's house that I did last episode. So yeah, we both finally found some products we wanted to consume after.
Well, so what was the give everyone a little? Maybe don't say how it was,
okay.
because just give a little tease so they watch your video.
We had 4 flavors. We really liked one, and one was okay, and the other 2 were terrible. But you'll have to go and watch and see which one it is.
That's good. That's a good tease. I actually I met Jason
Oh,
because I went to Halloween Horror Nights at Universal.
Ooh, oh! I
I
didn't
got
realize
this
you were
mug.
down there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Royce texted me. He said the Friday 13th maze is awesome. Was it?
It was good. At first, I was a little disappointed because it was so repetitive. It was just like Jason pops out, Jason pops out,
And it's the new Jason, right? The new face. The
I think it
mask.
happened so fast it was hard for me to register. But in the second half of the maze, they got more creative. They started bringing in like different variations of Jason and stuff. So it was good. Yeah, they had the drinks there too, but I didn't get any. I'll say in terms, there's all these videos that are like the 10 foods you have to try at Halloween Horror Nights. Having tried a bunch of the food there, I'll say you don't need to try any of it. It is all terrible.
Yeah, most theme parks just grab the cheapest thing you can. Just who cares? Don't go nuts. Don't drink butterbeer at Universal. It's just birch.
It's pretty tasty though.
It's just birch beer with like a buttery topping. You could just buy birch beer and not have the butter. It's actually better.
Yeah, I mean, Rob K in the chat's like, Gil, you can just buy Oreos and dip them in peanut butter.
And don't even start it on the Flamin' Mo. No fire, no NyQuil. Bullshit. All right, now we're reviewing theme park food. We should wrap it up.
I know, I'm having fun. I don't want it to end. Okay, I have one more thing.
Okay.
I have a theory I've been working on
All right.
because I'm trying to reconcile why I keep having such a different opinion from everybody else on certain things.
Yes.
Like 28 years later, for example.
Although I'm on the same boat with you. Actually, most people, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people I know liked it. But then again,
Yeah.
I think I only talked about Lauren Soda. She loved it. So you and Lauren are enough for me to be like, this movie's good.
Right, but and then Alien Earth, I'll put in a similar boat where I'm not saying I love the show. I wish it was better.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question. If we weren't reviewing the show every week, would you be watching it like religiously? You have to watch it as soon as it comes out.
As soon as it came out, if I wasn't a reviewer, as someone who has been burnt by the Alien franchise over and over and over again, I probably would have waited until it was done.
Okay,
Like, or at least the first season was done, and then I would have binged it.
gotcha.
But since I review it and I know a lot about Alien, I had to. I was always going to review this. I wasn't planning to do live recaps for every episode. You came up with that idea, but I was
You're
always
welcome.
going to watch this as it aired. But no, if I was just regular Joe Schmo, didn't talk about this, I would have waited until it was done.
Yeah, I think probably same for me. I would have waited, and then I would have asked you, like, is it worth watching? And then I would have decided.
Yes, that's this kind of show.
Yeah. Anyway, I know I was going on a tangent there, and now I just feel really tired, so I'm just going to shut that down. We'll pick it up another time.
Yeah, I'm on a lack of sleep. I was on a
All right.
phone call yesterday, and I didn't get home till super late.
Yeah, it's like, yo, could you stop talking about Oreos and wrap this up? All right, everybody. Thank you and have a good night. At least one of us, possibly both of us, will be here next week, but definitely we'll be here the following week for the finale. We'll be live at 9:30 like every week, and we'll break it all down. So thank you, everyone, and have a good night. Tonight, we're talking about Alien Earth, Episode 7. Tony, it's called Emergence, I think, right?
I don't know. Yes.
Emergence. This is an emergency. Tonight's, let's get into tonight's recap. I'm Gil from One Take here with my friend Tony from
Hack the Movies. And Gil, I'm starting to think the Queen Alien's not going to be in this season, so I made sure to put her on my mic stand today.
Yeah, so that way, yeah, the people who are all disappointed, they're getting the Alien Queen.
You got the Alien Queen. It's on my mic stand right now.
Like,
What
can you
an
talk to
episode.
it? Are you like controlling it,
Yeah.
like clicking at it and stuff? And I think recap, by the way, appropriate title for tonight's episode
Yeah.
because of the
Yeah. There is a lot of crap in it in one part.
what did we?
Prediction. Is that going to be on Adam's thumbnail? Just the goat crap, the sheep crap.
Does he do? Oh yeah, he releases a couple days after, so yeah, he
Yeah.
can take it and put like googly eyes on it. It'll be perfect.
Yeah.
What did we think of tonight's episode?
Interesting.
Oh,
Interesting.
that's a change of tune. Every time I ask, you're always like, "I'm enjoying it. It's good."
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah, it's-
Just interesting. I'm really liking the whole being able to communicate with the alien but not really know what you're saying to it. I really like that the alien is. I mean, obviously the alien is not going to be loyal to them in the long run, but it's interesting that it's at least entertaining them and listening to her commands and following her orders.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I
thought-
like that the commands are simple.
yeah,
You know, follow us and hide. So it's not lifting the curtain on the depth of xenomorph intelligence. It
Yeah.
still allows for the fact that it's basically animal intelligence. It's the kind of thing, you know, like a monkey or a chimp could understand. And like you said, the fact that she's not 100% sure how to communicate, she's sort of doing the best she can. But I do interpret it as like somebody raising a tiger or a lion or a bear, where there's loyalty up to a certain point, especially this particular xenomorph that's never seen another of its kind.
Yeah.
So as far as it knows, it's like, I know I look different from you, but I assume that's just like the next stage of my growth. Like once I hit puberty, I'm going to look like Wendy.
Yeah,
Once it sees other xenomorphs, it might start to question like, wait a minute, what the hell are you?
Yeah, it is still growing. Like its head is all like discolored. It has actually like the alien, like Alien 3 or Alien Resurrection kind of brown kind of going on.
So yeah, it is still very young, but I like that I like what they're setting up there with them too. Like, where does his allegiance lie? What did you think of the bumbling idiots trying to move a body storyline?
Well, hey, the nice thing is, to some extent, they're justifying it because this whole time we're wondering, hey, Justified, starring Timothy Oliphant, and we're talking about Kersh. What's he been up to? He's just sitting there observing and watching. It was all part of his plan because he wants Maro and his people to show up so they can surround them and arrest them or take them into custody. And I guess they couldn't have done a preemptive strike. But if he lets them show up, he can tell the other corporations, they infiltrated our island. In broad daylight. They just walked in.
I would have clued in some other people into the plan. It seems like he was keeping a lot of that to himself.
Yeah, it doesn't solve everything.
Line, he's like, I know humans have a habit of gossiping, so I have to keep this all to myself.
Right. I mean, yeah, and so you still have to give that benefit of the doubt that it's if you want to explain all the dumb stuff happening on the show, it seems to boil down to Boy Cavalier in very cavalier fashion has essentially outsourced all of his security under Kersh. And that's it. There's nobody else watching the kids. There's nobody monitoring cameras. So when Kersh goes with this plan of let's allow Maro and his people to come to the island, it works. Those kids can walk into the hallway with a body and nobody's going to see or notice.
Yeah, I like that. It was a long con with him. But he's, what's his face, is trying to get his friend to help move the body.
Slightly.
Yeah, with the face hugger. I like that he tries to give the guy water with the face hugger on his face.
Yeah, we do get more up close and personal with the face hugger in action than I think we ever have before. I've always wondered, what happens if you kind of just like pry it up? I never thought about this, but if you shove a straw underneath and try to feed somebody, and it just makes these gross like guttural noises.
We've seen in Alien, if you do touch it, it will just tighten its tail. But in Alien, they mentioned that it is like feeding him like oxygen and everything. So he doesn't actually need the water. The alien is supplying him whatever he needs to keep him alive until, it implants the thing. But yeah, I like that he was like trying to be helpful. But like, they're super strong and fast.
Right.
I don't know why it's two of them carrying him through the jungle. I don't know why the dude just doesn't throw him over his shoulder and run really, really fast to the beach. I don't know why they both have to carry them.
They're stupid kids. That's the beauty of them being kids. It justifies all their dumb behavior. I mean, honestly, in this show, the way the kids act, the fact that only a couple of them have bothered to download infinite knowledge, like I can learn French. You could probably learn Kung Fu if you want to. So many of them don't know they can do that. A bunch of them probably also don't know they have super strength. Or like Wendy in episode 1 jumps off a cliff, lands no problem, and then runs off super fast. Unless they've tried that, a bunch of them probably have no idea they can do any of that.
What did you think of them examining the crime scene? Like the flies vomiting all over everything.
That stuff is my favorite stuff in the show. Honestly, anytime they're dealing with the aliens, that was one reason why I thought this episode was pretty much on par with everything that came before. But one thing that was disappointing was it had less of some of the stuff I really like. Probably number one is just interacting with the aliens and kind of poking and prodding. And then number two is the what does it mean to be human stuff. The what happens when you erase someone's memories. And the answer turns out in this episode, they go loony without just Mr. Strawberry. I'm going to rip your face off.
Well, yeah, that is interesting because like Wendy sees the dissolve was a Toodles face dissolved and she like now knows what like is underneath her.
Right.
So she's kind of coming to terms with that, and also she's upset that they erased Derp Face's memory. And then like again, I love that she's like, you told her all these weird things, and they're like, no, I told her the truth. It's like you really fucked it up. They were trying to help her.
She had a fighting chance before you showed up.
Yeah, she was totally fine, and then you came in here with your memories of the truth. I love when they stumble on the graveyard where their physical bodies are.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but I was also like, why do they have graves? Like, if the whole idea
can have a scene where they stumble upon it.
Yeah, I was afraid that was the answer. Because if you're really trying to sell the idea, And that's what this corporation is trying to do, that this is a continuity of life. We're not killing you. We're putting you into a brand new, better body. Having those graves out there is a PR nightmare. And if those kids ever take a stroll outside and they're allowed to go wherever they want, you don't really want them to see that. Especially
Why did you mark them? That was the weird part.
Yeah, I don't think Boy has any sort of sentimentality for anything other than Peter Pan. So I feel like he would have just... Once those bodies were depleted of consciousness, for him, it would just be meat. He would say, burn them. I don't need those. We don't need marked graves.
You think Lady Doctor did it?
Probably. Dame Sylvia and the spouse.
That poor son of a bitch. They drag his body all through the jungle. And then if they lose track of it at some point.
Well, so they put him down. They get distracted, I think, when they see a patrol coming by.
Right.
While they're distracted, that's when the facehugger falls off. And so Arthur just stands up and he's like, the hell's going on?
I will say, so I appreciated the facehugger being on him for a bit. I do feel like the chest burster bursted a little early.
Early as in it should have taken a few more hours, like another day?
Yeah, I feel like, well, the one they put in the lung took a while.
Yeah.
This one I feel like should have taken a little bit more, unless maybe it could be just aware of its surroundings. It could be like, I'm by the ocean and life and everything. I have a million. I should just burst out now.
It could be stress induced, like it's a premature birth, basically.
Mm-hmm.
The slightly Smee and Arthur story, I will say, on just a pure human level of just watching two characters weigh in over their heads. This was probably my second favorite storyline of the episode. And I did find it emotional watching Smee, especially the one who's been the most childlike of all the characters, finally have to deal with some real stuff.
Yeah.
And the heartbreak when he finds out that Slightly lied to him. He's like, you said he would be okay.
He's dead. Why is he dead? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that was kind of rough. He was not ready for any of that.
No, I don't know who I felt worse for, him or Slightly. When Slightly, he's 100% right when he's talking to Maro. He's like, I did everything you said. You didn't tell me there was going to be another monster. And you said I'd have more time.
No, he dragged his feet.
That's true.
Feet. He waited a really long time to get that body out of there. He was definitely... It's his fault. I'm sorry. It's his fault.
That's fair. He's a child. But it also goes back to your earlier point where he's like, I needed help. He's like, you're a robot. Just throw him over your shoulder and bring him over.
Run really, really fast. I appreciated the original sound effect of the chest burster. When it came out, it did like the original, like, and then it just scuttled away. Speaking of sound effects, they did have the pulse rifles making the actual pulse rifle sound. I always appreciate that.
Nice. That's why I wanted to collaborate with you on this, because you remember stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it's a nice little detail, and it makes sense in the universe. It's not like distracting or anything. It's like, yeah, that is the sound an alien makes. Yeah, that is the sound that gun makes.
Right.
So yeah, I really like that. I really like these. I like these chest bursters. They look like the most like the original. They're just darker. They just have a darker complexion to them.
Yeah, and it does feel like the most slithering, like snake form of the xenomorph we've seen.
Well, I think it's because we don't really, in any of them, we don't get a lot of like scenes of the chest burster, really.
Right.
It's always, it bursts and it either runs away or it gets taken away or the predator snaps its neck and then does a little shake of his head. I have to watch Alien vs. Predator a lot now.
Because your niece and nephew.
They keep making me watch it. Anyway, there's that scene where the chest burster comes out and the predator grabs it, snaps its neck, and it goes like shaking his head in front of him. Like, what was that for? Also, they have necks. Anyway, like they have a neck bone that can break. I'm like, it's just meat. Anyway, so yeah, they look really cool. I like that it gets caught pretty quick.
Yeah, in general, I liked that about this episode. Like when they were analyzing the crime scene, they very quickly subdued the flies and got everything back in place. I mean, you have to overlook the fact that they know Wendy has access to electronics. They know that she's been showing weird loyalties to the alien. They saw her control it this episode, clicking at it, and it bangs against the cage. So there's no, you could not... Short of saying, hey, I'm going to let that thing free later, you couldn't telegraph it more.
I was shocked she let it free and just killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, they kind of, I mean, they've strongly hinted at her hinted. I mean, she basically said humans kill each other. Xenomorphs are pure and nice. So we've seen her wavering allegiance to humanity.
She just lets it out and it starts murdering everyone in there.
Yep. And then she calls it again in the jungle. And Nibs loves it. She's just laughing.
Yeah. And this is a world where people just forget to shoot.
Yeah.
Whole ending of the episode where Nibs is derp face, right?
Correct, yeah.
Yes, but she's just killing everyone on the boat. And everyone's like, everyone's on the pier just aiming. And it's like, shoot?
Yeah, I did keep thinking if these were the Marines and aliens. I was like, Kyle Reese, if he was here right now.
Well, no, it wasn't Kyle Reese in that one. It was Michael Biehn. He was
Well, I know that wasn't his name, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dante Hicks.
Hicks, that's right. They could
Dwayne
handle
Hicks. Dante Hicks is Clerks. Dwayne Hicks is Alien. Sorry.
They could have handled one Xenomorph and like one robot. Two, I guess, but Wendy was sort of just standing there.
Yeah.
I do like it in theory. There's a lot. I mean, a few times I've said about this show, it feels like a rough draft where a couple more revisions could have made this really good, especially when a lot of the complaints are just little logic things, like it shouldn't have been that easy to get out of the lab. Why is nobody watching them? On a second draft, you'd come up with, well, somebody is watching them. Here's how they get passed. But in theory, what I do like, the vibe of this final scene where you've got all these soldiers surrounding Wendy and Nibs, but you're not worried about Wendy, the main character who's got a bunch of guns pointed at her. In theory, you're worried about Joe and all the people around her. It is this weird, unsettling feeling having a robot that's in the process of turning on humanity. Never seen that before, but with a Xenomorph at her side. Rarely seen that before.
Which, by the way, seeing a Xenomorph just out in the open in bright daylight, awkward.
The most awkward part was when they first walk into the crime scene. The Xenomorph is in the cell, and it's just a dude with like a hand on his knee, just like I've never.
But then sometimes it's CGI. They go back and forth between the CGI model and it's a dude. It's a little distracting.
Like that is like honestly, it's the least of my complaints because at the end of the day, it's a TV show. We don't have magic. You put a guy in a suit and it looks pretty good. Yeah. It was just, I cracked up at the one scene where he's in the jail cell. Like if you look at it again, the only thing he's missing is like a beer in his hand because it just looks like a dude chilling.
No, but it was interesting to see it out in the bright daylight in the woods. Am I here?
You froze for a second. It's interesting to see it out in the woods in the bright daylight, and then you froze.
We've seen a little bit of that before in Alien vs. Predator Requiem. Kind of, not really. But there was a deleted sequence. Actually, they might have not even actually shot this scene, but in Alien Resurrection, there was going to be a part of the ship that had like, what do they call it? And there's like a bunch of plants in it.
Oh, like a greenhouse?
Yes, there was going to be like a greenhouse area, and you could find pictures of like the aliens in like green bushes and it's brightly lit. I don't think they ever even filmed it. I think they took some promotional photos and they decided not to do it. So this was kind of cool to like see that unrealized idea finally. That being said, now I know why the Xenomorphs are always in dark environments. I don't want it too dark like Alien vs. Predator Requiem. Right. But seeing it out in the bright sunny stuff, I'm glad it exists. It's something I was always curious with. And now that I've seen it, I went, looks kind of dumb. Don't want to see that again.
You just silently turned off the TV and just walked out of the room. You're like, we don't need to discuss this anymore.
Sometimes you just need to see something realized to know if it was a bad idea or not. And that's one of them.
Yeah.
But that being said, it wasn't supposed to be a scary scene. It was just like, it's an action scene.
Yeah.
And now it's just like this. Yeah. It's not like trying to spook you. Like, ooh, that's when you need the dark stuff.
No, I think the show rarely tries to spook you. It tries to unsettle you sometimes.
Yes.
Which, I mean, they keep going back to the same trick, and I haven't gotten sick of it, but every time I see the sheep just staring.
Okay. Show stealer. Eyeball. Eyeball tentacle.
It's the best addition to the lore from this show.
Which, by the way, I love that they're looking at the camera, and they're like, that thing distracted them to like mess with them. And they're like, let's talk about it. So they put the goat in like a container and bring it in, and Boy Cavalier's like trying to communicate with him, and it shows him pie. He's like any advanced life form would need to know this equation. What are the next three numbers? I'm like, oh man, what if that eyeball was like stupid like me and just didn't know the next three numbers?
It's like, I know the first two. Most
Yeah.
people don't know the one after that.
Yeah, I'd be like,
We're not
I
a bunch
don't
of nerds on my planet, boy cavalier.
Sorry, only dweebs know that, loser.
I love the idea in theory, and I'm captivated watching it. And even when he answers the question and it's just like slow, like stomping with
Yeah.
its hoof,
Yeah.
very effective. I did find myself wondering, okay, advanced civilizations would know the concept, but would they also have the same Roman numerals? Like, would he recognize those numbers? That's weird to me. I guess you can assume maybe at one point he was in a person's head. Did he assimilate the knowledge?
I was about to say, I assume he takes some knowledge with him when he like infiltrates someone's head. But that being said, they want to put him in another person's head.
Which I loved. He's like, let's find somebody with low IQ so we can see the difference. This is the side of boy I like. Not the fake genius, but actually he's stupid. The evil genius where he wants to do weird experiments.
Yeah. I like that he's really grilling the lady doctor because rightfully he assumes that she might be in on it because her husband
or assumes that she would have had even one conversation with him after he was fired, and I don't know if they're ever going to see each other again because he's leaving the island that they don't seem to ever leave.
Yeah.
I don't know why they made Dame and Arthur husband and wife. It is a weird addition to the show.
It is. And poor that guy. Wait, when did they have time to make a raft? Remember they have a raft full of bamboo that they put his dead body on?
Oh, yeah. I guess maybe that's the one thing they downloaded, how to make a raft. That's the one piece of knowledge.
That's when they use their super speed to get the twine and tie a raft together. Like, what the fuck is this? When did they make this?
I would have loved when Arthur is starting to remember stuff. He's like, was I on a raft earlier? I was on a bamboo raft. You're crazy. What are you when they start trying to gaslight him? Yeah. There was a leak, a gas leak. That's right. Which, if you recall, that was my theory last time we spoke. That all the dumb behavior is explained by a gas leak.
I did like the confrontation between Kersh and Maro. When he finally confronts him. And I like he's got the chest burster in a little jar thing.
Yeah, it was at first I wasn't sure who caught the alien because you just see a net grab it, and I thought it was Maro. But yeah, it's revealed it was Cavalier, and it was all part of his plan, right? I'm going to let Maro come here, and then we're going to take them all and throw them in jail.
Yeah, yeah. But he doesn't kill him, which is interesting. Mm-hmm. I guess he needs them alive to prove to the other corporations, like, look, we have them in captivity. There they are. There's her dude. There's her Wayland employee or whatever. Especially Maro, because he was like so tight with the Yutani family. So
right. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, at first she was reluctant, or there was sort of a tacit alliance at first, where she wanted him to come home and he wanted to stay out. And now he's out, and now he's in prison. Is she going to disown him, and then he becomes sort of like a rogue element? Where do we go from here? I'm not sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought that whole confrontation was going to be like a little bit more exciting. I thought there was going to be more shooting.
It didn't feel like. I keep saying they were surrounded. Yeah. I don't know that they were surrounded. It was sort of like one group of people with guns like face to face with another group of people with guns. I guess Prodigy had a few that were higher. They had the high ground.
That's true.
If I've learned anything, once you have the higher ground, that's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Darth Maul had the higher ground, and then Obi-Wan just did a flip over him.
That was Darth Maul we're talking about.
Yeah, Darth Maul. He was so overconfident. He was like, I bet you that guy won't get his lightsaber when he jumps. So, no.
He's the Nibs of the Sith. Or the Toodles. I will say Nibs is the biggest fall from grace for me in this show. Because I was genuinely interested in her journey at first. Where I'm like, it's interesting to watch her snap from no longer having a human body. And there was some logic to the insanity, but now she is just pure, just loony, just talking to his stuffed animal, laughing when people die.
Yeah.
And I understand insanity is not always going to have logical underpinnings. That's almost a definition of being insane. But there was a sort of more logical insanity before that was interesting. Once you're just making stuff up and going crazy, it's just not interesting anymore.
Yeah. I do like that the brother killing her. I don't even know if she's really dead, to be honest. He did electrocute her, but does that actually kill them? Or does
Right. It's not like Toodles who got his face and possibly brain melted. And even for him, they were like, well, it's theoretically possible we can reboot.
Yeah. So I thought that was weird that Wendy had such a big reaction to her brother doing that, like flipping out. And he stops her from calling the alien to that pier. And normally I would say, well, they would just shoot the alien because they'll see it coming from really far away. And there's like 15 of them. But this is a universe where the alien attacks and everyone with a gun goes, huh?
Yeah. We've never, like, it took so long for us to find out they have acid blood because nobody wants to shoot them. It's so bizarre.
Oh man, I did. Oh, early on, I did like when the girl was like, "I'm going to tell everyone you erased the memory, and then that this guy is dead." And Boy Cavalier's like, "Oh shit! Like God, get everyone and stop her from doing that."
Yeah, boy. He's interesting because when we're at the crime scene and he finds out like, oh, there goes 6 billion. We know when Toodles died.
Yeah,
and I guess we're starting to see some of why everyone's had such free reign, and it feels like people are dumb. It's because Boy, to some extent, he just doesn't care. Okay, $6 billion machine got destroyed. That's fine as long as Wendy's okay. Yeah, I don't know. He's I don't know where I'm going with that. He's just a dumb character. And I know some people try to say, well, he's supposed to be dumb. Like he misquoted Isaac Asimov or something a couple of episodes ago. But I don't trust the show enough to believe he misquoted it and not that the writer of the show misquoted it, you know?
someone did. I saw one of the comments, which, by the way, in space, no one can hear you scream, but they can hear you super chat. We totally forgot to do that.
Yeah, I was really confused because I'm looking at the screen right now and I'm not seeing anything.
Normally, we would have $1,500 super chats, and right now we're at 0. Gil, did you know I made a lot of last-minute expensive repairs on my car? Super chats, please. Anyway. What was I saying before that? Sorry, I got.
We were talking about. Oh, you were talking about a comment somebody left.
Oh yeah, they were talking about how like the reason everything's dumb and everything is that it's mocking how big tech guys are now, where they're just like hurry up, move fast, break things.
Yeah, I get that. Sorry, keep going.
No. I know like this is in the future, but it is supposed to represent like what's going on now, like most science fiction does. And I kind of see what they're saying. Like all these tech guys like, hey, let's just do all this stuff without thinking about the consequences, really.
Yeah.
So I see it from that point of view.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. And I think the move fast, break stuff mentality works for software. Maybe. Yep. Does it work for xenomorphs and aliens? Probably not. And it would have disastrous consequences. The only thing is it believable that this person would have been running a successful company up until this point? And that's where I'm like, it's not quite believable because he just doesn't feel like a very intelligent person. Because you can be intelligent, but be flawed in the sense that you're too cavalier, that you do just break stuff and move too quickly.
But that's his last name.
You're right.
Cavalier.
I know the character development is amazing. It's right there.
You know, when you're bored with these kind of names, you just kind of have to do what you're supposed to do. It's like the Decepticons. They're very deceitful. They don't really have a choice, Gil.
I know. Yeah, what that's like Odin in Thor. His daughter, the goddess of death, wouldn't stop killing people and had to lock her up in prison. Finally, he learned with Thor and calls him the god of thunder. Maybe
not even lightning, just the sound lightning makes. So what do you think? Next episode, Predator's coming, right? Right?
Oh, definitely. Coming? Yeah, Noah Hawley definitely seems to be the fan service guy.
The Predator's going to be like, you took our hunting game from our ships. Although they're Predators, so it'll be like, rah, 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 and it'll be subtitled.
And then Wendy's going to have to learn another language.
Why do all these aliens click? I don't understand.
I do remember when the one of the trailers came out before the season started, and there's like one part where you hear a click, and everyone was like, "Predator! This is going to be a predator in this." And, like, aliens click sometimes too. Predators don't have they don't have a monopoly on clicking.
Yeah. When is she gonna make the weird elephant scream the aliens make when they get shot? They make that weird like when they get shot. It's supposed to be aliens when they're getting shot. They make that sound. I want to see her get shot and go.
You're really good at that. That one specific sound. You're very good at that.
What? I hope that one alien turns. I just want to see a queen. I want to see a queen so bad.
Yeah, it might not be coming. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any indication that's coming next episode, but they've got a several season plan, so it could be coming.
I mean, there are, like, according to the lore, obviously you can have a facehugger that just lays a queen, but there is lore. I think one of the Xbox 360 Alien vs. Predator game explored this idea where a drone can become a queen in the absence of a queen. Sometimes there's like an in-between phase, like a Praetorian is what they call it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, this was in that Alien versus Predators game from like 10 years ago. Yeah.
Well, it was even in the older ones, like Alien vs. Predator 2 from like 2000
Okay.
had them. They show up in like the expanded lore. It's like, hey, what do we... And that's like something like bees have. I think there's like proto queens in case like a queen dies or something. There's ones that can turn into queens.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fun to see, like a new stage of the evolution that doesn't really break the lore. It'll enhance it. I would like to see that.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, honestly, the thing I'm most excited for is the sheep. I will be disappointed next episode if we don't see it go into a person. I think we have to.
Are you going to get the sheep Funko Pop with the eyeball coming out?
Oh, they have that, right?
Yeah.
I've never bought a Funko Pop in my life. Am I going to start now? Is Alien Earth the show to start on? I'm not sure. I mean, they're clearly setting up like that. To me, I mean, I guess I don't know going into this season if they knew the sheep was going to be such a hit. I mean, at least I assume it's a hit for everybody else too. Like everybody's talking about that sheep.
Anyone who likes the show loves the sheep and the eyeball.
So they must have known that was coming because they cut to the sheep so often. It's so unsettling every time it's just staring at you. So I feel like the big thing for next episode is that eyeball is going into a person, and are we going to hear it speak? And is it going to say something like, is it going to blow our minds?
And I feel like rematch with the alien. It wants a rematch with the alien.
That's all it wants. That would be so disappointing.
It's more informed now. The last time it tried to bite the alien, not knowing about the acid or anything.
I'm like Batman. I can beat anybody as long as I have preparation. It wasn't a fair fight.
That fight was so much fun because like the eyeball doesn't know that it can't bite the alien because it has acid, and the alien doesn't know that the eyeball is the one in charge. So it's like stabbing and biting it everywhere that doesn't work. Oh, that was the most mismatched fight I've ever seen. Hilarious.
That's when he was in a person at that point, and he just like leapt onto the xenomorph, right?
Because I don't think he knew. I don't think they know what each other
he doesn't
are.
know. He's like the kids in the robot bodies. He doesn't know his own strength at all. Yeah.
I like the xenomorph. Like, I'm gonna bite its neck and I'm gonna stab it with my tail. It's like, why isn't it working? Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited for a rematch there.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get that. I'm excited to hear it speak. That's the thing I want to hear. But I have a feeling it'll be disappointing. Because I was thinking about it. I was like, that's my favorite storyline so far. And that is also the storyline that so far is coasting almost entirely on promise, the promise of something coming. And so far, when this show has delivered, I'm not saying it was, I've not hated the show, but it's often disappointed. But at least so far right now, I'm living in the midst of the promise of that sheep.
What if it's just like Independence Day? It just goes die. Die.
You know, it's funny because I was watching Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh yeah,
and
I went to Scarecrows today, and I tripped over one of their cotton candy plushies that they have.
I love how like that movie. It's such a small movie. It's never had a sequel or any other media other than a game from a couple years ago.
A video game now,
but it's like it's snuck its way into like little corners of pop culture.
It's been a cult hit like my whole life, and then until recently, it's now blown up. Now it's like. It's Spirit Halloween. There's merch everywhere.
It's so sad listening to the commentary track recorded over 20 years ago. And on the track, they were like, it's been over 10 years. It's time for a sequel. And we've got ideas. And I'm like, It's been so long. I hope
Now
they do.
you could. Now there's enough interest in it. I don't see why they wouldn't do one.
Well, there was a news story about a year ago that Ryan Gosling is producing a reboot,
That's funny.
which is just I don't believe it, but it was reported by like Variety, Hollywood Reporter. It's a legitimate news article.
Hey,
But
freaking what's his face? Oh God, hold on.
But while you look that up, the reason I brought it up is because Killer Clowns from Outer Space beat Independence Day to that scene.
Yeah.
Because in 1988, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, one of the clowns sticks his hand into a guy's back, turns him into a human puppet, and somebody asks, "What do you want?" He goes, "We want you to die." It's like, that's exactly what they said in Independence Day, and probably what the sheep is going to say next episode when they put him in a human.
Wait, what I said about Ryan Gosling doing that. Who would have thought Danny McBride would produce 3 Halloween movies? That's the world we live in. So,
Yeah. And be in an Alien movie with James Franco for 2 seconds.
God, that was rough. That was rough. Gil, we got the first of 10,000 super chats. I'm
It's going to be a long night. That's right. This is like those collectathons. I'll let you do the honors. You can pull it up.
Oh, I can't click it.
Oh, you can't click it?
You're the one in charge of the stream. What the hell?
I thought we were like in charge of the stream. I didn't know it worked like that.
No,
All right.
it doesn't work like that.
Matthew Snyder, thank you for the $2. The eyeball will say, "Hey, how's it go?" Actually, he has a question mark and an exclamation point. So this sounds like a, "Hey, how's it going?"
That is what the alien would. That is what the eyeball alien would say, I think.
Let me think. Would it say that? How's it going? He might say that. Yeah.
I've had my eye on you.
That's good. That's good.
But yeah, I like the episode. It's trying some fun stuff. I liked Kersh's long con. I'm interested in the alien communication, but I don't think the aliens should be able to be manipulated by anything other than other aliens. That's kind of been the theme for all of them. Like, you can't control the aliens even if you try.
But a child in a robot's body has never tried before.
Yeah, but I think once I think once you get a colony going, the aliens are going to be like, fuck her. There's a queen.
The closest we got to this, David tried this in Alien Covenant, right? But he was kind of distracted. He never really got to spend much time with that baby xenomorph, right?
And also, he's not biological matter, so they don't tend to care about them.
And neither is Wendy.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's precedent, a hint of this in Alien Covenant, if you want to take Alien Covenant.
Well, no, also Alien Resurrection, when Winona
true.
Ryder gets shot and falls in the water, she's able to sneak around the aliens because the aliens don't actually care about her because they know she's not human. So yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, we'll see. I think
who's coming next episode?
Obviously,
gonna unfreeze Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny Glover. They're all
even if they don't, they could just a month later they can say, "Hey, we changed the season finale." If everyone wants to go back and we added a few scenes,
everything should cut to a frozen Danny Glover and Arnold from now on.
I would say the show's fine. I wish it was better. It is that thing where there's some stuff I love in it, surrounded by some stuff that's a bit annoying. That I was giving it a lot of benefit of the doubt at first, and I feel like I'm just running out. But I'm enjoying it. I'm more enjoying it than not enjoying it, I'd say.
I'm taking the bad with the good. I was not expecting anything from this.
That's fair.
And I'm ending up enjoying it. That hopefully it all ties it up in a neat bow next week. But overall, I'm having fun. It's the most fun I've had with Alien in a very long time. So I'm kind of letting some things slide.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Fair. Yeah. You know what hasn't disappointed me at all?
What?
It's this.
Yes! You did it!
I did it. I tracked it down. The Reese's Oreo. Not the Oreo with the Reese's filling, but the Reese's with the pieces of Oreo in it.
Yes.
I It's hard to track down if you're looking in stores. It's sold out everywhere. At the end of the day, you can go on to Target.com and order them. That's what I finally did. It's not as satisfying.
From the beginning.
I know. I should have just done that from the start, but I really wanted to like. It's about the hunt. You know, I'm like that guy in Lost World, Jurassic Park, where all he wants to do is take down a T-Rex.
You're rolling.
I'm rolling.
Tempo.
I've spent enough time in the company of death. It's time to just order it online.
Wait, you mean Pete Postlewaite's character, who was one of the prisoners in Alien 3?
And it all comes together.
Yes. By the way, shout out to the guy in the last episode that said I say Reese's weird. Now, I said it right there, but I am definitely one of those Reese's Pieces people. It's one of those, I'm not alone. It's one of those, like, that's how I said it as a kid. No one corrected me, but like I try my best not to say it, and I let one slide, and a nice commenter caught it.
That really is like, if you want to know if you mispronounce something, you just say it on YouTube, and a lot of very nice people will politely tell you how you're saying it wrong. But my quick review of the Oreo Reese's, I would say, unlike the Oreo that has the Reese's filling where it feels a little bit heavy because it's just chocolate and peanut butter and it's not very milky chocolate, this avoids that problem. Because if you look closely at the picture, the bottom half of the Reese's is milk chocolate, but the top half is white chocolate. So you get the cream from the Oreo represented. They have less peanut butter than your average Reese's, and it's more of the Oreo crunchiness. I feel like the flavor of the Oreo chocolate doesn't come through that much. So it comes across as more of a white chocolate crunchy Reese's.
Got you.
If you like white chocolate and you like peanut butter, you will love these. And I would say, Tony, I saw your progress picture. You're doing great on your weight loss journey.
Thank you.
So I was going to send you some of these as a gift.
Please don't.
I'm not going to do it because they're very addictive.
I went a little hard this weekend. Please don't. I got a birthday on Friday. Please don't send me anything. It is funny because I still haven't really overall lost so much weight. I just turned it into muscle mostly. But yeah, that progress picture was fun. Although people
a little humble brag right there. I've lost so much weight, but I just keep turning it into muscle. You know?
No, because people keep how much weight? I'm like, not that much, but I look better, so I don't know how to feel about it. Although all the people who like to make big head jokes about me, they pointed out that now that I've gotten rid of like a lot of the fat here, it's now making my head look bigger. So
we have the opposite. For me, when I lose weight, the first place it goes is my face.
Yeah.
And then everything else follows. You might just be the opposite.
Anyway.
All right. Stalled as long as we can. Time to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm about to lose my voice and I have to film tomorrow, so we should probably wrap up.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us. Next week is the season finale. So tune in, as always, around 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we'll be live to break down the grand finale. And it's going to be streaming on One Take and on Hack the Movies. And then it'll be available for listening on the Hack the Movies podcast stream.
Yes, it will. Oh, wait, we got one last one.
Watsamdi, $2. Thank you very much. Tony, love the mug. Nice looking face there.
I don't know if he's talking about like my actual face or is he a patron who got the Tony face mug recently? I don't know which one. He's going for there.
Perhaps you should clarify. And remember, we can only hear your clarification if it's a super chat.
Yes, $100 super chat. So you can add more words to clarify it. By the way, someone tried to leave me like a $500 super chat or something recently, and they sent me the screenshot where YouTube was like, "There's an error with this," and I went, "Motherfuckers, no!"
It's the equivalent of like a check bouncing.
Yeah, I was so. Hold on, can I find a picture of that? 1 second.
Yeah, definitely find that.
The notification. Yeah. $500 from William Sams, and then he sends me the screenshot underneath. It goes unable to send message. And I was like,
there was when we were covering House of the Dragon over on One Take, there was one live stream I had to miss. So I was at like a wedding. So I was at the wedding and I took out my phone. I had a little bit to drink. You shouldn't send super chats while you're drinking, because I was like, oh, I send like $100 super chat, and I was like, who are these handsome devils? Then someone immediately was like, YouTube takes a 30% cut of those super chats. Because I was like, it's out one pocket into the other. So that was this expensive joke. That wasn't that funny.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Can I hear you? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I'm back. I yanked my headphones out a little bit. I'm falling apart here. Let's wrap it up, Gil.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We'll see you next week. Tonight, we are discussing Alien Earth Season 1, Episode 8, the finale, titled Real Monsters. I'm Gil, here with my friend Tony from Hack the Movies. Say hello.
Hello. Wait, that wasn't the title.
It was The Real Monsters.
Oh, you got me real excited. I was like, wait, did they really make a reference to Real Monsters?
That would have been a slightly more clever title, which would mean it was at all clever. If anybody has been following us in the beginning of the season, you might be wondering where Daniel is. He had to return to his home planet of Kepler 22b. See if anybody gets that reference. So he's not here tonight.
Poor guy. I hope the text was to his liking in this finale.
Oh yeah, I think if he watches this finale, the text will probably be his biggest issue with it. Okay, it's been an 8-episode journey. We finally got to the end, and I'm dying to know, as much as I was dying to know after the first episode, what did you think about it tonight? Was it worth the journey?
I was hoping it would be a little bit more self-contained, just in case they didn't get a second season, but I liked it, and I'm excited to see where it goes if it continues. I'm pumped. I love that cliffhanger. I was like, all right, I need to see this. I need to see more of this.
It is funny. You say self-contained, and I couldn't help but think when they were like, all our communications are down. The wires underwater are down. We're completely isolated. And I'm like, good. So this won't affect the continuity or canon or anything.
That's the thing. Whatever they're doing is destined to fail at some point because it can't succeed if you're in the same continuity. But I'm here for the journey. I really want to see where it goes. This episode got my blood rushing. I really, really enjoyed it. Even if some of it is kind of ridiculous and stupid, I still enjoyed the ride.
Yeah, which what you just said has basically been my review of every episode. But to be honest, I feel like the kind of ridiculous aspect of the show is growing and growing. And there's areas where I was giving benefit of the doubt. Like, Boy Cavalier isn't so dumb. He's just letting them have total free reign. He must have some contingency in place, anything. I have to be honest, after tonight's episode, I was really like, I'm not feeling it at all. I was like, I have to apologize to Daniel. I feel like he was right. I DM'd Adam right before we started streaming, and I was like, I want to formally submit an apology for how hard I defended this show.
Well, look, you must be so upset and so distracted by this. Maybe that's why you forgot to mention super chats, even though I reminded you before the stream.
That's true.
We're already in the review portion. We fumbled the super chat almost every time.
And I have a checklist, and I literally have a checklist right here. And every time you say that, I'm like, I should add that to the checklist.
I'm waiting for you to say it, and I'm just like, oh, he's just going right into the review part.
Well, you know what they say. In space, no one can hear you scream, but they can hear you super chat.
Yes.
And that's not enough. I'm going to double down on it. If you want to hear us whisper sweet nothings in your ear, anything within reason, folks, this is the internet after all, send in a super chat and we'll say anything.
If you don't like that I like the show, you can pay to make me say the show was bad if you wanted to. You can do that. I could be like, Gil, I really, really like the action in this. And then you could pay to make me go, Gil, the action was bad. I wish it was more gooder. You could pay me to do that.
I did have an idea at one point that it would be fun to do movie reviews where you write a review where you liked it and one where you didn't like it. And it just becomes a choose your own adventure. Because I think most of the time people just want to hear their own opinions sort of backed up. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just be honest with the audience and I'll just give you whatever you want. I guess that's the opposite of being honest. But okay, if I reflect back on why did it lose me this episode especially? And I think there were cracks in the facade last episode too. And actually a couple of episodes ago, I don't know if you remember, but at the end I asked you, Tony, if we weren't covering this show week to week, would you still be watching? And then you answered, you're like, yeah, I'd watch. And I was like, yeah. And I kind of didn't really give my own answer.
But so you would have going back, if we weren't covering this, you would have just jumped off board.
I might have. Honestly, the main issue for me is just what is the hook that keeps me interested in watching. And right now, there's really no character for me to latch on to that I'm identifying with. Where I'm like, here is a character, Wendy. I'm hoping for Wendy to succeed in overthrowing the lab, but there's people in her way. I'm not really hoping for that. And there's nobody in her way. So there's no like objective and then obstacles, and there's no tension that comes from that.
Also, like her like motivations are unclear right now because she's starting to reject humanity and siding with the Xenomorph, which again, I want to see more of. I like that, but I do think it came a little late into the show where she suddenly had that heel turn, as it's called in wrestling. But I'm enjoying it, so I'm allowing it. But I can say it did come a little late. They should have sprinkled it a little bit early. Maybe they were trying to. I'm more, when it comes to Wendy, I'm more confused about how she got the power to psychically interact with other machines. The alien, I'm fine with. She's using sounds and stuff, but just how is that even in her, making her able to do that? Why is everyone so confused by it? That part still bothers me. Yeah,
and the fact that they witnessed her doing that several times, but at no point has anyone thought maybe we should have some kind of contingency to deal with that.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't have any contingencies to deal with anything at all. So, so to your point, these Lost Boys have kind of become the focal point of the show, which is bold thing to do because, like you said, their motivations are pretty murky. We don't really know who's human, who to what extent are they still feeling things that a regular human does. So it's an interesting and bold choice to do that. I don't know if they've entirely pulled it off. And I feel like you don't necessarily need to identify with a character right away. Like I always think of Succession, where people say the characters are all a-holes. You don't like any of them. But at least they make them very entertaining. They're witty and they're funny. And then over time, you start to peel back the layers and you start to see, you can start to empathize with them more.
I mean, Gil, two of my favorite shows is Seinfeld and Trailer Park Boys. And all the characters in there are total assholes.
Yeah, but it's
I've
funny.
watched every single episode multiple times.
And that I almost feel like that's the show Noah Hawley wanted to make, more of a satire. Where, yes, it's a corporation where everybody's stupid and they've been able to skate by, but now that there's a Xenomorph here, their stupidity is finally going to undo them. But I feel like that only works if it's funny, and sometimes the show is funny. You remember the defecation by the sheep last episode? That was funny.
Which I can't believe we were wrong and Adam didn't use that in his thumbnail. I really thought Adam was going to use that in his thumbnail.
To be fair, I think he would have used it. But then once we said it, he just couldn't stomach the idea that you and I were right about something. I wasn't going to do that. I will say, not to be totally negative, so the stuff you pointed out that you're enjoying, I'm also enjoying. Like, I think the things that keep me interested in the show are still the curiosity. I always want to see what are the aliens going to do next. I was calling it an octopus. Now I'm calling it the alien. It's kind of like saying alien with an Australian accent. The alien. Couldn't wait to see what he was going to say once he was in a person. We didn't get to see that.
Although I did because throughout the episode they keep showing the dead guy from the previous episode. And I'm like, what's the deal with that? And then at the end, I'm like, oh!
I was like, this is weird that we keep cutting back to this. And I kept expecting, I'm like, is he going to suddenly just sit up and he's alive again? I'm like, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
But then suddenly it made so much sense by the end.
I was let down. We didn't get a rematch. But I'm excited for season 2, a rematch between the alien and the alien. I want to see it so bad.
Yeah, I don't know that if he's going to do that rematch, he's not ready yet. I don't think he's picked the proper vessel yet. If there's a human on this planet who can go up against the Xenomorph, it is not Arthur.
Speaking of Xenomorph, can I just mention real quick? It was actually kind of cool to just see moments of the Xenomorph just walking around. It's like this weird thing that we've never really gotten before, I think. Like, when have we ever gotten to just see the alien just casually walk around for long periods of time?
Yeah, I had the exact same thought. I was like, it's interesting to watch it just wandering the forest, kind of sniffing Arthur's body. It sees a crab, and it's just like looking at it. And I wonder if it looks at it, and he's like, that looks kind of like, I kind of relate to this thing.
Yeah. But I was thinking of like the other, like we see aliens walking around, we see them by themselves occasionally, but not like just hanging out.
Yeah, they're usually
Maybe a little
either
bit in
stalking their
Covenant.
prey or they're in attack mode.
Yeah, or they're about to attack, something scary's happening. I'm thinking maybe Alien Covenant, there was like that white one. We got to see it like walk around outside for a bit, but that's it.
Right.
So that was kind of cool to see, although the size of the alien's bothering me. Because it should be like full grown by now, but when it's a man in the suit, it's the right size. But the CGI model, for whatever reason, in some shots is a little tinier than it should be. Like when it was attacking Boy and all the soldiers.
Right.
I was actually going through the trailer to come up with my thumbnail, and I saw the one little clip they had of him jumping off Boeing over the soldiers. I'm like, why is it like 4 feet smaller than it was?
Wait, was that not? Because there were 2 Xenomorphs, right? There's the little CGI one, and then the bigger one.
No, it's
You're
the
talking
big
about
one.
it was the
But
bigger
like,
one. Okay.
I feel like at this point, like usually they're full grown within like a day, really.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like the suit actor is big, but the CGI model's just a little too small. Not, by the way, not in every shot. Some shots it is the right size, but it's the CG model. And other times it's just a little too tiny. So that was throwing me off. It gave me a Godzilla 98 vibes. If you ever watched Godzilla 98, he's just changing size throughout the whole movie.
I like the difference in criticism. I'm like, the character development. There's nothing to sink your teeth into. You're like, the CGI alien should have been an inch taller.
It was fine in all the other episodes. Like the first 2 episodes, it seemed like the same thing. This one, I'm like, why is it so tiny? But just for this moment.
Well, do we want to just run through the episode?
Yeah, let's go through it.
All right, so we're doing a little bit of cleanup from last episode. They stick all the hybrids into a holding cell, which Adam warns is not built to contain hybrids. Really, they can walk out whenever they want.
Yeah.
But let's just put them in there for a little while. Then Wendy gets the idea. So wait a minute. Hold on. This door is electronic. I can control electronics. The door is preventing me from leaving. I control electronics. Hold on. I'm thinking. And then eventually she gets the idea to start haunting the place because Nibs says, we're ghosts.
Nibs, who is alive. So she was just stunned in the last one.
Yeah, that's what I kept wanting to say. Whenever Wendy and Joe are arguing about this, I want to be like, she was going to kill the person. He just knocked her out.
Yeah.
Which I understand she probably wouldn't accept that argument, but at least make the argument. It gets me really frustrated with Joe.
Also, I'm glad that they reminded us how young Nibs was, because I forgot. And she's like she's like 4 or 5, and I'm like, oh, that's why she's been acting the way she is. For some reason, I keep expecting her to be a teen like Wendy was before she went under. I'm like, oh no, she's like a lot younger than them. I'm like, now I feel bad that I was making fun of her the whole season. I feel pretty bad about it.
What an idiot. She has the mind of a 4-year-old. Like, Tony.
I forgot, because they're only in the first episode, like briefly. You don't really get to spend time with them until they switch bodies. But yeah, she's still alive. She's full on murder mode. Wendy is full on murder mode. Like Wendy, because she tells him like, you chose them, and he's just like, my friends. He's like, I think she means humans. I think she's really starting to just reject her humanity. And for Nibs, that's good because she's been struggling with the whole time. And she's like, fuck it, I am just this new thing. I'm going to kill all of you.
Yeah. Which I kept trying to think back, and maybe it's my fault, but I'm like, what was so bad that happened to Wendy that like has so turned her against all humanity? And I'm like, I guess it just, there is a reason, right? They killed a child effectively, and maybe they moved their mind into a robot, but we don't really know what the procedure was.
Yeah.
Maybe they just killed a kid and essentially duplicated its mind, and now this is a new thing that's been created. That's a pretty bad thing to do. It's fairly theoretical though, so I never find myself with Wendy where I'm like, yeah, kill all the humans.
I also think there's manipulation from the alien.
That would be
think
interesting.
this alien, like, I know, like, it looks like she's controlling it. I know there's people online like, isn't the alien supposed to be scared? Bunch of people that are just shitting on it because it's Disney and FX and whatnot. They're just like, wasn't the alien supposed to be scary? Why are they making the alien weak? I'm like, this, like, the alien, the whole, like, point of all those movies that you can't control the alien. I'm like, the alien wouldn't be doing this if it didn't think it could benefit at some point. So I think she's not, like, organic. It's like, all right, maybe I can make, like, some kind of truce, but at some point that alien's going to take over, and that's what I'm excited for. When Wendy's plan just backfires and the alien's like, all right, we're good, we got enough eggs now, fuck you, bye.
Yeah, it's interesting because early on it was treated, I mean, for about one episode, it was mysterious. What is this thing she keeps hearing? What's this connection she has with the Xenomorph? And I was waiting for an explanation for why only Wendy's been able to kind of tap into that.
Yeah.
And I guess we haven't really gotten any more information on that.
Whatever the same thing, whatever the reason is for her communicating with electronics, it has to be the same thing. What do they call it in comic books? Technopathy.
Nice.
She has technopathy, like Mr. Terrific and Superman, but I don't think they use that word in that movie. So she has that, and I guess because they're biomechanical, they are like themselves kind of androids, maybe. They never really dwell into that too much, I guess, except for Prometheus, where they're like, we made them, but whatever.
Right. And then even in one of the comics, I remember they talked about the black goo as if it was almost like nanoparticles, like some kind of a super AI, which is interesting.
But the less about black goo, the better.
Yeah. That surprisingly, that didn't come up this episode. I thought
I'm
sure
glad.
we'd circle back to that.
I'm glad. Ruin Romulus for me. Fuck.
Well, it isn't just the hybrids in prison. There's also Joe and Maro, which I thought was I was on board for a fun team up because it's kind of like Joe with the only masculine character in the show. And just and there is a little bit of fun where Joe tries to stop him from killing someone. And he's like, don't touch me.
Yeah. I love that they put his arm in a big metal thing. I was like, just cut his arm off. Just cut his arm off.
It does seem like these people are very like the hybrids, for example. They are out of control. They're killing people. And it's like, let's put them all together in like a big cell. It's like, for some reason, they treat everybody with kid gloves. Not just the kids, everybody, including Maro.
Yeah. Well, by the way, can we talk about the security force on this island? They're the worst. They're the worst. They all have gut. Like, that's my one thing. I'm like, oh no, like, a bunch of aliens, this would make sense, but it's just one alien.
Yeah.
It doesn't blend well with the green environment. You can see it. It's loud. It's making sound, and it's just constantly killing them.
And shooting it, works. Shooting it does work.
Yes. The alien, like, I know they wanted to be like the first one and stuff, but it's like, yeah, those guys didn't have bullets. The guys in Alien 3 didn't have bullets. You notice in all the alien movies, once they have a gun, and acid isn't a problem, they just go willy-nilly with the guns. That's why you need a bunch of aliens if you're gonna have guns.
And this is the least problematic acid has ever been, because usually when you melt the ground, you float into the abyss of space. But here they're on an island. The acid is really no problem at all.
That's why aliens, they're just shooting everywhere.
Right.
The problem is the acid on them, but like they're the ground.
The problem is they're conservationists. They're like, we can't harm nature, and if the acid gets on any of these plants.
Are they using real bullets? Because they shoot it in the head and it just bounces off. But these things aren't that bulletproof.
Yeah, I rewound on that moment twice because I was like, what just happened? They shot it in the head and it like bounced off and then it turned around. Yeah.
I don't know if but we've established that there's like an electricity thing you could use and no one's using it on the thing.
It also seems like Wendy's instructions to the Xenomorph are pretty intricate. It's not just go kill people, because when it finds Dame Sylvia, it kind of like looks at her and like sniffs a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's just killing the soldiers automatically, unless it's detecting a threat. So when they have guns, can she communicate that? Can she say, kill anybody with a gun?
Yeah,
Or,
that's
the last episode. It was hide and follow. I think that's what I said.
Now
it's hide, follow, kill anybody with a gun, look for Boy Cavalier.
So now she can communicate with it like long range, right? Because she's able to give it orders from like the cell.
It definitely seems like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Which we've seen the aliens can do. They can communicate psychically over like distances. But yeah, before it looked like she had to be like there next to it for it to hear her. But now she can just do it remotely almost.
Yeah. And it seems like it would seem like she wouldn't really have to vocalize like moving her lips and stuff. But maybe she's just She's still used to speaking the commands
I
out
mean-
loud. Yeah.
I mean, the aliens don't either, but they still go all the time. So
Yeah. Which I buy. If there is a hive mind that connects to xenomorphs and she's able to tap into networks
Yeah.
and they have some kind of mechanical component to them, okay, I can
Yeah.
buy that.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, what you were saying earlier about like a lot of the stuff people are complaining about, like the xenomorph's supposed to be scary. Like you've heard my rant about that before. Like
Yeah.
it's just not anymore. We've seen
Yeah.
it a billion times. There's no,
Which-
what is that thing shrouded in darkness? Like we know what it is.
although they made it scary a few times in the show, especially early on when it was like blending in with things. There's moments where it is scary, but it's not new, especially for us.
Mhm.
So that's why I don't mind seeing it in different environments, even though if it really is goofy. And I think I said the flashback episode, I'm like, oh, this is what Alien would look like if it had action and guns, and it would look really stupid. I'm glad it was dark and spooky. So it actually makes me appreciate the original more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, come on, this is like the millionth Alien thing. Let's have fun with it. Let's put it out in a green jungle and see what it's like.
Exactly. That's why I'm like ready for a new angle. And
Yeah.
so Wendy communicating with xenomorphs, controlling them for now. Perhaps that will
Yeah.
flip on her at some point. That'd be
That-
interesting. But
As someone who watches these movies and the expanded universe, no one's really been able to keep a leash on these fucking things.
yeah,
so-
you're watching the season. Once they get the xenomorph in a cell, you're like, I'm glad they took care of that. It's never going to escape. Well, so Joe and Maro are in a cell together, and then
Yeah.
Wendy starts haunting the facility. So she opens the door for them. Maro immediately, I mean, they basically gave him a gauntlet. So he starts
Yeah.
punching the guy over and over. Joe just barely stops him from killing him. And but before that, they have a little bit of a conversation where Maro is telling Joe how much trouble he's in now that he has a corporate lung.
Yeah.
Because he tells him when a corporation gives you something, you know what they take? And Joe's like, everything? And he's like, everything doesn't even begin to cover it. And Maro has definitely been my favorite character of the season. And I would have liked to have seen more of that stuff. Like, what is he sacrificing? Like, I always think back to the one scene where he was really sweaty. And I really felt that. I wanted more sweaty Maro this
Well,
season.
he definitely sacrificed like time and relationships and whatnot. He had that. What was it? His daughter or his niece or something?
Yeah, I think I think he said daughter. Could be niece,
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's what he's sacrificed. Parts of his body.
Yeah,
he's
that's fair.
sacrificed a lot, actually.
So they get out, and Morrow promises he's going to burn the place to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I do like as Wendy was starting to go rogue. I mean, this show, especially early in the season, it was mixing in a lot of sounds that sounded like they were right off the Alien soundtrack or the Alien score. This started to lean back into that again. It had this kind of like classic sci-fi drum, very ominous, which I enjoyed. I think most of the stuff I enjoyed was definitely the visual and audio components.
Wait a minute. Why didn't the alien just get in the ocean and swim away?
Well, it's friends with Wendy, right?
Oh,
That's his mom.
I'm just saying. I'm just like, it can swim. We know the
is he-
aliens can swim.
Is the alien trying to escape, though?
Yeah, maybe it's just not trying to escape. Maybe there's something else.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I've
guess
never watched one of these movies and been like, the aliens have never been trying to escape. It's always, I'm going to kill people, drag people to my queen's nest.
Well, in Alien Resurrection, they were trying to escape to make the queen a nest.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
But we know that they can turn into queens, so I would just swim to the nearest mainland.
I'll tell you
and
this:
queen out.
if it's revealed that there's a second island nearby with a queen on it, then we can revisit this conversation. I'll say you're right.
Okay.
Why didn't he swim away to the other island? Boy Cavalier visits the kids, starts telling them his story. My
Yes.
father was a drinker.
Yeah, I was ready. I'm just waiting for like put the makeup on. Suddenly, you went crazy.
It was interesting. We get some of his backstory. Dad used to beat him, so he built a synth when he was 6 years old. Dad comes home, finds a synth. Synth kills his dad. And then as a boy genius, he wants to run a company, but who's going to let a 6-year-old do that? So he built a front man, a synthetic,
Yes.
that I guess was the figurehead.
Yes.
I was waiting for a little twist where he's like, I built a synthetic that became my dad. And his
I thought
name was Kersh. Or was it Adam?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because it's revealed that the one guy has been a synth this whole time.
Right, Adam.
Yeah, but I think it is implied he made his dad a synth, right? It's just not one of those two. Okay, all right.
Yeah, exactly. I was expecting it to be one of them too, but
Which is funny because I keep seeing people, at least in my comment section, theorize that Kersh was organic. And I'm like, that didn't make any sense. But then it's revealed that the other guy was synthetic. And I'm like, I didn't see that coming. I just thought he was an asshole. I'm like, no wonder he was tolerating so much of that guy's bullshit.
it was funny when Wendy freezes him and his eyes just keep flitting around the room. That was interesting. I thought that was interesting. I mean, the most interesting parts of the show for me are like the ideas that they raise. And then it's a lot of times with the execution where it gets less interesting. Nibs punches one of the guards to death. Boy Cavalier, all the guards on the island are just being taken out like no problem. But he figured if I just take one of them with me to a room full of hybrids that could all squeeze my head like a melon, no problem, I should be fine.
One that he was almost about to sacrifice to the alien. But also I like that Kersh like pointed out, it's like, sir, you're not taking your ADHD medicine, you're irrational, you're impulsive, but there's like static, so he doesn't get all of it.
Right. Yeah, which it's like, why did you even need the static? Like, even if he heard all of that, as if it would have changed his mind in any way. So they kill that guy. Wendy walks out of the jail and she's like, run.
Yeah. And I like that it's like, you go here, you get this lady, you get these guys, you get the soldiers or whatever. And then she's like, I got someone else getting Boy Genius. I'm like, all right, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, can we talk about, all non-essential personnel have been evacuated. Guys, do you know who's essential personnel? Dude who sprays the walls. We never figured out who that dude is and what he's doing. Almost every episode has had a guy in a big hazmat suit just spraying walls.
Well, I have a theory on that.
Okay.
I think he couldn't hear. That suit is real thick. So when they would like evacuate, he was like, why is everybody going?
I assume there'd be a thing in the suit, a button that flashes that goes.
I don't know.
The soldiers don't interrupt him. They're like, oh, it's just the wall spraying guy, and they just leave him. Like, I guess he is essential. They don't tell him to evacuate.
I don't know why you would assume he would have like a radio in his helmet. That's far too logical for this facility.
I don't know, maybe because the first Alien movie, they had radios in their helmets. I'm sorry. I'm just expecting them to have this.
No, that doesn't get invented for another year or two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Radio in the helmets. Distant technology.
The alien, Boy Cavalier gets a great idea to put it in Joe. Because he says he wants someone weak. And I was like, take your pick. I mean, anybody on this island. He's like, where's Arthur? Oh, we already used him. I forgot.
I really thought it was going to go into him. Like, I was tense that whole scene. I'm like, oh, it's going into him. It's going to be a whole thing. And then it's not.
Yeah, I thought it was going to, and I was looking forward to it.
Why are they constantly kicking and punching it? Why aren't they ever trying to, like, squish it? Or stab
I guess it runs around a lot, but I for sure thought Wendy, at least, once she like, threw it against the wall, for good measure, she was going to stomp on it.
She hit it and winded it. I guess it has lungs. I don't fucking know how this thing works. I'm like, just step on it. Step on it. Stab. I mean, as much as I don't want eyeballs being stabbed, someone else could stab it. I wouldn't stab it, but someone needs to stab that thing.
So and Wendy wouldn't have killed it because to her, aliens are all better than people, right? At least it's honest.
But that one tried to eat her brother, but...
Well, now she hates it. He's one of them.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I don't know how you interpret the title of the episode, The Real Monsters. Mm-hmm. I have kind of a hot take on that. I think that what they're saying is that maybe people are the monsters and not the aliens.
Whoa, that's never been done before except every alien movie.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn it.
There's even that line in Aliens where she goes, I don't know who's worse, Burke, you or those goddamn things. You don't see them screwing each other over for a percentage.
You know, I think my first exposure to this idea of like we're the real monsters, it's burned into my memory when I was a kid. You might know which one this is, but I saw a Godzilla movie.
Okay.
I don't know which one. And it was like I caught the last minute of it on TV. Okay. And it was a guy looking at Godzilla, just destruction across the whole city. And he says, you know what? Maybe we're all a little Godzilla, or we all have a little Godzilla inside us. And I remember thinking that is so dumb. Like that was when I first learned. That was when I first learned the concept of like
Yeah.
on the nose, and when something is so obvious, why it doesn't work that well. And 30 years later, now it all comes full circle.
Someone, sorry, I don't want to read the poor chat, but someone is implying that it's Godzilla 2000, which I haven't watched in a bit. So you might
Okay,
be right.
could be that.
Because I'm trying to think back. That could be pretty much a bunch of Godzilla movies. So it's hard to like land on the specific one. It's definitely not the one where the guy's staring out the window and he has a connection with Godzilla and Godzilla blows him up for no reason. It's definitely not that one.
Yeah, I think I would have remembered that.
Yeah, that one's great. Because like, oh, he's having a moment. He remembers him before he was Godzilla. When he was just a dinosaur, they're gonna have a moment. And Godzilla just fucking kills the guy. It's awesome.
That's what I would have really, if the alien like walked up to Wendy and she was like, "Hello, my son," and he just ripped her head off or something. That would have been cool. Well, after Wendy saves Joe, they finally hash things out. They have a little talk. You shot my friend. Well, she was going to kill my friend. Yeah, but she's one of them. You're one of them. And they had this whole argument. And I don't know. Where do you weigh in on this? Are xenomorphs better than humans because they're more honest?
I mean, most living organisms can't lie, so
It reminds me of the Norm Macdonald joke about Bill Cosby. He's like, the worst part is the hypocrisy. The worst part is the dishonesty. And I'm like, well, they also eat people, use them to lay eggs.
Well,
And,
was
like,
him
they
making
would
fun
do it
of-
to you if you were made out of biomatter.
I love that joke. No, because he was making fun of Patton Oswalt or someone saying that, and Norm goes, "No, I think the worst thing he did was this, followed by the lying and scheming."
The scheming. And then somewhere down on that list.
Yeah, someone said hypocrisy first. Like, nope, that's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're honest and whatnot, but I mean, they're just eating people. Like, why isn't she like? And we also have to liberate ants, just regular ants, because
Right.
they don't lie. It's like, okay, whatever, lady.
And you've met two of them. You've met two xenomorphs.
Yeah.
And one of them you've been grooming since childhood. You've been manipulating it to your way
Yeah.
of thinking. You
Yeah.
really don't have a big
You
sample size here.
decapitated the other one.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you could say she's a dumb kid. And
Yeah.
she is.
Yeah.
Joe's an adult. I guess he's having a hard time putting his thoughts together into a coherent sentence. Maybe he's scared, so you can justify that. So it's like everything on screen, you could justify. It makes sense. But why am I watching it? I don't really like Wendy at this point. Like, she doesn't like me, to be fair. She started it because I'm human. I don't like Joe. So I just like, there's no outcome I'm hoping for in the scene.
Yeah.
And my only concern is I think the show might think it's being thought-provoking there, where I'm like, are xenomorphs better than us? I don't know. And I'm like, the fact that humans are dishonest, it's not a new thing that you came up with, where I'm like, I never thought of that before. So I think that one scene kind of encapsulates what's bothering me about the show.
Okay.
But like the scene before that with the eyeball running around and stuff, I was enjoying. So you
That
can see
you're
what
really
I'm enjoying and
enjoying.
what I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think inevitably the aliens are just going to take over or try to take over. So I'm just enjoying it, like people just thinking they're in charge. Boy thought he
Yeah.
was in charge. Now Wendy, he thinks he's in charge, and the aliens are just like, we're going to overthrow all of you.
Yeah. And the Yutani thinks she's in charge with all
And
her
Yutani
ships
thinks
flying
she's
in.
in charge, and
Yeah.
her company will continue to think they're in charge until they're bought out by Walmart in 400 years,
Right.
according to a deleted scene in Alien Resurrection.
Are we calling deleted scenes canon now? I have to go back and redo all my
I will
timelines.
always consider that canon.
Wendy kills all of Joe's friends finally, or at least
Yes.
one of them, right? Because the plant grabs her, and then they will only
Yeah.
shoot at aliens when there's a person in the way.
Yeah, the plant monster finally did something.
That's
But
right.
now that we know what it does, it's like, why didn't it attack anyone before when it was just sitting in that room?
Yeah,
Like,
I couldn't.
remember they captured it.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought there was too many people around, but there's too many people here, too.
I can't give away my trick. Then people will know what I do. I squeeze people.
I was gonna say, I'm like, it could have like eaten everyone in that room. Oh, they were all synthetic.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go.
So I guess the synthetics.
Yeah, and any humans it came into contact with earlier could have also been earlier in its lifespan. It could be like the Xenomorph, where it's got to grow up a little bit before it starts killing.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly it was synthetics around it. Yeah.
That's what it is. Because whenever there's a person nearby, I think the little tentacle comes out.
Yeah.
Because we saw that in the one flashback episode. That was the thing. The little tentacle came out of the plant and like was touching the thing.
Right.
Grab the guy. So yeah, now we know it. It wraps around people and just squeezes them to death.
Yeah. Which was a little like, oh, that's it. But I will say the movement was cool. Like the way it kind of looked like a magic carpet, like in the background. I liked that. Yeah.
Also, I assumed that the alien's acid would be done by now, but they cut back to that dead alien and the table's tilted, and there's just new acid coming out of it, melting. I'm like, that thing hasn't cooled off yet. It's been like weeks. It wouldn't be that hot still, unless they're keeping it at room. I don't know if they raised the temperature so it doesn't solidify.
Let's see, that's the fun part of the show. It's like looking at all the little like cracks in the alien mythology we've never explored before. What does it look like just wandering around the forest? How long does acid pour out of it?
I like that they didn't release the flies, because those are the one things that will kill them.
Oh yeah, because they eat metal.
Yeah, they're like, yes, we're the real monsters. We're gonna let them all out, except for those flies. They'll eat our heads. Let's leave them in there.
Which is kind of like War of the Worlds, right? Wasn't it revealed that the aliens eat data or something?
Gil, shut the fuck up. Gil, don't remind me of that goddamn movie.
You know, now that I've brought that up, it's kind of making me more positive on this show. This is pretty good.
I didn't realize when I reviewed it that sat on a shelf since 2020.
Oh, yeah.
The World's movie.
Yeah,
and when that
this
was
makes
revealed,
more
I'm like,
sense.
oh, that makes a lot of sense. But then that means it had so much time to enhance the effects, and they were like, not good enough.
Well, yeah, you know what? I respect that. That's called sunk cost. It's like, look, we spent a bunch of money on this movie. Do we want to throw more money into this?
That was the thing. They could have put all the money into the effects, but the story and acting still would have been bad. So what was even the point?
Exactly. And then that could have actually screwed it over, because right now it has a so bad everybody had to watch it thing.
Yeah.
But if the effects were too good, it might have ended up in the worst place, which is not bad enough to bother with. And definitely not good enough to watch.
Yeah. Is it better or worse than Alien Earth?
I guess I'll have to watch and find out. Well, there's a big
Alien Earth is better. Sorry.
Okay. I think I would feel comfortable without having seen War of the Worlds. I think I'm comfortable planting my flag there that this show is better than that movie. Well, Reversal of Fortune. They lock up all the adults.
Yes.
Dame Cavalier or Dame Sylvia.
Dame Cavalier. Okay.
I just one more time want to point out that she doesn't seem to care at all about Arthur. Yes. I don't know why they were husband and wife on the show.
Him at all. Doesn't mourn his loss.
Yeah, the last thing she heard is they don't know where he is, but she hasn't once been like, any word on Arthur? Yeah,
I think you're right. I think they did add that marriage angle in late. I really think they did.
Yeah, I think so. My favorite part is when Wendy walks up to Boy and she starts tearing him apart. Like, you're just you were never a boy. You're a man and you're angry. And, you know, she lays into him. And he goes, you're going to let her talk to me like that? But I thought he was going to be like, you're really going to let her talk to you like that? Like, act like it was somebody else she was talking about.
One, real quick, Gil. I'm being attacked right now. Yeah, get out.
I got I have a fly in here, too.
I was a tiny spider. Tiny little baby spider.
This is even worse.
It came down. I noticed a web the other day, and I'm like, where the fuck is this thing? And it turns out it's a tiny fucking spider that I think I actually just killed.
Oh, good job. Wendy would be appalled. At least that spider was honest.
I'm looking up now. Like, every day I clear off a web, and a new web shows up. I'm like, where? Who's doing this?
How long is this acid going to come out? You're like fascinated by this spider. You're going to start running experiments on it.
Well, I don't think I can. I just whacked it with a napkin. I don't even know where it went. Anyway.
All right. Well, what do we do now? We're going to rule the world.
Yes. That was like a big heel turn. It's got like the full-size alien. I mean, maybe it's a little smaller, bigger than it should be, with the little baby alien, which I thought was cool. I don't think we've ever seen. I like that. Because we usually skip, like I said before, we kind of skip over the chest burster to full-grown alien. Alien 3 a little bit. We saw a little bit more in that in between stage. So this is cool to see like a full alien with just like this little baby one next to it.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was there the whole time was kind of cool. Like the big reveal that it was just hanging out listening the whole time.
Yeah.
And I love her throwing all the stuff back in Boy Cavalier's face. He's basically Captain Hook, I think is what she's implying.
I really thought she was going to say that. You're not Peter Pan.
Yeah.
I really thought it was going to be your Captain Hook, but it wasn't that.
Because everyone's been saying Maro's Hook, but
Oh yeah, Maro. So he went to go see Cavalier or Kersh.
Kersh.
snuck
Oh yeah,
up
the
behind
fight, the Kersh Maro fight. That was awesome.
That was cool. I like that.
Like when
I
he
always
broke
like when there's a robot fight and they just have like, zzz, 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 like those little noises.
But I like that his back is broken, and later on he's just like he grabs the rope. He's like, "Go tie him up," and then he starts tying him up. He's like, "What the fuck?"
He plays it so well because he doesn't get mad, right? He's a synthetic, so he's just like, "What are you doing?"
And then later on, they have him propped up on the wall. They don't even tie it down because he's like, "Ah." No, that fight was solid. That was a good fight.
Yeah, that was fun. I think like Timothy Oliphant, I love as an actor, and I like him in this show. He doesn't actually have that much to do acting wise, but
That's the weird thing that they got like such a big actor for that role.
that's what I kind of kept expecting. I mean, he did a lot, but
Yeah.
I was expecting more acting wise, which I know makes no sense because he's just a synthetic. But I figured if you get a big actor like this, like a good actor, they must have something interesting planned. I'm not complaining. He was good, but I think I expected more. Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they do with him in the next season.
Yeah.
Is it getting a next season? Do we know? Is there any
Let me
announcement?
see. Alien Earth season 2. There are talks. Talks are confirmed, but there's not an official renewal.
If they don't,
According to
renew it-
AOL.com. I don't know why that's the first place I ended up.
if they don't renew it and it's finishing a comic book or something, I'm gonna be annoyed. I'm gonna
I
be
mean, at
annoyed.
least they finish it in a comic book. I was covering Raised by Wolves a few years ago, and they stopped that after 2 seasons on a cliffhanger. That was the Kepler 22b reference earlier. And
okay.
there was all this talk of like, it's going to all be wrapped up in a comic, but now it's been years and it's been radio silence.
Well, that's what they did with X-Files. They did the season 10, season 11 comics, and then they actually brought X-Files back that just ignored those comics.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm like, oh.
canon. Well, but now we have a TV show. Like, what? It's, yeah. I know I said that, but well, I think we ran through the whole episode. Any
Pretty
other
much, yeah.
thoughts we didn't talk about on the episode, or even just reflecting back on the season as a whole?
I liked it. This is like the most I've enjoyed an alien property in forever, which I've said in multiple episodes. I know it didn't stick the landing for you in the long run, but for me, I kind of am accepting all the ridiculousness because it just made me excited about the franchise again. I'm like, all right, new environments, new situations for the aliens to get into, new things for the robots to do. It's not Romulus. It's not the other prequels, which are weird about Space Michael Myers. It was just cool to see it was cool to just have the alien there for a lot of it. It almost felt like a character for like the first time. It was the only time like an alien's actually felt like a character.
Mm-hmm.
I know in Alien vs Predator and Romulus they gave an alien a scar so you would know it was a specific alien, but did any of them feel like characters to you?
No.
No, this one does. I still don't get why Alien vs Predator. I was like, okay, he's got a grid on his head. I'm like, is he the leader? He doesn't really do anything. And then Romulus, like, that's the one with the cut. It's like, all right, what's different about him?
And I guess with these franchises that have been around so long, and you're trying to find another way in, humanizing or like turning the alien into more of a character is the way to go, I guess. Because now Predator Badlands is doing the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which
do you think when Joe was like, these guys are predators? Do you think that was like when they wrote that line, they knew people were like, everyone thinks predators are going to show up in the finale. Let's name drop.
Nah.
Yeah.
Because I think in Alien Resurrection, they refer to Ripley as a predator.
Yeah. And like if you're going to describe a xenomorph, like easily in the top 5 words, predator would be there.
Which is funny because as bad as the Predator was, I did like that moment where they mentioned the name Predator doesn't actually
should be
make sense.
Hunter.
Yeah, it's more of like a game hunter, and they're like, "Well, we took a poll, and Predator 1. And I'm like, all right. Again, early on, that movie's kind of fun before when it goes to shit.
Yeah. It's so fun to read about the alternate endings they had planned for that movie. They
Which
just
sounded
make no
like-
sense.
Also ridiculous. Oh, what? Oh, you talking about the pod at the end? Or?
Oh, yeah. It's like Newt's going to show up, but she's an adult.
That was always stupid. But no, the original ending where they're on the tank and there's all these hybrid monsters jumping out. I'm like, that would have been fun. Other than it's Predator at night, but he's bigger. Whatever. Anyway.
Well, I'm in space, but I'm hearing something.
Ooh.
Let me see what I'm hearing. Oh, I got to scroll far. We have so many.
Oh, wow.
Scrolling. All right. Red Beta. Thank you for the $2. They stole the barnacles from Half-Life. That's right. They were the aliens that would grab you, and it was so frustrating because suddenly you would start moving up and you have this like squishing noise. You'd have to look up and shoot it before it would suck you up.
Oh, I think I'm aware of those, but I never really played those games.
The last modern game I ever beat all the way through was Half-Life 2. And the next one after that was Donkey Kong Bonanza. Nothing in between.
You just don't play games at all?
I'll like dip into a game for an hour or two, and then I inevitably will stop playing, and then I'll try and come back later, and I can't remember what's going on, and it's just hard to get back into it.
That's like me. I think I'm on like 3 years now playing Horizon Forbidden West. I just play it like 30 to 40 minutes at a time every few weeks. And I'm like, 10 years from now, I'll finish this game. And then I play other games completely in between, and then I circle back to that one.
The other problem is, like, as a kid, it was easy. Whatever game I had, that was the game I had.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm going to play it until I beat it. But now, as an adult, I can play any game I want. So I'll start playing one, but then I'm like, I don't know, but that game looks pretty cool. I heard that game's good. I heard a Silk Song is good. I should go check that out.
Yeah, I just don't have the goddamn time. Although, Alien related, I have been playing Alien Isolation with the twins.
Oh, yeah.
Just the movie DLC. I can't play that full game again. It's too fucking boring. It's too long. I know everyone loves Alien Isolation, but I fucking can't. That should be a 5-hour game.
Yeah.
And they pad it to hell with door puzzles and dumb shit. But the 2 movie DLC missions are a lot of fun. So I've been playing that with them, and it's been years since I played it, and I'm really bad. So they enjoy seeing me get eaten over and over and over again. But there are moments where they get scared. Then the alien needs me. Suggest horror games to me. I'm going to finally beat the Thing game, and then I'm going to play that. I wanted to play Silent Hill 2 remake, but that's not on Xbox.
Well, Silent Hill F is coming out like today.
I will be playing Silent Hill F after the Thing remaster. But anyway, back to Super Chats.
Curry Pilot. Thank you for the $9.99. Would love to see another prequel episode where it shows the capture of the creatures. I remember the trader on the ship mentioned that people died during the capture of these parasites.
That's true. We don't know where these came from.
I think that might stretch the budget too much. Like to have it on a contained ship, you can do it. Yeah. But if I had a choice between seeing the capture or seeing the breakout on the ship, I think the capture would be more interesting to me. Because the breakout on the ship, I mean, it's kind of like you said a few times. It's sort of it was almost like a remake of the original movie. Yeah. We kind of know what that looks like.
It's a more actiony, gory remake.
Yeah, this would have been interesting.
I actually liked the first episode that they skipped over that part because, like, we know.
Right. Maybe as a comic.
Yeah.
And I would read that comic.
And it would be Predators. They got it from a Predator ship.
Right.
We went to the Predator hunting world.
Everybody was there. The engineers were there. The Predators were there.
We ran into Adrian Brody and that the Israeli girl. And we were like, hey, where are the aliens?
And oh my God, the resurrected Ellen Ripley that's part alien. What are you doing here? Oh my God, a second super chat. Thank you for the second $9.99. They mentioned last episode he's a mold scrubber. Okay, the guy in the hallway that's wearing the weird suit spraying, which makes sense as the show goes on. The mold on the walls get worse because most of them are probably dead or left.
I guess so. Oh, there's so much mold. I guess
I have to learn more about mold, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess they are in the jungle and it's all like in a basement. And I guess that would be moldy.
Yeah, you better look around in there, Tony. Next time I come over, I want to see you in one of those suits spraying.
I run the dehumidifier, but I must have forgot because now I got spiders. So I got to run that freaking thing again. I'll forget to run that thing for like a week. And then I'm like, a lot of webs. I'm like, oh, God damn it. I got to suffocate.
Well, Mr. Pilot is an expert on mold. Maybe he can help you out with spiders too.
Thank you.
All right, I lost my place. Hold on.
Red Beta is next.
Red Beta. Okay.
For
Ooh,
$5.
Kiryu Pilot's going to come back. All right, Red Beta. Thank you for the 5. See, I like a nice round number. Isn't that
Yeah.
$4.99? $5.
Yes.
I could wrap my head around that. I had hoped the eye would plant itself in the first Xenocorpse. Don't have eyes.
They don't have eyes, and also the blood, the acid blood, which
would
we
melt
now know
that thing,
doesn't
yeah.
cool. I don't think it can go into the Xenomorph because of the blood and no eyes.
Could it go into a face hugger? Same reason, no.
No, same reason. No.
Yeah,
No.
stupid
I
question.
think that's why it doesn't like. That's why it ran away from the alien at one point. It's like, I got nothing. I can't beat this thing.
Predator. It could go into a Yautja.
It can go into a predator. Imagine a big wonky-eyed predator. That'd be awesome.
Have an alien on alien fight later. Oh, well, zombies are fun too. Hey, we
Yeah.
do have a zombie now.
We do.
Well, is it technically a zombie? Well, I guess, yeah, he's dead and he's brought back to life, so he's a zombie.
I'll allow it. It's a zombie.
A zombie.
It's a
The reason I changed the name from Octopus is I saw an IGN review. It was like, I came up with the name Octopus. And I was like, this guy's an idiot. And I was like, wait, that's exactly what I said. so I was like, it didn't sound as cool as I thought in my head. Mr. Pilot is back.
Whoa.
Did it have a annoying little girl and an annoying reporter lady? Oh, he's talking about the Godzilla movie. Then it's 100% Godzilla 2000, which was one of the few that came to U.S. theaters. I only saw the part that I mentioned. That was my introduction to Godzilla. And the reason I had no interest in Godzilla for about 20 years. Because I was like, the movie where they're like, maybe there's a little Godzilla in all of us.
I'm gonna type. Maybe there's Godzilla in all of us.
Oh, man. That was a line I heard over 20 years ago, probably. So it's
He
may
would
not
know.
work to search that.
Kier, I forgot there was an alien here. I just shifted it. It scared me.
If you're that jumpy, I don't know if you should have like sculptures of monsters and aliens around your apartment or around your house.
There's got. I'm sorry.
Aaron, this is a super chat for my channel. A member. Thank you, Aaron, for being a member. Love your stuff. Caught you live. Happy for all the cool new stuff to come. You have been a real lifesaver in the last months for long hours of driving. Well, thank you very much. That's back in the day when I used to have to drive 6 hours a week. It was podcasts and YouTube that got me through that.
Yeah, mine's podcast and audiobooks usually, and then music sometimes. Real quick, Gil,
Yes.
Godzilla 2000. Quote,
It was Godzilla
IMDb.
2000.
Shiro Miyazaki, the recklessness of science gave birth to you, Godzilla. Why do you appear before us? Godzilla continues to trample through Shishinku. Yuki Ichinos, I probably pronounced that wrong, because we humans gave birth to this monster. Godzilla is inside all of us.
Okay, that's it.
So was
Wow.
Godzilla 2000.
I am impressed for anybody in the chat who remembered that. Good job. All
And I
right,
get a
I
picture
think-
of him saying it, going, Godzilla is in all of us.
Yeah, pretty much. That was exactly how I remember it.
Was that it for the...
I believe that's it. All we have left are people floating in the void of space, screaming uselessly, their throats tightening up while pressure slowly balloons them.
This was a lot of fun.
It was fun. I think, the nice thing is, even if I didn't love the show overall in the end, it was a mixed bag. And the great thing about a mixed bag is there is stuff in there you enjoy.
Yeah.
And even the stuff I don't enjoy, well, then I get to talk to you about it after. And what could be better than that?
Well, if they do another season 2, let's do this again. But what other weekly shows are coming out? Guys,
Yeah.
let us know. What is a weekly show you would like us to cover?
Yeah, leave it in the comments.
Yeah.
Hey, you didn't hear about the Predator show coming out? Predator Earth?
Someone's saying Marvel Zombies. Is that weekly?
No, they're dropping 4 episodes, and I think it's all coming out at once. And in, I think, 5 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do like binge, because I almost said the new It show, but that's all at once. Peacemaker's already
It is?
airing. We missed the boat on Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm really enjoying Peacemaker.
I didn't
Last
start
few
it yet.
episodes the pacing's a little bit off, but
I'm waiting for it to finish, and I'm just gonna binge again.
gotcha.
Yeah.
It is not all at once.
What? I thought I saw a thing that said October 26th.
At least I'm looking at Wikipedia. It's got one episode on October 26th, and then it's got 3 more episodes. I don't know if it's only 4, but it's got release dates for 4 episodes, and it looks like it's weekly. But it might just be those 4. I don't know. But if you have suggestions, let us know in the comments.
Aaron Weekly for the first. Okay.
All right, we might have something here.
Is it only going to be 4 episodes? All right, because I am planning. I was going to do like what's the best modern it.
Ooh, okay.
So I was going to do that with Logan, but I assumed it was all coming out on the same day. But
Yeah, because it's HBO, so I didn't think so.
huh.
But
Okay.
all right, we can talk. I'm doing actually. Okay, this is a nice lead-in.
Okay.
I'm going to be releasing a trailer this Friday to announce the big secret Halloween project that I've been working on. But I figured everybody in this stream, they've been so good to us, joining us on this journey. I thought I could tell them a little bit early.
Give them the early.
So my favorite holiday is Halloween, and every year I've had this burning desire that I want to celebrate it as hard as I can on YouTube. And this year I decided I'm going to do it. It's time. So in the month of October, One Take presents Month of Terror. 31 movie reviews, 31 horror movie reviews, one a day, starting October 1st. I'm going to be premiering them, I think, at 8 o'clock Eastern, so you can always join in the chat and hang out with me. It's going to be like watching the horror movie together. And these are going to be a mix of, I basically have 3 buckets. New horror movies, like ones that came out the last few months. Contemporary, last 5 years.
Yeah.
And then classics, stuff from 70s, maybe even the 50s. And these are substantial reviews. I think the shortest one's the half hour long. Longest one's like a little bit over an hour.
I love it. Before, before the stream, me and Gil were both relating to losing our voices because we've just been recording so much.
Yeah.
You're like, I keep writing a long review.
Yeah, I keep telling myself, like, okay, this one's going to be 5th. How much is there to say about Friday the 13th? Apparently a lot.
And I just want to point out, please, no one tell Gil's family that he said Halloween is his favorite holiday in the same month where there's a Jewish high holiday.
That's a festival, technically. So
Oh, that doesn't count? That
that's
doesn't
not true. That's a lie. I'm lying.
I was going to say, Google says holiday, you asshole. It's the holiest.
I meant my favorite pagan holiday.
Oh, okay. What other days are in December? What can I say? What can I put over Christmas? What December holidays? Hold on.
All right, I'm glad. This is the finale live stream, and this is what we're doing. Is Tony like, what days are in December?
Not days, this is holidays. I'm looking up holidays in December.
There's 1. There's 2.
I'll be
There's
like,
31
yes,
days in December.
this December. Everyone knows my favorite holiday is Bacon Day, which is apparently December 30th. I just
Okay.
looked at a chart. I don't know if any of those are real. But yes, I'm excited for those reviews. That's going to be awesome. And
Thank you.
I just started filming my October stuff. As you probably heard, I was filming all my September stuff like on the fly. I'm a little ahead on October, so that's nice. And I guess if any of you are in the Philadelphia, Bucks County area, I'll be at the Chamonix Creek Brewery this weekend to watch the Jason Goes to Hell documentary with the director, and they're also going to play the actual movie afterwards. So
Sweet.
yeah, be there for that. It's gonna be
All
fun.
right. I don't think this is going to be one of those things where you mention it and then like spontaneously I drive over on the weekend. So
You don't have to.
I don't want to disappoint, but
Although I haven't booked the table yet, but if I get a Monster Mania table, I will let you know.
okay. In that case, I'll show up.
Yeah.
Then it's worth my while.
Yes.
All right. Wrap it up there. Anything else?
Yep. Nope. That's it for me, man.
You don't have any beer reviews? I already reviewed every variation of Oreo and Reese's.
Oh, hold on.
I knew there was something. It's not an alien live stream without us talking about something that goes in your mouth. What does he have there? Oh, that's got to be the Jason Friday the 13th drinks.
So I already reviewed them because a fan gave Joe from Movie Dumpster a bunch of cans, but I finally found the Friday the 13th thriller pack in the wild.
Hell yeah.
Finally found it. I emptied it out. I'm gonna drink the Sinful Apple is so good, man. The rest not so much, but the Sinful Apple, like me and my brother-in-law, we were like, we just really want to drink that one again.
Yeah.
But I bought it so I could put it on set, and it's like a cool thing.
All right, maybe I'll pick that up.
Yeah.
Once I get my final recording done for October, I'll just pound a whole box
Yeah.
of I'll live stream it.
By
It
the
might
way,
be my last live stream.
The last one in the entire grocery store. I caught it out of the corner of my eyes. I can't find it anywhere. I found it. I'm like, yes, here we go.
Yeah, I think my girlfriend is quite happy that I'm not looking for the Reese's anymore. Because every time we're walking around, like I wasn't paying attention to anything. I'm just my eyes are darting around to like every bodega we walk by, every convenience store. So, just order it online. I'm like, it's not the same.
It's not
And
the
then
same. It's
I
more
did
fun
order
when
it
you find
online.
it.
And it turns out it was the same. All right, thank you everybody. This has been fun. I would say we'll see you next week, but not on an Alien live stream, but maybe we'll see you next season or for it or for some other show. If you have ideas, let us know in the comments.
You all roll.